Well, once upon a time in Crinny, North Cyprus, poker players from around the globe gathered for the Merit Western Series. I'm David Lappin alongside James Dempsey to take you through day 3 coverage of the warm-up event. We will be joined in the booth a little later on by Andrew Headley. But to give you some updates on how this tournament is going so far, they've been playing for 2 days already. At least a day and a half of that was late reg, so the entries have been piling in. 81 players remain from a starting field of 446. 53 of those guys will make the money. Min cash here is $3,770. Abdullah Alajmi from Kuwait is our overnight chip leader, I know, with 1.5 million. He's going to be on the feature table, and Simone Andrian from Italy is right on his heels with 1.4 million. James, tell us a little bit about our feature table coming up, because I know there are some familiar faces.
Well, howdy, partner. I had to start with one. Come on.
I started with Once Upon a Time, so you can do this.
I went for the easy one. He went for the highbrow answer, but there we go. First of all, take a breath. That was a beautifully long intro. But yeah, very exciting we've got coming up. We do have our chip leader on the table. We also have the very accomplished Andrei Petachuk in the mix.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's always exciting. We mention it every stop here at Merit. We got the MPO and we got the GTOs. We got the sort of old school established high stakes crushers versus some wild cards. So it's going to be a lot of fun from the off to see how he navigates what I assume is going to be a very Merit table. And here we go. There is the lineup.
Yeah, I think our default here is to always presume everyone's playing at least a pip or two, maybe a few extra hands, shall we say, more than your average banana. But these guys are, very experienced here and do have the sort of exploits that you want to have in this room.
Well, look at this. We got chip leader and what I can assume is second chip leader, given they're separated by so few chips. But also the name. How Merit is that King Dark? Is this someone who often plays in the dark? How else do you have the name King Dark at poker?
Is he a real king?
That's a good point.
Is he royalty? Because we better be careful here.
That's true. I don't want to be taken out back and summarily shot, but here we go. The Merit backdrop, the Western.
Beheaded, surely.
Look at this. Well, I think in this scene, would I be hung? Isn't that how? Well, maybe I'm torn apart by
Drawn
horses
in quarters, yeah.
racing in opposite directions. That's always seemed like a cruel way to go.
Yeah, disemboweling.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Anyone waking up in the UK or Ireland right now to check out the stream, having their cornflakes, listening to us talk about disemboweling.
Yeah. Well, here we go. King Dark. He's not looking. I mean, I'm assuming he's looked at this one, but if he hasn't, the same antics nonetheless. Getting the 3-bet in the very first hand of the day, setting the tone.
He's a young man for a king. I would have said Prince Dark, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we never know.
You don't know what happens with maybe, Lion Kings. Terrible things can happen to the king and the prince.
That's the one you went to for the reference, is to explain to people how sometimes kings die young, is Lion King.
Well, I felt like Mufasa didn't get a great run of things. He was gone by the first act. Well, James chokes back that joke of mine. We see there that King Dark just gets that one through.
Yeah, here we go. Warm up, first of our events, day 3. Still got a ways to the money bubble. Do you like that? Like you say, we had sort of a day and a half of play of late reg still open, so we're still at the kind of late mid stages of the tournament, right? It's still quite a long way to go to the money.
Yeah, I would anticipate bubble going maybe the 3rd frame today. I'd say we have at least 3 or 4 hours to watch these guys play bubble adjacent.
There we go. He's back with his favorite saying.
You don't know where is C2? There, C2. Osman?
I know where is C2, but I cannot see. Who is this? Phantom there.
Ninja.
Yeah, he is the one that maybe should be rechristened King Dark, given he's got the black hood up, the face mask on. It's hard to see him.
Another familiar face there, Nick Bolu.
Yeah. Saw him last time out.
Bit of a rock star in these parts.
Pretty good hand selection.
Yeah.
That's Barney as well, okay.
No customers all the way round now to likely the big blind. Unless Hasbani has thoughts of larceny here. No. And Saeed lets it go. So Nick Bolu, no action with those aces. Always bittersweet.
Yeah, I was just looking because I know we saw a decent amount of Hispania last time out. 25th in this very event in the Gangster Series. And she won the Bounty event, wasn't on stream, and then cashed in 45th in the main event as well. And as is so often the case in these parts, all the flags on his profile are from here.
I went to the sea, I swim, I went to sauna.
You went to the sea?
Man, I feel great.
How was the weather?
Very good. Not too cold.
Not too cold, no?
No. I expected much colder, but it was quite okay.
I won't be giving it a go.
Oh yeah, it's not too cold at all this
really?
time of year in the ocean, in these parts anyway. I'm from Malta and obviously we're in Cyprus now, and it's like pretty much same latitude and same warm ocean as we see. Litvinov from +1 here. Hand that qualifies. Probably would have liked to see an open here, to be honest. I think Ace Queen's pretty nice hand here to induce and maybe also get away if you get a lot of action behind.
He's going to get action for the full lot here, surely.
There is
Yes,
Tomazi with 2 jacks. Just inquiring as to the stacks behind. Obviously a little awkward, David, with 70 bigs himself.
Yes, very
facing
awkward.
18.5. Which way do you progress? Do you perhaps flat with range? Do you ever want to jam? If so, is jacks a hand you jam with?
Yeah, there are these cuspy ones like Ace, King and Jacks where sometimes you just think sticking it in might be the best play. I don't know if he's flatting to call off or flatting to fold. Maybe it's player dependent in his mind who's behind him there. It is obviously incredibly strong and you're super protected here. You're flatting everything better than Jacks as well. But it's definitely an awkward one.
Litvinov first up on the block. Doesn't look too nervous. I'm just curious how many puns you've got lined up already for bust stilts. Seven, 3 deuce.
A little bit of backdoor potential here for Litvinov to the wheel and to those diamonds. No help. Just an ace or a queen now.
Oh, the stand-up. A little late. I think the stand-up was a little late to get the extra equity. If I'm being honest, David. You've got to stand up a little sooner than that. As soon as the king folds off, maybe. The deck didn't know. First exit. As we work our way down towards the money bubble. Litvinov will be, no doubt, getting back in the mix, playing some cards today. The high roller, I believe, kicks off this evening.
That's right. Yeah, it's an evening time event for the first couple of days, isn't that right?
Yeah, usually, but very short day 1 and day 2, I think. Typically the play. Is that a 5k?
Yeah, 5k at 8 p.m.
There you go.
There is a satellite to that starting in an hour or two, so perhaps he'll flick that in. But yeah, that's 5k at 8 p.m. And then it's an 8 p.m. start tomorrow on that one as well. And then we will pick up coverage of that one for its final day after the warm-up is done and dusted. Well, Patichuk with an interesting hand there. Lets it go. I like the discipline there. It's really on the border. Pocket sixes doesn't work well as an open. Obviously, you've no blockers. 17 bigs is super awkward. I can get behind the fold there. I think it's very cuspy. So we see Hasbani now open up in the cutoff with the Queen Jack off. Consider going a few different ways here with the Ace 10-0. sort of get behind all options here. It's very, very borderline. Could make a tight fold, he could flat, he could 3-bet, or he could shove.
Yeah, 30 blinds or 29 blinds, a lot. But I hear you.
He's going to go for the 3-bet out of position. Not a huge sizing here, just 3 times the open. Hasbani, he has one of those awkward ones that's easily dominated by the 3-betting range.
Right.
Probably has to let the offsuit Queen Jack go here. Maybe can call with the suited variety.
One of these spots where you're like, I've raised with a real hand here. I get 3-bet. Feel like maybe I'm supposed to defend, but even then sometimes you've got a legitimate open.
Yeah.
You do just have to let them go.
Well played from Guy there. I think probably going to use that one for its blocker effects. Obviously, he can get flatted by worse. He can play the hand out of position, awkward as that might be with the betting lead. But he can also get away to the 4-bet. I think probably recognizing that he would be in bad shape against the 4-bet range.
그거 overplayed. Direkt kapatmış. Kurtar kendini.
Öyle yapacağım.
As usual here at Merit, when they roll out a theme for these series, they really
They go all
fully
in.
commit. Yeah. You're welcomed as you walk into this poker room by a sort of a, I suppose it's like a stable, a barn sort of setup. There's a couple of horses, hay bales, a wanted poster
Yep.
if you want to get in there and get a photograph.
It's true.
And we checked it, legit straw, real straw has been brought in. None of that fake straw.
I might go choose some.
Tomazzo with the Django's.
Here we go.
Guy with very similar spot here.
Yeah.
In position this time, same holding.
But up against the raise from a much more believable position.
Yeah, on balance, I do like a fold here, and I think you're nudging in that direction too, James.
Yeah, but I kind of like, yeah, they gave me the same hand, I'll do the same thing. It worked last time. Let's go with it. Oh, calling chips.
Okay. Didn't expect this. I thought we were going to see a fold or maybe a low frequency 3-bet. But
Now Ilamo with Queen 10 suited in the small blind. Obviously, a hand that can be in some trouble against that button flat, but the suited variety, I think, enough to lean us into a call. Play
Yeah.
this against another big stack in Tommaso.
well,
Oh, pardon me, squeezed.
yeah, Ichlemore deciding that there's no strong hands in Guy's range when he flats the button there, and maybe just maybe Tomatsu's on the lighter side and he can get this one through. It's not going to work, as we can see here. Just depends on whether Tomatsu throws out a bit of rope here with a deceptive call, or does he put in the 4-bet himself?
I like this. This is nice, recognizing that situation as you put out. Just unfortunately, it's going to run out of top of range, and I would really like to see a call because exactly what you said, right? This 3-bet can be lighter because Guy's flatting, increasing the price, but can't fault him for finding a 4-bet. And of course, a 4-bet always has the potential to elicit a light 5-bet.
That's true.
Hand up against a hand like Ace-5 of Hearts, perhaps, would potentially look to still go for this.
Well, a little bit of posturing here from Guy, who probably realizes it was a loose flat and there's nothing he can really do now. Maybe trying to gain back a little bit of credibility for something real that got flatted on the button.
Yeah. He's just going to mosey out of town, isn't he?
He's going to have to mosey at it down. There's only room in this town for that pocket kings, I feel. And Ichlemore with a very quick fold. Nice result for Tomatsu. One feels like had it gone slightly differently there, had the flat not come in, the Queen 10 suited, maybe flats or folds. Still might be a low frequency 3-bet in any case. But yeah, once that flat came in, it did juice up the pot and set up quite a nice squeeze situation. Ichlemore unlucky, as you said there, to run into a real one.
Yeah, Tommaso One of those with somewhat limited hand and mod profile. Just a total of 90k in cash. There's a whole bunch of that coming right here. Especially doing well during EPT Cyprus with a 18th in the Eureka main event, pardon me. Cash in the main.
The Eureka main event that was here a few months ago. Oh, that was the one that was won by Ankit Ahuja.
There you go.
Who
I'm not
will,
sure
by the way,
It's a
be on the
call.
next episode of the chip race. Just saying.
Oh, what's that?
Iclamore gonna isolate the limp from King Dark here under the gun. Curious little limp here.
Two big
gonna,
stacks.
gonna be pounced upon, and yes, these guys could play a very big pot.
And that just changes this, doesn't it? He's far more comfortable raising an undergun limp here with 2-9s against that stat because they're both, nearly 150 blinds deep.
Interesting to see Padachuk already taking some seconds off the clock here. We are 20 odd spots from the money. That will take, one would expect, at least a couple of hours, but happy to just...
Yeah, awareness from him. Just take 3-4 hands less than the other tables. It's worth a decent amount of money if you're one of those short to middling stacks.
Iclamore only seeing one overcard here, probably as good a outcome as you could hope for when you isolate these 9s. Happy to fire out a continuation bet. King Dark obviously has the backdoor stuff going on, a couple of overcards to second pair, but really has to get out of dodge, and that he does. Yeah, dynamically we're seeing that limp off a 150 big blind stack. Not really a thing strategically, but again, maybe we're going to see some, merit poker optimal.
I think he was dark, limping under the gun.
You think it was a dark limp? Maybe.
King Dark, come on.
Might be the play.
Yeah, just coming back to Mazu. I'm not sure if I'm getting trolled on the trap.
Oh,
Probably 9 in there, saying that he's a blackjack and poker master. He's also a professional footballer and traveller, and he's also a business owner. I feel like I'm getting trolled, but maybe a couple of those things are true.
yeah.
Professional poker player, we'll give him that. He's playing poker.
Yeah, I
Understand.
can believe that.
We'll go with that. Can one be a professional traveller?
Ali Najad would probably
I
claim
guess
to be a
you'd be
professional
like a
traveller.
Travel influencer, I suppose.
Ali, of course, will be joining us for the main event next week.
And the high roller.
Oh, I didn't know that. I
Yeah.
thought he was only coming in for the main.
He's deemed the warm-up not worthy of his time.
Is that what it
Yeah.
is? Well, we always know we're an esteemed company when he's in the booth alongside either of us.
With the King 9-0 playing it a slightly different way. Better check, as you said. Just looking to burn some time. Not too egregious.
Might go for this.
15,
Might be a legitimate
Yeah.
consideration here.
15 blinds against what one assumes is a very active range, but he does give it up.
Definitely feel like King Jack might have got in there. Queen Jack not quite qualifying. Iclamore gonna go up against King Dark here in the big blind. He's dominating.
He's got King 9 against King Dark's King 5. Not a sentence I expected to say today.
Yeah. Well, Iclamore with top pair, but on a board where he's going to have a lot of check backs, decides to check back as he probably does with range on 9-8-6 all hearts. That's going to open the door here for King Dark to take a stab, but he doesn't with that gooder. And now Iclamore going to try and tidy things up a little bit with a small stab. Gets the job done. I like how he navigated that one. A lot of players might be thinking there, why didn't he bet his top pair? James, explain.
Scary board, we don't want to get check raised. We're up against a lot of flushes that appeal from the big blind. Obviously the big blind going to call with all suited combos. Just keep things a little simple. And also maybe elicit some bluffs. Many reasons.
Yeah, we're just going to have so many checks there. We need to have more of our strong hands in that checking range to be balanced, I suppose. Those monotone boards, notoriously difficult, usually come with a check or a very small c-bet. When they're monotone and coordinated as that one was. I actually really like how Iclamore decided to fire the delay c-bet, even though he allowed an overcard to come.
Yeah, and it's a good point you make there. Obviously, the 6-8-9 lending more to that. There was lots of check raise bluffs, and suddenly top pair, no heart gets scary. So it's nice to have it as a hand that checks back sometimes. Check. Suited king on the button.
It's pretty close.
Two big stacks behind, of course.
Gonna let it go. It does seem to have a almost metronomic sort of 15 to 20 second pause each time.
Big raise up coming out King Dark. And a position against another one of those big stacks. So ours are going nowhere just yet with the somewhat connected Jack 9 facing a 3.7x.
Cool. Well, a great board for a continuation bet from pre-flop aggressor.
It's a great board and ultimate take this hold up as well.
I imagine it is. Also, like almost a, there's another brand in there.
Is there?
Nicely done there from Dark, turning the worst hand into the winner. What did you think of that selection there with the 9-4? Certainly like maybe a 9-4 suited goes into my raising range in that situation. 9-4 off actually might just about be in my bin the bottom 7% sort of hands.
In that situation, you're out of position against the guy with 100 blinds. It's kind of gets a bit icky. Obviously, you don't want to follow that equity from the small blind getting such a good price, but yeah, I'm with you. I think maybe he's thinking, hey, it's like, I don't really want to limp with this. I'll just throw it in there as one of my raises pre.
Yeah.
Made it pretty healthy, 3.7. Maybe just go a little bit bigger with hands like that, that hand class in the open raises from small, given you're 100 blinds deep.
He's like, what he's talking about.
I think it's okay to give it a little go. As I always say, keep doing it till they make you stop.
Yeah.
To you when you play out at
Setting up the stool early.
Yeah, but now I feel sleepy. It's the morning.
Okay.
Glance up at the clock there from Padachuk.
Yeah.
Come back at 4 o'clock.
Like you say, very consistent. Just taking a non-egregious amount of time each
I'll
hand.
be on fire.
Must
Don't
have
worry.
a number set in his mind.
As we see
But you really
the remaining fields tick down to 75. So we have lost 6 players, one obviously on this table and 5 on outer tables in the first half an hour or
I
so.
feel uncomfortable.
And one can only assume that Padachuk's
You know,
doing
because
this
I'm always lying to my
sort of
friends and
15
telling
to
them
20
I'm
seconds.
playing
Must
very
have a
good.
number set in
Now
his mind
they
each
see
time.
how I play.
That'll also be the time at which he makes
They're like,
the
you,
V-pick.
you played like the
One
last
can
time
assume he's going to be
I was here
consistent
for
in
2
that, which
hours.
is why
They're
he's
like, well, what do you do?
trying to pick an exact time.
I'm like,
rather than
you
just thinking, oh, I'll
this
wait
is
for a
not
bit
you.
and fold. He's
I
choosing
tried to
specific
explain
times
them.
that where he does
I
play.
said, listen,
There's
it's
no tell to be
different. On the
had.
TV table,
Just
everybody's nervous. You can attack, and
call.
everybody put all in on me. Every
Battle
bet I
of
made.
the straight draws here. Tomatsu with
You think that?
I played like a
the
total
good
idiot,
end, and
they're
King
like,
Dark was
what
very
you
much
do?
the ignorant end, but he's going
You
to
play.
pounce upon this
You play
paired
different. You can
6
catch
on the
game.
turn, which I actually
Yeah,
really like. He's going to get the call from Tomatsu. Interesting now, will he follow through well? We know it will be a disaster if he does.
Surely he will. I mean, not to imagine firing with this hand and then checking back river.
Yeah, going to try and get some pocket pairs between the 6 and jacks to fold. Probably can't get a good
Yeah.
jack to fold.
I actually like this. He's gone pretty small, 44, so he's sort of trying to make
your side bet.
the heart draws fold that might be in
For
there.
the entire time we are on the
Obviously,
TV table.
it's kind of a scary card
Sunday
because
will not say one
7-8
single word.
obviously got there. 8-9, 9-7. I don't think they check calling turn, but
This
Yeah.
man silent mode.
I'm
All,
very
all
scared
time.
It's a bad bet. You already lost.
kind of a tickle race.
Well,
Even that is very hilarious that he says that.
What is
I
it?
love it.
interesting now will
I made
King
him
Dark
talk.
decide
He
that
said
this is a little
it's bet.
fishy
It's not
and
a good
try to
bet.
come with the re-raise.
Or maybe he
Certainly
say
making
only-
no snap decision to give up on this one. Obviously, we see that Tommaso, is, while not nutted, very, very strong.
Good start for that man.
Which place you finish in the main?
I mean,
On a
full
non-line
series?
river, though, that line was probably going to work,
17.
James.
17? Pretty close.
Not close enough.
Yeah. I know.
Second time.
What was the other?
15.
15? 15 and 17? Wow.
I'm discussing Pelichek's main event runs in the past. 17th this year just
Put it
gone in the main
together,
event.
exchange it
Good for
one
430k. He also got 15th
Exactly.
back in 2011 for 478k. That's pretty
impressive.
tough.
It's impressive stuff.
So he has a victory in this very room, winning the Gangsters Poker Cup back in 2018. That main event, good for 280k. Also won the Winterfest January 2014, good for 145k right here.
Oh, sneaky, sneaky here. Guy is open under the gun with the Jack. Ichlamore right behind him, +1, is just flatting the ace-king suited, praying that there's a squeezer out there.
Yeah. Nigbalu perhaps one of those who had the opportunity with ace-jack offsuit to perhaps do just that. Elects to just let it go. Well sniffed at by him. I think perhaps a facet of Guy just still carries a decent amount of respect here, opening under the gun. And I mean, he does have a real hand in King Jack suited. It's not light. Well, King Dark, he's in. Got an ace.
So V-pipping at a very healthy clip here. King Dark clearly accumulated this 1.5 million chips by getting involved. He's been our most active player at this feature so far. And we're going to go 4 ways here. Ichlamore, very underrepresented here, +1. He's sort of sandwiched.
Yeah, it's a weird one because it's not. Obviously, you're underrepresented, but it's a hand that still needs to hit. It's not like we're in here with kings or something and no, we're going to have a good hand post. So.
Well, somehow everyone has missed, James.
Yeah. And everyone's very much missed. No one's got any kind of draw, any kind of interest. Assume this one's going to check through. That it does. Deuce on the turn does give King Dark a gut shot draw. Brings a second flush draw. Still no one with any real interest in the hand though.
Yeah, I definitely like a stab now by King Dark, given that nobody's taken an interest, although he has just found a way to get there anyway. Probably no need to bet a 4 now. Just take your showdown and pull in this 100k pot.
Perhaps a spot there for Saeed to
45.
sometimes come out with a bluff from the big blind. He gets to have some of 2 pairs here, but yeah, interesting. It comes to King Dark and he's,
Very thin.
yeah, 4-liner in a 4-way pot where no one's really going to have
Yeah,
worse.
like someone could be out there with a guess like a pocket 7s, pocket 8s, and wouldn't love facing a bet, but might feel like they'd still have to call this bet. Not really sure the function. Ichlamore obviously just thinking to himself, is this ever just pure air here?
Well, look
Wow.
at this. This is the beauty of Merit. We're not privy to all the stuff that's gone on before. King Dark, clearly a man with a reputation of larceny, because he's getting looked up by the ace high. And Ichlamor's going to get the bad news that he's just been value bet
Absolutely value owned. My
by
goodness.
4th pair on a 4-line board in a 4-way pot.
Yeah, I never saw a value bet coming. Obviously, King Dark understands the reputation he has, understands how light he can get called. And, you know, if he's going to lose chips bluffing in other spots, well, he's going to get them back in a spot like that.
I was so sure. I mean,
I have ace 4. Need for 3. Straight.
you fooled me.
Yeah, I mean, didn't really make a lot of sense. I'm not shocked to see the call because obviously, as we're aware, I mean, King Dark's coming in with a lot of chips. He's obviously been. There's probably be some nonsense gone on over the last couple of days. Iklamor, no doubt aware of it.
20.
Right back on the horse, Iklamor. A real hand. Paddychuk gonna spend about 13 seconds contemplating Doyle Brunson here. We see a snap flat by King Dark right behind here. Actually legitimate holding given how deep these guys are. Ace 3 suited plays and functions very well as a flat here in position. Doesn't mind too much if other players get involved. It plays reasonably well multi-way. Let's see if Guy has a defendable one. He kind of does. He is smothered here. Heart's no good, but he won't know that, and suitedness does sort of drag you into a pot of this nature.
Certainly as well for the minimum.
Ooh, there is some hearts.
Wow, look at this. Gut shot and nut flush draw for King Dark. Guy with pair and flush draw. Iklamor with the over pair. He does check it over to King Dark, who is going to bet. Guy, I mean, there are two options, but are there realistically maybe just one option here? Given that we've seen King Dark willing to bet very thin, does he just pounce here?
Yeah,
and get called by these weaker,
we say more
the stronger flush draws?
And if Guy finds a raise here, which he may do, puts Iklamor in a pretty tough spot.
Looks like he is just content to carry on with a call. And now, does that mean Iklamor comes in with a check raise here with the overpair? Very vulnerable hand, but no. He's content to go. I'm kind of surprised with Guy in there that he didn't just kind of check raise and not find out where you are, but you get the idea.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to navigate when you don't like any turn card. Actually, he's got one of the best ones, I suppose, that he could have asked for. It is possible he has a 4 in his hand,
Yeah,
but
certainly
you know,
possible.
But I think Iklamor's found. Oh, and how has suddenly the way this board is run out, we're going to have a very small pot. I thought we were going to have absolute fireworks there a moment ago.
He certainly may have check raised this flop. It would have been very interesting for Iklamor from there. As it is, Iklamor now going for a little bit of value. We're going to feel very confident that perhaps if King Dark has nothing, that Guy will have something that can call an AX kind of hand. He can rep missed hearts himself. Backdoor diamonds materializing, but I don't think there's too much concern about those.
Yeah, nice bet here from Iklamor. Obviously looking to get value from an 8, maybe a pocket 7s, pocket 6s.
Right, and I guess also sets the price perhaps if he's up against Queen X, a heart draw that's kind of caught the river.
Yep.
Somewhat of a blocky bet. Guy now with the kind of tough spot. Remember, Iklamor raised it up under the gun. Check called 3-way on the flop. It's like, does he check an overpair on this flop? Is what I think. Is he more likely just to go ahead and bet that? If you can discount hands like this, the 9s, 10s, jacks, do you then give him a hand like perhaps Queen X of hearts? Or did the flush draw just go ahead and bet the flop? What kind of hand would overcall 3-way? Is it potentially a hand that does have backdoor diamonds?
Yeah. Maybe a cheeky 9-10 of diamonds.
He does get curious. Yeah.
As that one played out, I don't know, maybe Guy missed a trick in a turn lead on that 4 pairing. He has more forex than anyone else, he's still got the ability to sort of put Icklemore in the blender with the player behind.
Right. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that as a good line. You're very unlikely to ever get raised in that spot. You don't have to go big. Also set up nicely to shove rivers. All in all, kind of an odd hand. I'm not sure what hand, when he calls the river, he's expecting to see, other than maybe he just doesn't count his opponent if he's ever having these kind of 9s, 10s, jacks type hands, in which case, fair enough.
Yeah, catching that queen on the end, also a huge possibility, so...
Yeah, I'd be more worried about that. I'd be more worried about my opponent turning over queen jack of hearts, I think, than any other category of hand. And maybe if they had got there by backdoor diamonds, they'd probably go a larger sizing.
Nick Bolu going to use this suited wheel ace from early position. Definitely the kind of thing you can sprinkle in. Give yourself a bit of board coverage here. There was a time when this would have been perceived as definitely not a play, but all the learning we've gained over the last decade or so has really taught us the value of these ace-4, ace-5 suited hands. How well they actually play down the streets, how they give us board coverage in situations where we're normally not going to have a huge number of low card boards that we like.
Germany born and raised.
Okay.
Originally Turkish.
Okay.
I live in Istanbul now.
Istanbul is so good.
Yeah.
I love
You've
it.
been?
Yes, I've
You
been.
like it?
Okay, maybe a little frustrated after what's gone on for the first
I love it
40
too. For
minutes
me,
or so
it's not
today.
good too. Even though I'm Turkish.
Does
because I
show
was born
good
and raised
discipline
in
there,
Yeah,
letting
I
go
love
the
it.
ace-8.
It's
Icklemore going to flick in the call
I
here.
agree.
He's up to 1.7 million now.
Typical
Probably the
Yeah.
chip leader in the tournament, and if he's not, he's there or thereabouts.
Close enough.
Very beautiful city. Very unique.
Istanbul's getting some love on the stream. I've not been.
Oh, fabulous place. Nick Bolu probably going to go for a delay, very small-sized c-bet here. By checking back the king, 3, he obviously can have a lot of king x here. And doesn't hurt that he's picked up a wheel draw either. Indeed it is, 13k into 60 odd k. Really nice sizing, really well navigated. These small pots might seem insignificant, but you can learn a lot from how people approach boards of that nature.
So if you're stuck in the traffic, some way you would actually need whatever, like half an hour for it. It can take you up to 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It's like this. When I went like the first time there, I rent car.
Yeah,
I
Big mistake, you know.
I made the biggest mistake of my life.
Yes, yes.
To
I'm
rent a
born
car
and
there.
raised in Istanbul
It's crazy.
after relocate, but
Yeah.
yeah. It's not
No,
good to live, but
it's
for
not
travel
good
is
to drive
good.
there.
Yes, for travel it's good.
Yeah.
In Bosporus side, take some room.
But other than that, is really wonderful. Just,
Yeah.
it's very international too.
Internet, yeah.
It's that so many different
Nationalities.
cultures live there.
Cultures, yeah.
You know, you have fingerprints from each of them.
Yes.
Somewhere church there, synagogue there, mosque there. It's good. The restaurants and everything.
This
is really
broadcast brought to you
nice. I had a
by
guest
the good
from
folks at the
Germany.
Turkish Board of Tourism.
Yeah. The man is not wrong. It's a very
She
eclectic
visited for
mix
3 days.
in Istanbul. Beautiful food, beautiful.
And she loved it so much.
sights
she said,
to
I want
see.
to move here.
No, for vacation only night.
Yeah, yeah.
Obviously,
Not for
stereotypically, it's where
But
east
she
meets
loved it
west.
though, Because Europe, the most spots are
A romantic
not,
city,
not so
dare I say, as
social,
well.
not so entertaining.
Yeah.
You know.
After
Fabulous
I've been
shopping in all the bazaars.
there. Yeah, after the tournament,
Yeah.
I will go
Yeah, I think
to
somewhere I need to get myself. There's always, of course, for those of us coming from where I come from, in England,
for vacation.
2 routes to get here, of course.
wonderful.
The simpler one is
Where
just to
do
fly
you used to live
down
in
to Larnaca
Germany?
and then drive
I
across
was
the
born and
border.
raised close to
The other option, of course, is
in a
to fly
city
through
called
Istanbul,
Duisburg. It's
and
not
then
known, but it's
land
very,
on
very close to
this
Duisburg.
side of the border over here.
Like half an hour from the Dutch border.
Yeah, I know.
I think I have to
And
do
then
that at
I
some
lived,
point.
in
Throw in
the
a couple of days
south
in Istanbul,
Nuremberg.
on the way out, on the way in.
I was working for
Yeah, I
Adidas,
strongly recommend it. I have actually
for a
done
while.
it
They
as
had
well.
the
I've
headquarters in the south.
come in and out of both
And I
sides,
lived
and
like,
yeah, you
5
can
years
fly
in Berlin.
out of Erkan, and
I've been around a bit.
And now you play professional poker? No, I didn't.
not a particularly long
no,
flight
I
to
have,
Istanbul. Look at this.
code
King Dark's going to come with
This
the
is
call.
my own
He's
bracket.
opened the 9-10
really?
under the gun
Yeah,
1.
yeah.
Been 3-bet off a relatively
I play
short
every
stack
once
at
in a
30 big
while,
blind stacks. Put in
other
a
than
quarter
that,
of
I've
his
been
stack.
Istanbul.
Saeed here with the ace king off. And now Dark's going to try and catch a
exhibitions,
flop. And well, he has caught one.
In a big way. Top pair, gut shot.
And
So enough at this stack depth to be
it's working, and whenever
with
I
a
have time, I
cheeky
try.
lead for a small size. Saeed, of course, with the ace
Yeah,
of
we
diamonds
have a-
working
we
in
have
his
a
favor.
model atelier, which means anything when
Such
you do
a
like,
nasty
50 or
board
100
texture
pieces,
after
I would
you've
have
put
two
in
model
a
machines.
quarter of your
So
stack.
we
You
do
can't
by
get away yet.
But whatever is, say, 500 or over,
It just looks like he
we
doesn't
do
have much
outside.
hand, does
So
it?
we
He just
have
calls this
manufacturers
35k.
we are
It
working together with.
doesn't scream of
It's not my
strength. Of course, Saeed
manufacturer, they are
now
producers.
picking up a gut shot draw. King
Yeah,
Dark
yeah, yeah.
improving to an
I have a
open end. Of
fashion
course, we can see the queen
I
would be
have
of
a
no
3D
use.
modelist
He's
and
just
a model machinist,
he's
so
sending Saeed
it's
into
a small team
into
of 5
pain. You
people.
can see as much as he's covered up, we can see he's in pain.
Yeah, it's fun.
The hand motions,
Yeah, I played for long enough.
just
for
a small bet once
18
again.
years, and
In the form of 70k, and this
Time
board
to
now
do
developing very much in the way of King Dark's perceived range, of course.
I enjoy.
And when you think of Dark's range, obviously the 9-10 doesn't factor strongly in it, but what does factor very strongly are hands like Jack 10,
Yeah.
suited,
all Oder.
6s, 8s. You know, as you
Right,
said, it's
Queen Jack,
And Oder
you know,
means,
that could
be there, that's just
being
called a
brave
piece.
enough to do.
Okay.
So it's a good motto for poker
yeah.
you
players.
don't know if your ace or king are good here. That's the danger as well. You could be up against an ace 10. You got to worry about that as well. Are your outs clean? I think this is a real head scratcher for Pearl Saeed, who is in the blender right now.
Of course, facing 70k, if he calls, we only have 130 left going into a pot just under 400. Kind of, we'll see, we'll feel certain he'll get paid if he were to strike something, but as you mentioned, what is good? He doesn't know, and
It's king.
I'm surprised to
do
see him
something
find
wrong.
the fold there. It's
What is
very
it?
hard to give your opponent
It's over, yeah. The
hands
hand
they
is
could
over.
fold.
So Dark sort
You
of
moving us?
throwing down the gauntlet to these guys where, you know, you can expect the unexpected here. Clearly the loosest player at the table here. He's been involved in more pots than anyone else. He's navigated some spots very skillfully while also splashing around a little bit too. He's found some very thin value in one particular spot
Because they are playing.
as well.
Because we are playing. In the,
There was no river, no? No last.
no, no, no.
I fold king 10 diamond. Fair play. You beat king 10, sir? I had 10 and flush draw. You beat
King Dark
you
at
beat
it again. King 3 suited.
10,
Maybe
10.
just like
Huh?
all the King X.
10, 10.
Oh, you're onto something here.
I would have
He looks at a king, doesn't look at the other card. King Dark.
Welcome.
King and Dark on the other. I like it. I like it, James Dempsey. Okay, here we go. I wonder if these players are aware of the coda.
You flopped the set.
Well, some attractive holdings here behind. Nigbolu happy to complete, if you like, with the Queen Jack-O. And Padachuk getting a free look here with the 6-4. Wouldn't have expected to get a free hand in this sort of situation too often. Can he smash a flop? He cannot. And yet again, it's kind of a swing and a miss for everybody here. King Dark's got the backdoor diamonds. Nigbolu's got a backdoor straight with overcards. So does Hasbani.
And I was going to say, surely someone's going to turn something, and then it's a board pairing 7. Hasbani still with kind of the only hand that will want to put chips in.
Does King Dark now take a stab because he does have the lead and maybe he can get some ace-x to fold behind? Do you fire out a little 15k or 20k-er? Just try to maybe take it down? No, we're going to go to a river. And and everybody has still missed.
King Dark with the best of it, if he can get to showdown. And the ace, of course, sort of the most likely hand that these players are not going to bluff at, one would assume. Petacek, of course, from the big blind, going to jam a lot of that ace-x. Mibolo going to ISO.
Has Banny's taken the spot, James?
Okay, that's reasonable. He can certainly have some ace-x here that limps behind King Dark. Very reasonable to assume.
Well, surely we're not going to see King Dark perform some heroics now. No, we're not.
Nicely done. Nice Banny. Had the option to bet flop, perhaps. Certainly had an option to bet the turn. But was also of the mindset, hey, there are some rivers that I can bluff on, and of course I can still improve.
Yeah.
Make my hand with an 8, 10 or jack. Nicely done.
Yeah, cheeky bit of theft there. I like it. As we catch a glimpse of our wide shot there, and what a fabulous set again. Cacti. It's almost a, is it a New Mexico scene? I know we're very biased these days by the Breaking Bad TV series. It's a lot of the modern Western stuff that, you know, an audience is used to these days. But, you know, we have a dirt road. Well, it's not even a dirt road. It's got some lines. It's a paved road with lines on it.
It's a paved, curving road. That's someone who's not been to the desert in the US. I think the roads are very straight in that part of the world.
And they go on as far as the eye can see.
Actually, it reminds me of driving from Palm Springs in the California desert to Vegas once. So you kind of, you know, a lot of people have driven from LA to Vegas along a big highway. This way, it's far more remote on the roads, and you kind of crest a hill, and then you go down to the valley floor. On a straight road, it can be quite steep either side, and you look ahead, and as far as you can see, the road is dead straight the distance. Me and my friend who were driving were betting on how far we thought it was to the next, you know, the climb, to the end of the valley that we're in. And the perception is so hard to tell. We were both out like constantly.
Yeah.
You think, oh, that's got to be like 7 miles away. Turns out it's 15. You know, it's just, you can see so far.
I guess you are in the desert. Mirage is
go.
sort of what's going to happen. Yeah, that's interesting. I thought you were going to say that you were taking bets on how long you could like not have your, you know, anyone touching the wheel, and could the car stay on the road for a long time.
That'd be very irresponsible. But that's an idea for the next time.
Paddy Chuck now blinding away. He's down to 117k in the small blind. Going to be letting this one go as well. So creeping into that 10 big blind zone with the blinds going up in the not too distant future.
Yeah, he's just not had an option to play a hand, really, has he? I think there was the Queen Jack offsuit that would have been a thin 3-bet jam.
King Deuce suited on the button, I think, was probably
right.
again just very
sort of cuspy. King Dark in there with a king. Finds one on the flop. Problem is, if you play with King X, then they kind of know to be aware of King High boards.
Also interesting about King Dark here is that he doesn't really consider inflow to be a thing. He's just very happy to come out betting with it and without it in spots where you would much more ordinarily expect a check call.
MPO.
MPO.
Got to put the book down when you come down to merit. Think about outside the box a little bit.
Remember, the average stack when the bubble goes, and that's still a few hours away, is only going to be about 650, 700k, something in that region. So these guys already with more than 2 times the average when the bubble goes, looking to really build big stacks in this pre-bubble period. We see there, obviously, Paddy Chuck and his time banking accentuating what I'm about to say, but everybody a little bit ICM aware now. It's a creeping factor at all times in tournaments, but it's becoming more than a creeping factor. It's becoming a rather significant factor.
Yeah, 53 of the 72 left paid, so getting ever closer. And here is one of those stacks you mentioned. A sort of 600k stack is right about where you'll be average for in the money. So right now, you'd assume Hasbani's kind of MO should be thinking about. Me, I'll clear my throat a little bit. Getting himself into the money more than chip accumulation. You even saw that there. He had a little tank under the gun with 9-3 offsuit. Just becoming aware, like you mentioned, that he is in a bit of an awkward spot because, doubling up certainly doesn't double his equity in this tournament.
Yeah, and he's at a particularly tough table. You know, on other tables in this room, I'd say he could feel like he could push out a bit, maybe try and be one of those guys who goes for the bigger stack in this period, but actually at this table he definitely can't. he's probably got to play somewhat honestly.
Yeah, and that's kind of the fun. Obviously, we're going to select tables to cover on the stream, and it makes sense at the start of the day that we're going to pick a table with sort of big stacks, and you get to see a lot more action.
Look at this, Nick Bolu. Well, he's exactly that type of stack, but he's also a man we know to be fearless. He's going to go for this spot here with the Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. Ichlamore obviously going nowhere, probably going to put him to the test, but we shall see.
Yeah, a little unfortunate timing-wise. A good hand selection against a player who has been very active. Although we've seen Ichlamore, although he's been very active, hasn't really stepped out of line. It's been legitimate every time. Oh, is he just coming in with the flat? We saw him just flat the open before, playing ace-king, very trappy once again.
It's a drawing hand, James.
Well, king in the window. 10 rolls out behind. Both players finding a piece.
Yeah, I would expect a very small bet here from Nick Bolu. He won't want to give up the betting lead. He obviously has a piece. He can bet really small on this board texture, something around 25 to 35k.
Right.
Seems about right.
This is one of these spots in a vacuum. He'd love to check back, but because of all those reasons, he's the 3-bet. He gets to have ace-king, aces, kings, all these big hands that betting just does make sense, and it's what your opponent's expect you to do. But he is going to be concerned about this texture, albeit he's finding a piece, because obviously Ichlamore is going to continue with a lot of those Broadway kind of combos, gets to have some king-jack suited, king-queen suited kind of hands. Won't be expecting ace-king, I don't think.
No, we'll be thinking king, queen, king, jack, much more so as the hands that have beaten him. Might be thinking there's some 10x as well that are actually beating him right now, but maybe could he get them to fold? Interesting now to see if he decides to go for an ultra small advanced blocker here on turn, or if he decides to check. He is going to take the latter route, and we shall see what happens. Wow.
Well, this is an interesting one now, because we can see Ichlamore has smashed it, made top 2, but this is exactly the kind of card that Nick Bolu will surely turn Jack 10 into a bluff with, if he's given the opportunity. Obviously, we can understand temptation here. It looks like Ichlamore wants to just cut out a bet, but I'm kind of surprised, because I think you do look like you've got king-jack, king-queen kind of hand here, and your opponent is going to bet an ace in the situation, you would imagine.
Yeah, and you wonder if you can really get much out of a pocket queens or pocket jacks, which I guess are the maybe the most likely holdings when you face c-bet and then check on turn.
Right, I mean, Nick Bolu's going to bet ace-jack, ace-queen himself if he's checked it here, one assumes. He's also going to call this. You don't make any extra money there. Is he sort of inducing something crazy?
It's tricky because I think, you know, from Nick Bolu's point of view, yes, he has sort of range advantage on this type of board, but actually Ichlamore has queen-jack a lot, so he can't really go for a crazy go for it here.
And also, I mean, does he really have much range advantage anymore now he checked turn? Because he's not going to have aces, he's not going to have kings. Well, it seems he's not going to have ace-king. He won't have a set of tens. So although he has the sort of strong one-pair hands in ace-queen, ace-jack, that's kind of where the line's drawn.
Yeah, it's awkward. And well played, Nick Bolu, recognising that that was not the spot. Ichlamore, I think you're right, James. I think he missed a trick there, not by sliding it over to his opponent one more time to represent, you know, the really good stuff, the pocket aces that might have taken that line, the ace-king that might have taken that slightly deceptive line also.
Just the ace-queen, ace-jack, the kind of hands that make sense. You're going to 3-bet with them. You're going to bet king-10 for sure.
Yeah.
You're going to value-bet river.
No. Fold river.
Perhaps, maybe thinking his opponent maybe had a hand like king-queen and might get a crying call out of him. That's the benefit there, of course.
Yeah, like, let's put Nick Bolu on ace-jack for a moment. Like, you still don't like calling it off there. It doesn't feel great.
Right. But you're always going to bet when checked to, because you know you're up against
king-queen a lot.
Maybe he's thinking, hey, Nick Bolu's going to bet very small with ace-jack, ace-queen, but he's going to call perhaps 140 where he may only bet 80, so maybe I want to get more out of him when he's got those hands. It's certainly an argument. Obviously, it's so much easier when we're sitting here in the booth to be able to say, oh, come on, check it on over because your opponent will stab. But in game, these things are never as easy.
No.
Kind of almost the first GTO-ish kind of hand we've seen. I would say that one, a kind of interesting 3-bet and a slightly deceptive flat with the ace-king, and then played somewhat normally down through the streets.
Poor old Paddy Chuck here, really just desperate for some semblance of a hand, particularly when it gets to him in late position. It's a real opportunity for him to find something he can shove with. It'll often not come to him unopened in this later seat, but 7-3, what are you going to do? Action is all around to Tomatsu, who's going to 3-exit here with the ace deuce. Definitely going to have Hasbani play back in some form or another. It looks like a flat.
Yeah, like there's 1.1 million stack, kind of leaning a little bit on the 600k stack. Obviously, still 60 effective, but as we keep mentioning, we are creeping towards the money. Hasbani is somewhat dissuaded from playing hands.
Yeah, and Tomatsu obviously with the deuce pairing, but importantly the ace of clubs in hand as well in this spot.
He's gone very small on a board that, you know, I'm not against small bets in these situations, but the Jack-8 coordinated 2-club texture of it tends to lend towards bigger bets. But if we are going to bet small, it seems like doing so with the deuce is the combo that makes sense, and finds himself aces up on the end.
Yeah, I thought we found ourselves one of the most action turn cards possible,
Right.
but it actually very quickly went check, check, and now ace of diamonds
Ooh.
on river.
Hasbani, non-believer,
Wow.
calls with the nut no pair. Wow.
As played, I do strongly feel like Tomatsu could have been valuing a jack there as well. Could have checked it because he was worried about the clubs, and then felt like the ace was pretty bricky, given that his opponent hadn't raised pre, and might just be setting his own price anyway with a hand like King Jack, Queen Jack, to have that little value
Right.
stab.
Perhaps,
Very surprised by that call.
perhaps a better call on a card that wasn't a flush bringing turn card that we had, where a jack would be more likely to bet turn. Yeah, having said all that though, obviously Tomazu maybe going to be opening a lot of hands from the small. Is going to want to bluff the ace a lot on the river, as played. Maybe just the complete garbage hands, like a King 9, maybe just decides to bluff there. Or starting the Queen 9, Queen 10, hands that flopped straight draws. Certainly the ones with that club perhaps would bet flop, check turn when the club comes, and then feel compelled to bluff rivers. I don't actually hate the call, just maybe if there weren't 3 clubs on the turn. Better check once again. Just being tortured here on our feature table to start this day 3. Oh, surely not. It's just a new move for time wasting. You have to think and then also move the chips. Buys you an extra sort of 7 or 8 seconds. Watch and learn. That's how the best do it. Former EPT champion, a former WPT champion. Twice getting down to the last 2 tables in the World Series main event. That'd be a nice way for him to sort of complete the Triple Crown this year gone, wouldn't it? I'll just win the main.
Just win the main, yeah, that'll be okay.
There's been some, you know, not taking anything away against people who've got Triple Crowns. It's a very select group of players. But there are some that are better than others. People have done it in more baller ways than others.
There are some people who weren't even aware that they were doing it when they did it. So, yes, I agree with you completely. There's definitely different categories. The EPT still eludes you, James?
It does. I hope if I reg some.
Well, there is an EPT here in October, I
There we go.
believe, again. I have on good authority, very good authority, in fact, from some friends within Poker Stars that
I didn't realize you had friends outside.
I have.
your
Well, but
corner of the
friends is
industry.
strong. People who can tolerate me, if I message them and not actually speak to them or see them, told me that it was incredibly well rated by the players. The players filled out their surveys as they often do on the Poker Stars tour, and all they could say was nice things about the poker room, the venue, they had a nice phrase for it, the super deluxe all-inclusiveness of it.
Super deluxe.
Super deluxe all-inclusive nature of, well, pretty much everyone's day when you come to Merit. Yeah, some
Yeah, that
players
goes-
who aren't used to getting spoiled got spoiled.
Yeah, and it goes for the staff as well. I mean, we saw have a foot in both camps, but you feel better here when you're a stop member as well, because everything is like that. Everything's just nice.
Well, you say we both have a foot in both camps, but actually when I scan through the Hendon mob, I only see my name as having cashed here, James. I haven't actually seen yours. Maybe it's there and I just have missed it, have I?
All entries matter, my friend.
James has played a tournament here, that's true actually.
Played a handful. Perhaps. Yeah. I'm in the low to mid single figures. Bullets fired in this venue.
I've only fired one.
Outrageous.
I've
You nearly knocked me out of that tournament
I
as
played
well.
one. Yeah, that's true actually.
You had a shot. You were thinking about it.
I did think about it.
Yeah, I played here a long time ago in a WBT. Must be 2014, I believe, so 10 years ago. And then, let's see, I've dabbled when I've been back here. We played that, whatever it was, some turbo nonsense type thing. I mean,
How dare you? Sorry, turbo nonsense. That was won by. We just talked about WSOP deep runs there. Gabi Livschitz.
Did he win that one?
He took down that one. I finished third.
Yeah, there we go. Did you finish third in it?
Finished third.
I'd raised. In my head, you had a min cash. I'd sort of.
No, I had you and
softened
Ali
it.
on my rail on the final table
I
briefly.
do recall now. Yeah. Then, of course, the last time we were here, I managed to jump in the PLO event, PLO Bounty.
Oh, did you?
And I'm trying to think. It escapes me the name of the chap that I played with, who we then had on our screens for the following 2 days. I got to tell the story about 8 times. It's going to annoy me that I've forgotten the chap's name, but he was such a character. Here we go, Padachuk, ace-8 offsuit, 12 blinds.
So torturous.
This just looks a little too thin, doesn't it? But when you've been so patient, he may be of the opinion that he's going to get perhaps a couple of pips more folds from other players because he's been so patient.
Yeah.
Dark.
Just wishing, could I not have had this hand in the cutoff 2 hands ago? King Dark gonna limp in here with the 8-9. So we've seen him limping the king suiteds, the king offsuits, and the 9-10s and the 8-9 now. So does look to do it with hands that have some playability. In fairness, even though it's a little non-standard. Interesting now, would Guy ever consider pouncing upon this? Because we haven't seen it with a premium hand yet.
I'm surprised that...
At least calling.
At least calling for just the 1 chip more. I think 7-1 with a suited king seems like a pretty good spot. But again, maybe he's just aware that this bubble might burst a little quicker than it needs to. Do I want to be playing a garbage king out of position 3 ways?
I mean, especially sad now.
Yeah. Oh, certainly wants his king high. Obviously, he's read the decision. Oh. Again, he just nodded. He gave him the nod.
For him to wait until the river to bluff is pretty boss in and of itself. Illimore, certainly the spider sense is tingling, wondering if this is the time that he is actually bluffing. We can see that that is what is going on.
Of course, checking his option in the big blind does get to have obviously all these garbage low hands.
Do you have anything? Do you have anything?
One.
Huh?
One.
Plum.
1 pair?
One. I have
He
one.
just nods. Yeah, 1 pair.
I have no pair.
Yeah.
So reminiscent of the previous hand. In that case, Iklamor cool with ace king high got shown.
You know what? You're a nice guy.
He's going to call. You're a nice guy. I'm going to call.
9.
Huh?
9. High card. Nice.
That's a fun one. You're a nice guy. I'm going to pay you. Not nice guy. Going to fold.
I thought for sure that was a fold.
No, 6, 12, 12, huh?
I would have looked so stupid if he has a deuce or something. Again.
And we know he could be valuing any pair there because we've seen it from King Dark before.
Like at the rest of the table going, yeah. I mean, like, and someone said, yeah, like last time. Like just, you did look stupid that time. Here we go. Lines going up at the end of our first level of the day. That's the effect it will have on the stacks. We have 3 players still with over 100 big blinds. The rest obviously now sleeping by that 50 big blind mark, but Still plenty of play, just the 3 what you would call traditional short stacks in the mix. As we expect this to still take a little while to get to the money with such deep stacks around the room. Those 3 in the middle there, Yuri, Antoine and Genk, are kind of all looking at getting to the money here, aren't they? They can't really do too much. The bottom 3 probably still feel like they may have to win a double up before getting into the money, most likely, or at least getting a couple of mid-sized hands through, mid-sized pots, I should say. Those 3 in the middle really kind of handcuffed now for the next hour or 2.
Yeah, the story of this hour has been the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Unfortunately, we see more players being dragged into the danger zone where, yes, I don't think it's possible for them to hang on. It's too far away. Yes, 14 players doesn't seem like a lot, but it's going to be an hour and a half, 2 hours, I think.
Petachuk finally finds it as the blinds go up. That's the one, but the good fortune he's had. Finally get to play a hand, you're going to potentially win a little bit more if the jam gets through. Obviously this time he's hoping the jam doesn't get through. He was looking for action.
Exactly 10 big blinds here. I don't think there's another navigatable route here. No. Opening would be a little strange.
Just doing his, like I say, as I said, suggested earlier, just doing the same sort of 20 seconds before acting. They're all expecting him to do the 20 seconds and fold like normal. We know it's going to be different this time. Nick Bolo in the big blind instantly. Oh no, Nick Bolo's folded, sorry, but I saw him sort of react like, oh, you actually do have a hand. I was expecting the fold. Is Banny thinking with a 10, but certainly has the cards in a folding manner. Perhaps an ace 10, perhaps. Maybe a king 10 suited type hand. Bokharev, ace 3 suited in the big blind for 10 blinds. This is right around it.
Yeah, I think for maybe 8 bigs, you might take a shot at him here. I think if you had maybe the ace 7 or 8 clubs, you might take a shot here for 10. Ace 3 of clubs, given, I suppose, how, well, he's really emphasized how patient he is by taking all that time over each hand as well. I don't think it's a great spot to take. Yes, you will be ahead of some queen jacks, king queens, that kind of thing.
It's one of these hands that obviously against the cut off a button, we're straight in there, right? But the +1 range, recognizing how much tighter that's going to be against obviously very experienced high-level pro who's going to know his ranges down pat, does just let it go. Yeah, I was segueing from danger zone to highway to danger zone. My next question was going to be, if we ask really nicely, do you think they'll do a Top Gun theme series here?
Well, it does seem like the obvious missing piece of the puzzle, doesn't it?
It'd be kind of good.
Yeah. We could do a sort of Maverick. We could do mustaches. We could do.
Yeah.
There's a lot. Well, you could just be topless, I suppose, as well.
Could be. Well, just probably best if you and I weren't.
Cover the entire poker room in sand.
Yeah.
And encourage everybody to sort of do chest slaps when they win pots.
I think just those who have got themselves in the same shape as the likes of Val Kilmer in the movie, rather than you and I. I think you and I our bellies may get in the way of our chests.
At the risk of getting cancelled, my body looks more like Val Kilmer's right now.
Oh. Wow.
Good.
You went there. King Dark limping in, this time with a queen. Tamazu, ace 8 in the same suit. Now, is he going to go for the little ISO? Obviously, we've seen a lot of limping. And King Dark's certainly turned over some non-premium. That 8-9 offsuit a moment ago. Expect him Well, it looks like he's happy to just try and make this multi-way if it needs to be. Certainly he's going to play the hand. I would have lent towards the ISO, David, but obviously a hand that does make the nuts with some frequency, so maybe going multi-way not the worst thing. I think an ace-10 offsuit would definitely want to ISO, but...
Yeah, and I think it emboldens King Dark to continue this limping strategy when players, with one exception, Iklamore did isolate the pocket nines earlier, but basically he's getting the responses he wants.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
You know, if these players started collectively peppering him with isolation bets and, you know, finding ways to outmaneuver and post-flop a lot of the time, he might switch up his strategy a little, but so far it's been working rather well.
Well, getting to see the flop with a suited ace of his own from the big blind. Bokharev completing with 10-8 and finding a piece on the Queen 10-5 board. It is, of course, King Dark finding his lady.
28.
Interesting, of course, we've seen him limp in a number of times and check multiple streets. This time coming out firing with that top pair in a four-way pot.
So Matsu's got some backdoor potential, but multi-way doesn't seem like there's a real avenue to taking on King Dark here.
The only thing he's thinking right now is, why don't I ISO?
Yeah, right. Bokharev with the only real decision here.
Yeah, and kind of icky. Nice. Very nice. I know he's not been here for the full day at our table, but he's been here long enough and has seen enough, and that's sort of like change in play, the limp and actually a stab, as opposed to the limp and multiple checkdowns. Clearly getting a lot of credit. We have seen him fire out those hands, haven't we? As you said, you suggested kind of playing out of flow, happy to just lead against some raises. And we've seen him bet top pair a lot as a limper. It's kind of a somewhat oddest style. Like, if I've got it, I'll bet.
Yep. And, well, we could see the exact same route again. We do.
I wonder how we've not come across King Dark in previous streams. Yeah. He certainly is a player that's going to lead to more exciting action on tables. As you say, right now everyone's just happy to let him limp in, not ISOing, but here we go. Hasbani ISOing, but to a size that never elicits a fold. Just kind of an interesting strategy, right?
Yeah, and I don't hate it. It actually reminds me of how I used to play poker in 2008. When you'd play sit and goes, and there'd be, you know, a fair amount of limping going on in those games, and you just really want to take control of the pot, and you know that your c-bet will work an awful lot because they'll just miss 2/3 of the time, and you know you'd be in there with the ISO with the 10 jacks and the jack queens and anything really that seemed playable. Oh no, Padichuk doesn't seem like a real spot given Hasbani has gone for this incredibly small ISO. Be unlikely to get any folds, and pocket twos is a hand that certainly needs a decent number of folds if it's going to get involved. But on the flip side of that coin, he could just call 14k, and King Dark will call 14k always.
And that's what I think. We just have to take a shot here for effectively one blind with so much in there and plenty behind.
It's awkward. It's definitely unenviable spot. He may take more than the 15 seconds.
I'm flicking this without thinking. I'm just like, well, I could just flop a set.
Good.
And you also, you're going to see the flop, so it's terrible to fold.
Yeah.
Because when it comes,
now you're going to watch the flop.
This is where he's squeezing it out the side of his eye. He's like, yes, I've made the great decision.
Superb conservation of one big blind.
Yeah.
Well,
it's the best feeling in poker, though, David. You peel, you just see the deuce roll out.
Well, I think we might have some action here. Hasbani's obviously caught second pair, backdoor spades, King Dark, front door hearts. That's an action killer. That's a disappointing.
Well, it's a horrible card for Hasbani to see, isn't it? Because a lot of the hands that he was beating that continue have just got there.
Yeah, and King Dark doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would fold.
Yeah. And look at this. Hasbani finding Gin. Not a card King Dark's expecting his opponent to have here too much, and thus is coming out with a bluff. Kind of targeting the ace-jack, ace-queen type holdings, I guess.
Yeah, it has to come with a raise against this sizing.
Against king dark on a king high board when you can beat a king.
And how big do you go here? Are you really targeting a king now? I think you probably are.
You are. I mean, obviously you can be beat still, of course. There are.
And you're against a player who isn't likely to fold.
I'm like, I was going to say, a sort of.
I'd have gone bigger.
Yeah.
100.
That's a milky one, and it would get called by maybe a greater number of hands. But I think against someone like King Dark, I think maybe has a sort of a calling range and a folding range, and isn't maybe sort of
Yeah, I
elastic
see
in
what
that
you're
sense.
saying. Maybe sort of 160, kind of 4x the bet, something like that.
In any case, it's probably immaterial given the holding. And Hasbani with his flop second pair, river trips, takes down a healthy pot, and he's definitely shown a willingness to battle with these guys. He's not too concerned about this $3,700 min cash right now. He's thinking about building a stack to put himself in a decent position for the 165k that's up top.
Bunny playing the Petachuk game as we do inch closer. 66 remain. 53 players getting at least $3,770. One of these things, obviously, we know this is the sort of tournament's going to have a lot of the players are going to be playing off multiple bullets, and so therefore, you know, the min cash for those players won't even get their money back. But that's all immaterial. Once you're in for that last bullet, that's what you're playing with. You don't worry about how many bullets you're in. You're playing where 53 get 3.77k and 54th gets nothing.
How much is it?
Ripping in his 10 blinds.
100.
Getting a count now. All the tricks being deployed by Petachuk.
Yeah, like that. Obviously as well, he's just, with King Dark behind, he's just making King Dark fully aware of how much it is, in case he thinks, oh, someone's gone all in. Maybe it's a lot.
No.
Actually, a trick you see, if Petachuk had jammed here with a whole, with sort of 3 towers of chips, it looks like it's more than it is as it is. He's actually put in very few physical chips.
He always lead. When you check, he always lead. Better than you so far.
God.
Better than him so far.
Well,
Snap.
Guy's going to have to get
Yeah,
lucky
it's
here.
minus space I have.
Some spades or an ace.
Yeah. I mean, obviously he kept himself in this tournament by not check jamming that bottom pair in a flush draw. Would have surely got called by the tens and been out. So this is the second lease of life.
There is 9 on the flop, 9 on the river.
Can he spin it up?
Yeah.
King at 6 deuce. Not his neighborhood.
No, particularly grim
Oh,
flop
spades.
for the ace-7 here, down to just 13%. Three outs once. No dice.
GG. G.
The game.
Sit open.
Mwah.
I mean, King Dark doesn't look like a man who's going to get beaten in that spot, does he? With no concerns
show
as the
you.
turn rolled off.
On the break, my wife, she
I
has
don't think anyone's ever hit 3 out on the river against this
she's a
man.
designer.
I have
He's
some
immune to
She
such things.
closes
I have some
special
huge
for
news
her
from the outer
market.
tables, James.
But
Hello.
she says the
It is
problem, there
absolutely
no
disgusting
machine
what
for
must have taken
copying,
place. I'm trying to
for
figure out how it
printing,
happened. It may have happened in
and there is no,
installments, but
very
one
good
way or
pieces
another,
in my country.
the player who came
I will
in
show you
to
if you can help or
day 3,
but she make
second in
amazing,
chips, Simone
amazing,
Andrean from
amazing clothes.
Italy, now has
I would have to see.
2.75
Unbelievable.
million.
I'm producing.
She will
for-
print. She will
He
she'll
is
design it
nearly
by
doubling up from where he
herself,
started the
by
day. Wow.
hand, and
4.5
she'll print it.
times what the
In
average will
amazing.
be when the bubble bursts, which is still an hour from now, maybe more.
Yes, but she
It's,
she
dare I
she
say,
did-
already
she did-
a final table stack.
I will show you on
I mean,
on the break.
yeah, there'll be someone on the final table
You will
with
love it.
fewer chips than that for sure.
There'd be a few, I'd say.
Any word on how it went down? Do we?
There's no talk of one particularly
Ah.
big hand, which
Hmm,
is
I think
why
I've-
I feel like it might be installed.
I think I found it.
Show me in,
I think I've actually found it.
in a bit.
Ah,
Then
it's
they
a
will say
textbook
you cannot use the
encounter.
phone or-
Aces
Yeah,
v
yeah, yeah.
kings.
Oh, here we go.
We
It was hijack and
producing
cut off.
for
Simone having the aces,
three,
Peng Yang having
3
kings,
different brands
and
in Germany.
flopped an ace for good measure.
Like I had
So there we go.
guest last
Lucky
week.
Peng Yang, who was the day 1A
She
chip
has a
leader,
perfume brand.
lost
she's doing
1.3 million
closing as
chips
well.
in that pot. So they basically were equal, 1.4 v 1.3.
What a pot that was. Well, speaking of aces, Nick Bolu,
You know, I
for the
had-
second
pardon
time
me.
today, has woken up with aces.
Pardon me, they
and then
both
I
had
have
exact
a modern
1.37 million
Magnus
chips
as
and
well.
it was
They do
counted
the
down.
stitching,
Oh,
they
wow.
have
Exactly
the
to the chip.
stitching,
Yeah.
prints, whatever is-
Paddy Chuck, we know, just posturing once again.
Her,
Nick Bolu
her
really
special-
hoping that somebody
special-
wakes
she's
up with
an interior
something to
designer,
play
but
back
she's a
against
hobby.
him.
She's an
Not
interior
often you will wake up with
designer,
aces twice
but
in
she's a
a
hobby for her.
frame of
If
feature
you will see
table.
it, you will love it.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
curious.
In my country, the most important mall, they please make more. But she don't find a good machine for printing so that's why she face a problem.
Okay. So I would have to see. There is a chance I can help, but
Yeah,
I
you
need
will
to
see.
understand what exactly.
Yeah, on
Because
the break,
there
I
are
will
so
show
many
you.
different ways of printing.
Or if you want, if
Always time for
if you
business
want,
at the
you
poker
can
table.
follow her on Mood by Maya on Instagram.
Maya.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you will see.
I'll check it in the break. You're gonna show me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
Bit of overkill here for Nick Bolu. Obviously,
Very
very
can
hard
have-
for his
you
opponent to
can
have
make
much.
business with it.
Business, yeah.
Likely to
Yeah.
come with the small
That's good.
delayed c-bet now, hoping that he's picked up a pair or a draw of some description. Can maybe get paid.
She was in.
I do feel like King
Dubai,
Dark
an
with a
exhibition,
9 or a
Dubai
10 or even a
last
5
year.
would call
The-
a bet
the
here.
only
So I
one.
think you got to
She
price it
sold out all
perhaps
her
it-
clothes.
Really.
inelastically as well.
That's impressive.
This is
Gone for something
her
around half
items is
pot.
specialist.
Yeah.
Specialist.
Obviously gets the job done against Queen
You know,
6.
Elia is doing
Back
that
to
as well.
business.
Elia.
Back to business. I'm
Elia
just
Abu Saleh. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
We
my
were
friend.
together with him on the exhibition.
Ah, really?
Yeah, he was like couple booths further.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
goes with his family always, his wife,
Yeah.
and kids and everything. And I
Now he's in China, Eli.
Hmm?
He's in China now.
he's now in China. I was wondering why he's not coming.
Yeah, he's in China.
The exhibition again.
Yes.
Yeah. He's doing fur now.
Yeah, yeah.
Before he was doing
Clothes now, special
but
fur.
he's doing good. I
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah. He's a businessman. He know what he do.
Yeah, I like him.
Well,
Sometimes I
at the risk
ask
of
him
cutting
for
these guys
advice.
off as they do a bit of
He
business.
always a good advice.
James, 64 now. We're obviously
I like
trying to
him
get
as
down
a
to
person.
53.
Yeah,
One thing
he's
I
a-
have
he's a nice
often
guy.
observed here over the
I
course
know when I
of a
was
year's
young, I
worth
was
of
like
live
that.
streams, because this is the anniversary
Yeah,
of my
yeah,
first
yeah.
one,
Yeah,
is...
the-
wow. What are we doing to
The
celebrate?
dog.
Well,
They announced it.
I thought
Crazy,
you were going to
but
bring a cake, to be
Every
honest.
time I.
Is,
Not
if
for
anything,
him.
Do
it
you think
gets
I'm going to bring
faster.
a? Hang on a sec. Do you think I'm going to bring a cake to Merritt?
Come.
I thought you were going to bring a cake to the booth.
Swear to God.
The place with the best cakes in the world.
I thought there would be a cake in the booth sitting waiting for me.
Not much. 4 or 5 years.
Is if anything,
Yeah.
it gets faster towards the bubble. It's almost like these guys want to prove how little they care about this min cash, and they actually start speeding up
Yeah.
play.
You do see, obviously,
Last year,
a
2023.
lot of those kind of decent stacks are going to still be willing to get it in because if you are a bigger stack chip
Yeah,
accumulation,
and,
it's quite busy. I've mentioned the sort of
really.
500k stacks.
Two
You
boys
know, they
on
want
there,
to
yeah.
get in the money, but it's it's a lot of chips to have still. That doubling up is so consequential. I think it's the sort of 200k stacks, the ones that are like not a whole lot changes by doubling. Of course, it does change. But the gain isn't as big.
Yes.
Do you know what? That's a really good
When
point
he
there by
started
James
his
Dempsey. The
business,
fact that this is a 400 plus
young,
runner
I
field
was,
and not an 800 plus
working
runner
with
field
my,
really makes a difference. If you
mom
get into the
in
money,
the
you're not
machine,
too far from the final
this-
table.
this,
And actually, the closeness of
machine.
that is what should maybe dictate your
I
strategy
trying
more
to
than just
help
locking
him.
up the min cash.
Yeah, like,
Um,
you see all King Dark
Schmink,
with a change of pace here.
What?
Something new from him.
Yeah, yeah.
Very small 3-bet against this hijack open.
So he don't know
Picking on
anything
exactly
about
the
closes.
kind of player
Yeah.
who
I
opens
go
fairly
and, like,
loose
teach
off
him
the
how
right
they
stack.
can
It's
do
actually
it,
very
how
good
they
awareness
can
from King
work on
Dark
it,
here,
and
with a lovely candidate too, the
because
Queen
my
10
mom,
suited.
yeah,
Right, you kind of see
And
lots
I know
of
a bit
things are
about this.
okay.
It's family business, then you know.
and he started
Nice.
as a family business, and now
This
he's
is
alone.
really nice from him, especially because we haven't seen him do this.
But situation
He's gonna
in my country
lean
is not good. That's why
His
he's
opponents are
going
thinking
out
he's
of
much
Lebanon.
stronger than
Now
he
he's
is.
looking
If
to
I'm Nick
come
Bowler, I'm not thinking up against Queen
to
10 suit here.
America. Yeah,
This is
really.
a guy who's called a lot, limped a lot, now wants the 3-bet, kind of small, looks milky, looks scary. I'm thinking this is like Queens plus.
Yeah, we see that it was a light one, but I actually really like the fold there. I think King Jack's the kind of hand that gets you in a lot of trouble there.
Oh,
laughing, I
I'm
don't know
folding
why.
that hand 100% now. I'm not
Yeah.
even considering that
Queen.
my opponent could be seeing with weaker than me, just the way he's played.
Yeah.
Nice adjustment. And like you say, like I just mentioned, obviously the 500k stacks are still looking to double up, but they're not going to play the weak hands like that King Jack. Obviously, if he's got Ace King, he's still right. Okay, well if you got it, you got it.
Yeah. Also a little worrying when the guy who's very happy to play small pots limping in actually does it 3-bet. He
It just
Ah,
looks
come
so
on,
It
strong.
just looks stronger, right? Yeah.
Osman, nice try, nice try. Nice try.
I think he likes me.
Yeah, a little quiet. Falls the table. Everyone's like, what do King Dark have?
Yeah, they'll all be wondering, and they'll find out in half an hour, but by
Must have
then
had 2 kings.
they might not be together.
Yeah, of course we are. Into the second level of the frame.
There are some other cards along with this 5 of spades that Paddy Chuck could consider shoving.
Mm-hmm.
An ace of spades, a 5 of hearts.
The ace of spades or the 5 of hearts. I just want to.
Well, indeed,
I don't know. It's one of these things. It's
ingrained in you.
It's just an obsessive pet peeve of mine when I hear commentary and someone says, "Oh, he's hit. Oh, he's hit a king of spades." I don't know why. It just really grates on me. So I'm going to call you up on it. And if you have something that grates you when I say it, just keep it to yourself, okay?
No, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, no, I'll make sure I get my definite articles. I've just written a note to myself, definite article.
I checked mine.
I have to say, I'm very impressed. Obviously, our commentary booth is just outside of this main room, kind of behind the stage, if you will, through a corridor, and a lot of staff moving through that corridor. And every time I look up and someone walking past, it's just a cowboy. It throws me for a second. And the last guy who came past did this kind of the cowboy sauntery walk as well. He was really leaning into it. Whilst out of sight of the room, he's just a method actor, perhaps.
It's when they start spitting in the spittoons I have an issue, actually. That's where I draw the line. Hasbani with a lock on this one.
Yeah, picks his man off. That's confess, I didn't follow that hand all the way through because I was watching Cowboys.
I want to take this opportunity to zoom in on something. Padachuk, we have watched spend 20 seconds per hand every single hand. He's obviously cockroaching his way to a min cash in certain worlds. Of course, if he wakes up with real hands, he'll play them. He hasn't woken up with any hands. So it's really accentuated the point of how he has stalled from quite an early point in this tournament to, you know, maximize his chances of making the money. This is a man who has made millions of dollars from poker, yet he still values the min cash. He still values doing the right thing in this spot. A veteran who understands these, you know, soft edges that can be gained from, you know, just going about your business in this way. I have to say, I am something of a connoisseur of the stall of the tank, and I do appreciate what he has been doing. But very noteworthy is we are on hand 28, and I think we would be on something like hand 34 or 35. Was he not doing this?
Yeah, he certainly, I think, I'm not sure if it's as many as that, but he certainly bought some hands. That's for sure. I think by the time the bubble burst, certainly will be in the at least the 6 to 7, maybe even 8 hand range.
Yeah, and there are two significant things that come out of that. One, maybe, just maybe, he would have burst in the 5 or 6 hands he, takes out of the game for his table, which would have obviously been a disaster for him. But also, maybe, just maybe, he has 7 big blinds instead of 3 big blinds when the bubble bursts, and that gives him a much better chance of spinning up post-bubble.
Also, if he does bust out in those 5 hands after the bubble because he gets to play more aggressively, that's obviously a great result because he's in the money, and there'd be some situations where he would want to jam, doesn't jam because of the bubble, now he gets to jam when it's not the bubble and picks up the hand. So multiple benefits to be had by just playing.
And it's been nothing egregious. You know, I actually played the WPT in Las Vegas in December, and we all were very surprised.
Did you win? Did you win or did you?
Bubble adjacent. I didn't win. I did make the money. Thank you very much for asking. When we were bubble adjacent, maybe 30 off the money, they introduced time cards and a 15-second shot clock pre-flop, which I thought was actually a bit too aggressive because my counterpoint to stopping the stalling is actually ICM decisions. High ICM bubble decisions are actually some of the toughest decisions in poker. And if you faced a raise and a re-raise and you only had 15 seconds and 2.5 minutes worth of time banks, that's actually not enough time, in my opinion, to maybe make the best decision possible. Now, it does sportify the game, and I get that, but I wasn't a huge fan. But what I would say about what Paddychuk has done is it's nothing egregious. He's basically been looking at the clock. He's probably taken an average of 15, maybe at most 20 seconds off the clock each time. So it's within what a shot clock would give you.
Oh, yeah, easily,
Yeah.
I think it's just there's the sort of doing what's right for you, but also, like I say, just not being egregious. Because there are situations now, it's not, I don't think it will happen here, but it's not other possibility that, say there's a big stack on here, wants to play more hands, goes to the floor, hey look, this guy's just wasting time every hand, and the floor is, therefore, if he keeps doing this, it's within the rules that the floor can come over and give the player a 5-second clock every hand. I've seen it happen before. But that's, so you've got to tread the line here without taking the piss, as it were. Just take a reasonable amount of time. And the good thing is, all those sort of 30, 40 big blind stacks on this table are also happy for him to do it. Kind of works for them as well. It's only the big stacks it somewhat hurts, and like I say, as long as you're not rude with it, people aren't going to be. Everyone knows that they've been in that situation, and that's what they want to do as well. There's an understanding.
In Berlin, EPT, we are playing, and one guy comes.
I actually had it. I had the sort of situation where it got quite heated at a World Series bubble, where a guy was taking a long time each time, and I was like, I was the chip on the table. And I sort of said to him, look, I don't want to be a dick. You're taking too long. Take a reasonable amount of time, and I won't do this, or I'll call the floor. He went, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. You call the floor. So I called the floor, and basically the guy got put on a 5-second clock every hand.
Yeah.
And then he was quite agitated about this. I said, look, I gave you the warning. I said, you could have taken 15 seconds. I wouldn't have said anything. Of course, once the bubble burst, I said, I understand what you're doing. I hope you understand what I was doing. We're all friends, and we carried on.
Yeah. It is warfare, after all.
Yeah.
Been joining the war. Haddad, I've seen just pop into our screen there. In fact, we're over his shoulder right now. I think he's in the played pattern shirt. Haddad, a very familiar face in this poker room. Excellent player. Interested to see how many chips he's bringing with him and what impact he can have on this feature table for, 20 more minutes?
On the seniors event here during the EPT.
80. Which one are these? 6. Which one are these? 86.
A bunch of cashes during that festival, in fact. Eureka Main, Eureka Cup, Eureka High Roller. He's a Eureka player. Or someone we've seen have some pretty strong success here in the past in the merit events. A lot of cashes in this very room.
Well, Tomatsu stepped out here. He's decided to turn the 3-card straight draw into a raise. King Dark obviously being sticky here with top pair, decent kicker. Tomatsu now absolutely airballing.
Ooh, this is, yeah.
Day 6.
And I don't know if he's doing it against the right kind of opponent. King Dark is sticky, we know that. I cannot see him folding this street. Maybe we're going to go to some very interesting rivers. But
Yeah, kind of a funny one, because obviously, like I say, this is the first time we've seen actually someone ISO King Dark.
Dark's even got the Queen of Spades in hand, which is an interesting one.
I win, and very, very likely.
You know, his opponent light ones might be hands that contain the Queen of Spades a lot, so I wonder if he's a little concerned that he's up against a dominating ace, or indeed, could he be up against a 2 on some rare occasion?
I think he's just thinking, look at this, gets it through. I think he's worried about, like I say, he's limped in a lot, not being ISO'd. Now he finally gets ISO'd.
Oh, wow.
He leads the flop, where he's led a very honest range, and he got min raised on the flop. Max milkiness.
Yeah.
Then a king rolls off. It just looks like it might be a really strong hand.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised to see him
Wow.
make that fold. But that kind of the problem with playing that style when you lead is
Which clip you
now your opponents can look so much stronger when they raise you.
111. Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I remember an old phrase, I think it was in the Harrington on Hold'em books, so this goes back a long time, where when your opponent makes an informational bet, which is sort of what these proby leads, donk bets are, well, just give him the wrong answer.
Yeah.
But I don't blame the guy.
Your bet for information only works if the person's not going to lie to you.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Patichuk with a very cuspy ace-10 offsuit here under the gun, will get a couple of better hands to fold in early position behind him. Might get an ace-jack to fold, maybe in the first 3 or 4 seats. It's probably going to be a shove, I feel. We're too far away from the money still. 10 players. There's no guarantees that's going to go in the near future. This feels like a spot you maybe have to just about take. What do you think, James Dempsey?
Yeah, we're in.
I think we're in. We're probably folding ace-9, but we're going with ace-10.
107.
Also, big blind ante.
170.
It's always an extra factor. Should always bring a few more hands into the shoving range here.
Yeah, I still haven't spent any time working out whether that means I should or shouldn't with the big blind ante.
No, it means you should go a little bit wider, for sure. Because effectively, you're not incrementally being chopped up by the antes, but you're actually getting it in one fell swoop in the next hand.
Yeah.
So effectively, your stack reduces, not just because you'll be in the big blind, but actually just it's almost like remove that from your stack in the next hand. So you have more chips now than you do one hand from now, in a much bigger sense.
Gets it through.
I'll take it.
2 from 2.
2 from 2 out of only 30 hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So, you know, he gets one
Reasonable.
more through in the next couple of minutes. He's almost keeping up.
Yeah, I guess we're playing 9-handed. So yeah, not too bad. There we go. That's how things stand at the moment. Patichuk still bottom of the ladder, but now tied with Saeed, getting that jam through. But as you mentioned, about to be the big blind, so we'll be set adrift again. We then have a pack in the middle. Ramez Haddad coming in with his 40 big blinds, finding himself on kind of an unfortunate table in the fact that there are 3 big stacks. And as you mentioned, okay, Haddad's in there with kind of an average stack. And on some tables, an average stack will be a big stack. Just the way the cookie crumbles. Obviously, on this table, an average stack is staying out of the way.
Yeah, I'm just a bit bloodthirsty right now. I don't feel as though, as engrossing as this, you know, frame of poker has been so far, I want blood. I want to see a big pot now. We have some big stacks here. Iklamore, Dark, Tamatsu.
Yeah.
Dark and Tamatsu almost got into a confrontation there a moment ago. I thought we were going to have a big pot, but actually these guys have done well to stay clear of each other for the most part.
Yeah, I think somewhat the cards haven't really cooperated on that front with big stacks. For them to get in a big pot, you do need big hands at this stage of the tournament. There's not going to be some wild bluff, I don't think. It's so deep, 150 blinds, it really needs to be a kind of cooler to happen. King Dark limping in, deuce 4 under the gun. Tamazu surely going to ISO again. That's the route he's looking to take. And that's what he's done. Again, not a size that's ever really going to elicit too many folds, but he just wants to play an increased pot in position against a player with a very wide range. You can see it's as wide as deuce 4.
I joined the party.
Ah, Iklamore.
Yeah.
wishes to join the party, recognizing that he's very likely to take this three-way with a suited ace in position against what are widening ranges ahead of him. He says it such a smug way as well, with his chip lead stack in position.
شو عم تشرب؟
Check will be taking his textbook 20 seconds.
Well, while he does that, I did say a moment ago I was craving blood. I think we're about to see a three-way pot between the three biggest stacks. So maybe, just maybe, I'm going to get my wish.
It's hard to see these hands colliding, but you never know. Deuce 4.
10-5, 3-2 hearts.
And deuce 3-6, 1 heart. King Dark with the best of it on a board that he's surely not supposed to have hit.
He is unpredictable.
And Tommaso probably betting here, recognizing he probably just has the best hand. Iklamore going to be in there with a lot of those kind of bigger suited connectors. Not just the Broadway ones, you know, the 8-9 suited, even the sort of 8-10, the gappers are probably going to be in there with this stack depth. As it is, King Dark faces just one opponent with his lowly one pair is going to continue. Tommaso, again, still maybe believing that he has the best hand here at some frequency. But, and there you go, happy just to check it down, try and get that to showdown. Thinking his ace high is going to be good. Get the deuce 4 news.
I love the expression on the guy's face.
Tommaso.
Now it's exposed.
Police.
Iklamore and Tommaso just kind of exchanging a look there.
His limb style is exposed.
Police station.
On the river, you bet, you call?
Yeah.
Of course.
I fought 5-6.
Maybe 6 car.
Yeah.
5 on the after river. 5.
Tommaso just still scratching his head. What's going on here? I mean, he's had a fantastic start to the day himself, of course. I think he started with sort of 700-800k and is up to what, 1.3 million before that hand. And he'll be very happy, of course, having that seat directly to the left of the opponent that is doing all the limping. And has he limped it himself? Has Tommaso decided to take a page out of the book? I think he has. Ace-10 offsuit, limping in, and Saeed. Now,
It's contagious. James.
right, I mean, Saeed with a clear jam, but he's going to be somewhat curious as to why is this player suddenly limping in who hasn't shown a propensity to do this up until now.
Is he limping into Dark's big blind?
He
is. That's what's going on, okay.
Saeed, though, you know, even if you are a little confused by that, the ace-queen is still only one way to be played.
Absolutely. And Tomatsu's actually got an awkward one now against a, what, 12 big blind stack?
Yeah.
Unlikely to be ahead of anything, but certainly flipping against a lot. Maybe beating a king-queen as well. You see in this instance, he's actually dominated. Paddy Chuck, having got that shoved through, he's going to get to play the next orbit with 10 big blinds. Still 63 players remain. So it will be the next frame, I think, James. I think I said at the outset I thought it would be the frame after, but actually I think we'll be halfway through the next frame.
Next one's where it's gonna go, isn't it? Swiftly
10.5.
makes the call with the ace-10, trying to run down the ace-queen of Saeed. Curious, I thought maybe when he limped in, it kind of gave him just that little bit more of a folding opportunity. But
Oh, look at that board.
Wow.
Well,
Tommaso,
spade blockers help a little.
yeah, picking up the open ender, but of course Saeed can kill it with a spade, and that's what he's done.
لو عارفين هيك ما كنا حطينا all in. If you know that, you didn't push all in.
147.
You like the sweat?
Did you like the sweat?
Oh, nice.
147.
Bol şanslar.
Thank you.
O seni tanımıyor galiba.
There's that.
Need only 3 outs.
That's Barney helping the
Three
dealer
outs,
out, bring the
but
chips
about
in.
3
So
outs.
she can count them over. I can imagine Pelicek the other side going,
Wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
don't help, don't help. Move
Slow
them
it
further
down.
away. Spill a stack, do something. What are there any, obviously, you just mentioned, of course, cashing in Vegas.
You're going
I
to
just
make me
wondered,
reveal tricks now.
did you,
then
was there anything new
roll.
employed in Vegas in the bubble?
Two
Were
times
you
in a
were
row.
you in the mood of just trying to sneak into money?
I
Or did you have a
was.
big
Not
stack?
good, not
Oh,
good
you were in
I
your,
was.
you were in your habitat, weren't you?
I was on the table with Andrew Headley,
Next time I
who
fold.
did sort of bust
Oh.
just before the money. We were there with Alex Foxon battling away. In fact, it was Foxon who took Headley out by the roots in the end. Andrew, I think, had maybe ace-jack on the button and opened and four-betted against Foxon, who I think you probably have to do all day with ace-jack, unfortunately running the queens. And I was very much in that situation where I came to that table with a decent stack, but nothing went well. All the kind of skirmishes I had forced me into a survive to the money sort of situation, and I think I had like 20 bigs when I got to the money, but it was still a
We weren't
And this is
scared,
Zoro.
but we were just
it was
desperate for the bubble to burst.
yeah, we were just having to get through that period for sure. And I did think up a few new exploits in the conditions of a dealer with a time clock on everybody, 15 seconds. If you pump faked her, she would press the button before taking the cards in, and then you didn't give it to her. So now the thing would turn around and there'd be confusion, and you could get about 10 or 15 seconds out of that. That was the best you could do.
Nice.
You could pump fake.
Pump fake the deal.
But then remember, once you've pump faked that dealer, she's less pump fakeable. I got her one more time.
Hope that this
But
guy
you waited a few
I
minutes and
waited
then
a
got her
little
again.
while.
have a
Yeah.
good hand to
And
fold
then I pump faked the new dealer. So
Yeah.
I got 3 of them. I got 3 pump
Wow.
fakes.
it. Hope. Was a hope.
It's scurrilous,
play.
really. It really is scurrilous.
What a play.
Yeah. And you can't do it too close to the end of your time bank, because then they just go, well, the time bank was up. So you have to kind of do it with like 6 seconds, and then they press it and it's 15 again, and you're like, oh, yeah, give me 15.
And then he decides.
It's terrible. It's disgusting. I don't know why I've said that on air. That's just wrong. Don't do that at home, guys. It's just wrong. I felt bad afterwards.
No, you didn't.
I'm trying
You
to
felt
find
so
something.
proud of yourself. And you were desperate for me to ask you if you got up to anything.
I did find
Count
one
till
other.
20 and blue
Don't
will
know
look
if I can
after.
share it.
Of course you can. It's bubble time.
Okay.
There is
So the other exploit
After
was
this, I know
the
they give you
clock
some
would
maybe
blink
I don't know
when it
what.
got down to 5 seconds. It would flash, but it wasn't flashing
Not this one.
on the second. It was flashing off the second.
Okay.
So I called the floor over and argued that if you can't see the number,
I thought I was in the morning.
then how can you then
sleepy. Now
it leads to errors.
much better.
So like we need to like it shouldn't flash, because then it's counted you down while off screen. And that's not right. And
How's that take?
it became a kind of an existentialist sort of argument about what is a clock and what is time. It was like
Meanwhile, Nick Bowley's opening A7. Been called by King Dark and Tomazu and
But he
found
told a good
the best of
story
it on
with,
this ace
Ilya.
queen deuce board.
Ah,
Tomazu sticking around with that
he
second pair, which
asked
now
Ilya
proves
about
to a
Yeah, I will.
gut shot draw
Still
at the
the
wheel. And
my feet still now
this
from his
round
dog.
remaining in float.
Wonderful.
Bolu
Wow,
electing to
unbelievable.
check back. May have seen him kind of bet there and look to check back rivers, but perhaps going for the bet check bet line. Obviously wary that the A7
Just
can be
ask
the
Ilya, what is the story
worst hand, of
with
course.
Antoine Haswani?
Not
Your
necessarily
dog
the two
and
pairs,
with,
but
Antoine
certainly
Haswani.
ace 8, ace 9, ace 10,
He will tell
and
you
ace jack. May
for
just
what the
continue his
story.
calls there.
You still remember?
Also, I like this story. There is one guy,
feel
I
very
forgot his
comfortable
name,
as
with the
played.
glasses. He says about
But he has the
everything
best hand
52,
now.
48.
And of course,
Khalil Tawil.
one of those stack sizes he doesn't want to bet.
And
Ace of
Andre
check
and I
raise
have-
on the turn.
He's afraid of flying.
Tomazu was in there with a hand like Jack
And
10 of diamonds,
they
maybe
sit in
could
the
apply a lot of
plane,
pressure.
And the plane is shaking like crazy.
Yeah. I thought
And Andre almost gets heart attack. He asking
Tricky
him,
one
what do you
now
think
for
we-
Tomatsu.
and we-
52,
Yeah.
48.
Nice to see it. The old bet check bet.
248 and Andre is almost dying.
Yeah, I like that. So you called the floor over. Maybe maybe there was a minute or two exchange. Nice. Well played,
Yeah, I
sir.
remember.
Saved yourself a hand.
which was so crucial, because the fact that we had deployed this 15-second clock, and obviously half the players, even 2/3 of the players, are not even using it. So it really just, it's the 3 guys who are stalling only get 50. So you only get 45 seconds and hands over quickly, probably because the big stack opened and folds
Yeah.
around. So it just, we went from 30 from the money to the bubble bursting in 40 minutes.
Oh,
It just went so quickly.
okay.
So
A
that
good
was
system then.
obviously what they wanted. That's
Yeah.
what Matt Savage and his team wanted that day. But they did surprise us with it. It was sprung on us. We came back from the break and suddenly it was there and everyone was like, oh, okay. Oh, what do we do?
And how many players are in the money, just so I can get an idea of?
There were about 500.
Okay, so.
And I think we came, and I think we were maybe 20 from the money maybe when we came back from that break.
Okay.
Not 30 actually.
So just another 10k Hold'em event you cashed last year that I didn't.
Same story.
I didn't play that one, but just another 10k Hold'em event you cashed.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to cash the main. It came 200 and something in that one out of 11,000, and then I got a few ladders. Didn't survive long in day 3 in the WPT. But what a fabulous event! I got to say. You know, I think they've basically created an event that's better than the World Series main. Won't eclipse the World Series main for a long time if it ever does, but is certainly now a genuine rival, which is very cool. Obviously.
Yeah, it was nice. Certainly, I know a lot of people at the first one thought it was very good. The second one, it's been a roaring success.
And we all got to avail of that overlay as well. Remember?
Yeah, they've certainly created something in a congested part of the calendar as well. As we said, obviously they always had the 5 Diamond then as a one kind of big event, but certainly nothing of the size it is now in with this WPT World Championship as Tomazu. Oops, bottom pair. So we have to pop blind on blind.
You mentioned the 5 Diamond there, James.
Oh, I was trying to lead you down the path, you know.
I was thinking back on famous 5 Diamond winners.
Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiari,
Alex Foxen, maybe?
Alex Fox.
Some really great players.
Yeah.
And some ordinary players, actually, too.
Well, speaking of extraordinary players, next feature table. Who do we have?
We have in seat 1 Akbas, Ibrahim Akbas. We have Andreas Nakrekoy. We have Jalal Jafari in seat 3.
I see a player that I'm very excited to see. Middle of the frame
Oh,
there.
there he is, Mustafov.
Fadi Mustafov. Skripkin was in the mix there as well.
Yes, Shripkin in seat 6, Capiello in 7, Basta seat 8, and Akhimov, another familiar face, in seat 9. So yeah, great table. We're going to be spoiled for pre-bubble action there, I feel, in the next frame.
Yeah, Fadi Mustafov. He's going to be fun.
Yeah, always fun.
You will see a cat upstairs.
I said I make it
and
bad.
decide if you
Player
want
was really moved up through the ranks in the last couple of years now.
everything.
regular
He
in
looks upstairs.
Triton Streets. About as big as it
About what?
gets.
You see a cat, you give
Had a
something.
very strong
Don't know.
outing the last time out in Triton.
Did he have a win or a second? I know he got heads up in something.
He, in Monte Carlo, he cashed 4 out of 4 events. He
Wow.
played. So,
But it's standard
yeah.
Very impressive.
in psychology.
I know.
There is a chart. This corner.
Okay.
For me, it's this corner.
Okay. But let me choose the corner.
Are Triton planning on coming back to Merit this year?
I don't know the answers to that one. All I can tell you. But yeah, he did get a second here in a Triton event when he actually played a crazy hand against Patrick Antonius, where Antonius burnt every time chip and then called with bottom pair deuces. It was correct.
Wow. Oh, I think I've seen that one. It became like a meme.
Maybe, yeah.
I think it became a viral meme. I think maybe did Jaffe do a parody video of it, or at least refer to it. I think there was something about that.
It was just quite good because it's very weird you see Antonius flustered.
Yeah.
He's so stoic at the table. There he was burning every time card. Obviously, once he's burned the last one, Paddy must have thinking, I'm there. I've got it home.
Couldn't get there.
What are you talking about?
Backgammon.
Backgammon.
You know how to play backgammon?
Yeah, sure.
You're gonna come play?
No, I will be skiing at that time.
You okay? You can? You ask the doctor?
Yeah, he told me he can because the boots will
What about the weather? Cold weather is not bothering you, sir?
yeah, please.
Rare sight at this stage of a tournament.
Hit 100%
An empty seat.
check. And I made some X-ray. And there is
Nicola
no
Moore
fraction still.
sitting this one out. Call of nature, perhaps. Obviously, being under the gun. If you are going to miss a hand, miss the under the gun. Got to time it well, though. You don't want to miss the big blind. You have to get to the bathroom and back quickly.
In about 7 minutes, you're going to have 20 minutes break. During the break, we're going to do the chip race of the 1,000 value chips.
Okay.
Kindly ask
Here the announcement. We are heading towards the first break of the day.
buying the 1,000 yen level to do one single transaction. Thank you.
Not now.
Will be a chip race, getting rid of those lowest value. And I haven't mentioned it yet.
الحكي
Because I haven't
لك
had a chance to mention it yet, because it hasn't come to
Come on,
fruition.
give me
But
25.
I want to see if Gangster Series, there was certainly a theme of colour theory. I want to see if it carries over to the Western Series. If you dress like the high denomination chips, do they come towards you?
Fair enough.
I bet you thought that was going to be left in the last year. Is this tumbleweed? Is that what we're going for here?
That was my, and it was in keeping with the Western theme.
Well, that's what I thought. Yeah. Otherwise, I thought you were just losing it.
Why is Dave just whistling into his mic now? Doesn't he realise that's a really annoying sound for the audience at home?
You want to buy this?
Yeah, we'll do it. Like we still have time. No rush.
Let's see the flop.
As we play what may be the ultimate or penultimate hand of this session.
I love this. So King Dark's limped. Haspani ISOs the button. And Haddad just goes, okay, let's see the flop.
Sorry.
Flicks it in. Just completely discounting the idea that King Dark
There's
never
a back
raised.
raise.
Okay, take your time.
Almost disrespectfully so.
I'm looking for chin sheet.
Had in great shape, dominating King Dark. And there we go. They each catch the kicker. Haspani, the one doing the front running, does have the faintest of equity here, of course, with a 5 working with diamonds. Look at this, Haddad himself going for the honesty line.
I
Surely
think we're
King
going
Dark.
to see Dark fold at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a pair, we've got backdoor hearts. I kind of like this lead from Haddad in the sense that he knows Haspani is going to be super wide. He kind of wants some protection. And with King Dark in the pot, it just kind of makes everyone play that little bit more honest, I think.
Oh, there was the gin card for the man who just folded.
Yeah. So if Haddad had checked,
12.
we'd be now facing a lot of action. Has he
42.
gone?
Come on.
He bet 12.
42, not 32.
I think we got a quick call of the 42.
No, I think Haddad bet.
Push, push.
I think Haddad announced 12 and then got raised up to 42. I'm sure I heard him say the word 12.
Okay. And then the backdoor diamonds would have got there. And now Dark. Well, I don't think Haddad can fold in this situation.
No, but this is a spot where he could have just checked back. We saw it before with the 4. He went for value. This
4. 4. Check.
لو كفيت بالهاند King 5 of diamonds.
throw the book out the
Thank you.
window.
شكرا جزيلا.
MPO.
Button good.
Yeah, could have just checked that one back. Kind of set himself a showdown price on the turn with what I think was I think it was 12k and then a raise to 42.
منيح الضرب ايه.
بجنن. لو كفيت انا لو شفت التور ما بكب انا بقى.
Yeah,
هدية 5%
Haspani
معي.
would have loved to have seen that turn card and then that river would have followed.
من ايدك.
I think that's the conversation going now, perhaps. Would have had you.
واذا ضرب هو ما بتكب له بيشتري باك دور عليه.
Gentlemen, after the break, you're going back to your table. You're gonna do that. Table 5.
Okay. The table or the level 13.
20 minutes break, right? 20 minutes.
So a 20-minute break coming up, probably at the end of this hand or the one after. Players being told to go back to their original tables. As we make way for that feature table we previewed there a moment ago with Mustafov, the centre of the picture in the 5 seat. When we return,
Disaster averted in the booth as the TV nearly collapsed inward.
in fairness, it's being held up by a piece of sticky tape. So,
I think now it's slanted the way that's safe.
yeah, might actually accentuate that. As Paddy Chuck probably just kills the remaining time on the clock
Yeah.
in this level.
10 away. Well, he's done everything right so far, Padichuk. Only played 2 hands.
Incredible cockroaching performance, it must be said.
I mean, it's high praise from the master cockroach.
Yeah.
And he's kind of got a good table in the fact that King Dark is having a lot of actions. He's limping in. We're seeing multi-way pots. We're therefore seeing multi-options each board. It slows every hand down because we go into a flop a lot. A lot of tables will not be seeing many flops. We're seeing a very high frequency. This is just great for Padichuk all through. And the fact you see they've only been 37 hands on this table in what is effectively 2 hours of play, almost a couple minutes shy of that mark.
Yeah, and from what I remember, we're normally getting 45 to even 48, 49 hands in sometimes in these sessions, so it's quite a lot.
You'd certainly be expecting over 20 an hour for sure, I think.
9.
Yeah.
فيها.
Under 20 is very slow. It would feel slow, but it's not been slow. It's just purely because there are so many multi-way pots with flops. Certainly, I'd say the actual action at this table has been faster than most tables will be.
That's true too.
It's just more of the minute.
يعطيه
It remind me of a sort of, again, throwing back to Triton events, I'm very wary of. Sometimes we have these invitational formats where the field's separated on day one and you've got business people on one side of the draw, pros on the other. And obviously, the argument is the pros are all going to play very slow that day. And the business players are incentivized to play fast. They play fast anyway, but even more so because they know, hey, I'm playing with the fish today. It's nice, the no pros aren't here. The sharks are over there. But what actually happens is, by the end of the day, both sides of the draw played around about the same number of hands.
Oh, interesting.
It's just the fact that the business side, they've played a lot of multi-way parts. They've all acted quickly. And the pros have played very few multi-way hands and acted very slowly. And it actually ends up balancing out. It's kind of interesting. Certainly the case here. If players were taking their time at this table, we'd have played far fewer. We see there again another snap action from King Dark, flatting Nick Bolu's open with 9-7 offsuit. Hasn't seen a hand he doesn't like, this man.
No, we have lost a player on the outer table, so we're down to 62 now. It did seem frozen on 63 for the best part of 20 minutes there. So maybe, just maybe, these players are a little sensitive to the adjacency to the min cash now.
I mean, you still have to lose sort of over 15% of the field to get into the money. It sounds closer with Tony Way, but in what is, for merit, a smaller field of 440 odd players.
Well, Padichuk's exiting stage left. I think this will be our last hand, and it's likely to be a quick one here. Nick Bolu.
You say that.
Probably going to I was going to say probably going to fire out a little c-bet, but he doesn't on the ace 3.
Right.
6, 8 turn.
What kind of hand are we giving him here? Are we giving him like kings? Is that? With king queen and king jack, would you not just fire against a super wide range?
I think even kings would want to bet because your opponent can have a 6 and a 3 as often as he has an ace.
65.
I wonder if that's...
Maybe it is an ace king and he's actually decided to be trappy.
Yeah, again, weird. I'm just surprised to see him ever check this board. So I'm thinking, what's the hand that's most keen to check this board?
65.
Probably kings.
King Dark possibly has a raising candidate. His opponent maybe has capped himself a little bit with the check flop.
He's announced, cool.
That's called though.
And yeah, with a draw to a very nice hand.
Well,
dust for King Dark. Nick Bolu with the best hand, with just that solitary card.
if he checks here, one wonders if Dark pulls the trigger.
And the funny thing with Dark is he can actually, we've seen him keen to value bet very thin in the past. So if he was checked to, I'm pretty sure he'd still bet a 3 if he had one.
Does feel like kings now with Nick Bolu coming for small value. Firing out about 45% here. And King Dark actually only has one play if he's going to make one. And that's to raise with 9 high. Lets it go. And yeah, let's give Nigbolu kings there for the last hand. Makes the most sense. And these guys are going to go on a 20-minute break. I want to take this opportunity, James, because obviously the bubble is coming, you're leaving, and Andrew is joining the party momentarily. But I suppose the theme of that last frame is King Dark and the effect of a player like him, willing to limp in, willing to flat much wider, basically willing to VPip half the hands, because I think he was in half, if not more than half the hands.
Certainly the last couple of, I'd say even above that.
So tell me, what does that unorthodox style, what are the strengths and the weaknesses when we're bubble adjacent? Remember, it feels to me like these guys are starting to pounce on it, and that's not a good thing for him. It's
certainly not a good thing for him. If players start to pounce on it. We certainly saw that for the first hour and a half of the frame. That didn't really happen. Now, obviously, he is going to get picked apart a lot more with that. But of course, having that big stack and being, as you mentioned, bubble adjacent, a lot of players don't even want to pick on him when he's doing it. So he kind of can get away with it a little bit more. Not a style I'd advocate, but in this situation, perhaps does have some benefits. Yeah, it feels like the bigger stacks have decided he's actually the meat and the sandwich now for them, and they can take advantage of the fact that he just won't have a very good hand a lot of the time when he's in with such a wide variety of hands. On that note, I'm going to say goodbye to you for a few moments. We're going to take a short break. Andrew Headley's going to join us in the booth at the moment. 53 players will make the money, $3,770. Come back and find out who those 53 players are.
Hello, hello, beautiful people from sunny Cyprus. The Merit Poker is calling, and we have the very first series of 2024, the Western Poker Festival. 4 million in guarantee, and action has started. Let's go!
We have first major tournament of this event, warm up with 800,000 guarantee. Everybody is welcome.
The Western concept is fabulous, if you ask me. The costumes, the organisation is first class.
I play in many casinos around the world, in many poker rooms. I cannot find best organizers here. Dealers are too much professional. The director of Texas, it's incredible. She knows how to organize and to bring people from all the world. Merit, it's number one.
All the series that you do is just so well organised, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be here.
I believe that here it's Las Vegas of the Middle East.
Actually, this is my first time joining in a poker event outside of China. So this is all new to me. Amazing and beautiful atmosphere.
And as usual, 24/7, we are running all kind of cash games. Hope you join us soon.
For me, I think it's really enjoyable to see the dealers with the hats. I think it's really amazing that a tournament has a theme.
First exit, I'm getting such a good price, but yeah, I'm with you. I think maybe he's thinking, hey, it's like, I don't really want to limp with this. I'll just throw it in there as one of my raises pre. Yeah. Made it pretty healthy, 3.7. Maybe just go a little bit bigger with hands like that, that hand class in the open raises. I've given you 100 blinds deep.
It's like what he's talking about.
I think it's okay to give it a little go. As I always say, keep doing it till they make you stop.
Yeah. To you when you play out at
setting up the stool early.
Yeah, but now I feel sleepy. It's the morning.
Okay.
Glance up at the clock there from Padachuk.
Yeah.
Come back at 4 o'clock.
Like you say, very consistent. Just taking a non-egregious amount of time each
I'll
time.
be on fire.
Must
Don't
have
worry.
a number set in his mind.
As we see,
but you really
the remaining fields tick down to 75. So we have lost 6 players, one obviously on this table and 5 on outer tables in the first half an hour or so.
And one can only assume that Padachuk's doing this.
I'm always lying to my friends and telling them I'm playing very
must have a number
good.
set in his
Now
mind
they
each
see
time.
how I play.
That'll also be the time at which he makes
they're like,
the
you played like the
one
last
can
time
assume he's going to be
I was here
consistent
for
in
2
that,
hours.
which is why
They're
he's
like, well, what do you do?
trying to pick an exact time.
I'm like,
rather than
you
just
know,
thinking, oh, I'll wait for a bit and fold.
I
Choosing
try to
specific
explain
times
them.
that he does play.
I said, listen,
There's
it's
no tell to be
different. On
had.
the TV table,
Just
everybody's nervous. You can attack, and everybody put all in on me. Every
Battle
night I
of
made.
the straight draws here. Tomatsu with
You think that?
I played like a
The
total
good
idiot
end, and
there,
King
like,
Dark was
but
very
it's
much
good.
the ignorant end, but he's going
You
to
play-
pounce upon this
you play
paired
different than
6
cash
on the
game.
turn, which I actually
Yeah,
really like. He's going to get the call from Tomasus. Interesting now, will he follow through well? We know it will be a disaster if he does.
Surely he will. I mean, not to imagine firing with this hand and then checking back river.
Yeah, going to try and get some pocket pairs between the 6 and jacks to fold. Probably can't get a good
Yeah.
jack to fold.
I actually like this. He's gone pretty small, 44, so he's sort of trying to make
your side bet.
the heart draws fold that might be in
For
there.
the entire time we are on the
Obviously,
TV table.
It's kind of a scary card
and they
because
will not say one
7-8
single word.
obviously got there. 8-9, 9-7. I think they check calling turn, but
This
Yeah.
man silent mode.
I'm very
All
scared
time.
It's a bad bet. You already lost.
kind of a tickle race.
Well,
Even that is very hilarious that he says that. I love it.
interesting now,
I
will
made
King
him
Dark
talk.
decide
He
that
said
this is a little
it's bad-
fishy
it's
and
not a
try
good
to
bet.
come with the re-raise?
Or maybe he
Certainly
say all
making
in.
no snap decision to give up on this one. Obviously, we see that Tomatsu, is, while not nutted, very, very strong.
Good start for that man.
Which place you finish in the
I mean,
On a
all
non-line river, though, that line was probably...
Care of it.
20.
Right back on the horse, Icklemore. A real hand. Paddychuk gonna spend about 13 seconds contemplating Doyle Brunson here. We see a snap flat by King Dark right behind here. Actually legitimate holding
Yeah.
given how deep these guys are. Ace-3 suited plays and functions very well as a flat here in position. Doesn't mind too much if other players get involved. It plays reasonably well multi-way. Let's see if Guy has a defendable one. He kind of does. He is smothered here. Heart's no good, but he won't know that, and suitedness does sort of drag you into a
Oh, yeah.
pot of this nature.
Certainly as well for the minimum.
Ooh, there is some hearts.
Wow, look at this. Gut shot and nut flush draw for King Dark. Guy with pair and flush draw. Icklemore with the over pair. He does check it over to King Dark. Who is going to bet. Guy, I mean, there are two options, but are there realistically maybe just one option here? Given that we've seen King Dark willing to bet very thin, does he just pounce here?
Yeah,
And
one
get called by these weaker,
we say more
the stronger flush draws?
And if he finds a raise here, which he may do, puts Icklemore in a pretty tough spot.
Looks like he is just content to carry on with a call. And now, does that mean Icklemore comes in with a check raise here with the overpair? Very vulnerable hand, but no. He's content to go. I'm kind of surprised with Guy in there that he didn't just kind of check raise and not find out where you are, but you get the idea.
Oh yeah, it's so hard to navigate when you don't like any turn card. Actually, he's got one of the best ones, I suppose, that he could have asked for. It is possible he has a 4 in his hand,
Yeah,
but
certainly possible.
But I think Icklemore's found... Oh, and how is... Suddenly, the way this board is run out, we're going to have a very small pot. I thought we were going to have absolute fireworks there a moment ago.
He certainly may have check raised this flop. It would have been very interesting for Icklemore from there. As it is, Icklemore now going for a little bit of value. We're going to feel very confident that perhaps if King Dark has nothing, that Guy will have something that can call an 8x kind of hand. He can rep missed hearts himself. Those backdoor diamonds materializing, but I don't think there's too much concern about those.
Yeah, nice bet here from Icklemore. Obviously looking to get value from an 8, maybe a pocket 7s, pocket 6s.
Right, and I guess also sets the price, perhaps, if he's up against Queen X, a heart draw that's kind of caught the river.
Yep.
Somewhat of a blocky bet. Guy now with the kind of tough spot. Remember, Iklamor raised it up under the gun. Check called three-way on the flop. It's like, does he check an overpair on this flop? Is what I think. Is he more likely just to go ahead and bet that? If you can discount hands like this, the 9s, 10s, jacks, do you then give him a hand like perhaps Queen X of hearts, or did the flush draw just go ahead and bet the flop? What kind of hand would overcall three-way? Is it potentially a hand that does have backdoor diamonds?
Yeah. Maybe a cheeky 9-10 of diamonds.
Oh, he does get curious. Yeah.
As that one played out, I don't know, maybe Guy missed a trick in a turn lead on that 4 pairing. Yeah, I'm aware now it's a creeping factor at all times in tournaments, but it's becoming more than a creeping factor. It's becoming a rather significant factor.
Yeah, 53 of the 72 left paid, so getting ever closer. And here is one of those stacks you mentioned. A sort of 600k stack is right about where you'll be average for in the money. So right now, you'd assume Haspani's kind of MO should be thinking about. Pardon me, I'm going to clear my throat a little bit. Getting himself into the money more than chip accumulation. You even saw that there. He had a little tank under the gun with 9-3 offsuit, just becoming aware, like you mentioned, that he is in a bit of an awkward spot because, yeah, doubling up certainly doesn't double his equity in this tournament.
Yeah, and he's at a particularly tough table. You know, on other tables in this room, I'd say he could feel like he could push out a bit, maybe try and be one of those guys who goes for the bigger stack in this period. But actually at this table, he definitely can't. He's probably got to play somewhat honestly. Yeah.
And that's kind of the fun. Obviously, we're going to select tables to cover on the stream. And it makes sense at the start of the day that we're going to pick a table with sort of big stacks and you get to see a lot more action.
Look at this, Nick Bolu. Well, he's exactly that type of stack, but he's also a man we know to be fearless. He's going to go for this spot here with the Jack 10 suited in the cutoff. Iklamor obviously going nowhere, probably going to put him to the test, but we shall see.
Yeah, a little unfortunate timing-wise. A good hand selection against a player who has been very active. Although we've seen Iklamor, although he's been very active, hasn't really stepped out of line. It's been legitimate every time. Oh, is he just coming in with the flat? We saw him just flat the open before, playing ace-king, very trappy once again.
It's a drawing hand, James.
Well, king in the window. 10 rolls out behind. Both players finding a piece.
Yeah, I would expect a very small bet here from Nick Bolu. He won't want to give up the betting lead. He obviously has a piece. He can bet really small on this board texture, something around 25 to 35k. Right. Seems about right.
This is one of these spots that's in a vacuum. He'd love to check back, but because of all those reasons, he's the 3-bet. He gets to have ace-king, aces, kings, all these big hands that betting just does make sense, and it's what your opponent's going to expect you to do. But he is going to be concerned about this texture, albeit he's finding a piece, because obviously Iklamor is going to continue with a lot of those Broadway kind of combos, gets to have some king-jack suited, king-queen suited kind of hands. Won't be expecting ace-king, I don't think.
No, we'll be thinking king, queen, king, jack much more so as the hands that have beaten him. Might be thinking there's some 10x as well that are actually beating him right now, but maybe could he get them to fold? Interesting now to see if he decides to go for an ultra small advanced blocker here on turn, or if he decides to check. He is going to take the latter route, and we shall see what happens. Wow.
Well, this is an interesting one now because we can see Iklamor has smashed it, made top 2, but this is exactly the kind of card that Nick Bolu will surely turn Jack 10 into a bluff with if he's given the opportunity. Obviously, we can understand temptation here. It looks like Iklamor wants to just cut out a bet, but I'm kind of surprised because I think you do look like you've got king, jack, king, queen kind of hand here, and your opponent is going to bet an ace in the situation, you would imagine.
Yeah, and you wonder if you can really get much out of a pocket queens or pocket jacks, which I guess are the maybe the most likely holdings when you face c-bet and then check on turn.
Right, I mean, Nick Bolu's going to bet ace jack, ace queen himself if he's checked it here, one assumes. He's also going to call this. You don't make any extra money there. Is he sort of inducing something crazy?
it's tricky because I think, you know, from Nick Bolu's point of view, yes, he has sort of range advantage on this type of board, but actually Icklemore has Queen Jack a lot, so he can't really go for a crazy go for it here.
And also, I mean, does he really have much range advantage anymore now he checked turn? Because he's not going to have aces, he's not going to have kings. Well, it seems he's not going to have ace-king. He won't have a set of tens. So although he has the sort of strong one-pair hands in ace-queen, ace-jack, that's kind of where the line's drawn.
Yeah, it's awkward. And well played, Nick Bolu, recognising that that was not the spot. Icklemore, I think you're right, James. I think he missed a trick there, not by sliding it over to his opponent one more time to represent, you know, the really good stuff, the pocket aces that might have taken that line, the ace-king that might have taken that slightly deceptive line.
But very small with ace-jack, ace-queen, but he's going to call perhaps 140 where he may only bet 80, so maybe I want to get more out of him when he's got those hands. It's certainly an argument. Obviously, it's so much easier when we're sitting here in the booth to be able to say, oh, come on, check it on over because your opponent will stab. But in game, these things are never as easy.
No.
Almost the first GTO-ish kind of hand we've seen. I would say that one a kind of interesting 3-bet and a slightly deceptive flat with the ace-king, and then played somewhat normally down through the streets.
Poor old Paddy Chuck here, really just desperate for some semblance of a hand, particularly when it gets to him in late position. It's a real opportunity for him to find something he can shove with. It'll often not come to him unopened in this later seat, but 7-3, what are you going to do? Action is all around to Tomatsu, who's going to 3-exit here with the ace-deuce. Definitely going to have Hasbani play back in some form or another. It looks like a flat.
Yeah, like there's 1.1 million stack, kind of leaning a little bit on the 600k stack. Obviously still 60 effective, but as we keep mentioning, we are creeping towards the money. Hasbani is somewhat dissuaded from playing hands.
Yeah, and Tomatsu obviously with the deuce pairing, but importantly the ace of clubs in hand as well in this spot.
He's gone very small on a board that, you know, I'm not against small bets in these situations, but the Jack-8 coordinated 2-club texture of it tends to lend towards bigger bets. But if we are going to bet small, it seems like doing so with the deuce is the combo that makes sense, and finds himself aces up on the end.
Yeah, I thought we found ourselves one of the most action turn cards possible, but it actually very quickly went check, check, and now ace of diamonds on river.
Hasbani, non-believer.
Wow.
Calls with the nut no pair. Wow.
As played, I do strongly feel like Tomatsu could have been valuing a jack there as well. Could have. And, well, we could see the exact same route again. We do.
I wonder how we've not come across King Dark in previous streams. Yeah. He certainly is a player that's going to lead to more exciting action on tables. As you say, right now everyone's just happy to let him limp in, not ISOing, but here we go. Hasbani ISOing, but to a size that never elicits a fold. Which is kind of an interesting strategy, right?
Yeah, and I don't hate it. It actually reminds me of how I used to play poker in 2008. When you'd play sit and goes, and there'd be, you know, a fair amount of limping going on in those games, and you just really want to take control of the pot, and you know that your c-bet will work an awful lot because they'll just miss 2/3 of the time, and you know you'd be in there with the ISO with the 10 jacks and the jack queens and anything really. Welcome back to the Merit Resort and Casino on the picturesque coastline of North Cyprus on a clear day. They say you can see Turkey. You'd have to reverse that picture around though. It's the other way. This is the warm-up event, day 3. I'm David Lappin, your resident Butch Cassidy, alongside Andrew. I'm going to call you the Sundance Kid Headley.
Wow, Sundance Kid, coming in hot.
We will be bursting the bubble in this frame. Yeah. I'm going to just put that out there now. It's definitely happening, guys. And I suppose my question for you, Andrew Headley, because you've played a lot of bubbles in your career, what can we expect to see as we approach the money?
Going to see the normal sort of trends develop, David, I'd suggest. I think we're 9 off the money. You'd said
something
to me
like
in the
that,
break.
yeah.
As normal, really, you're going to have the short stacks. Going to have a lot of tough decisions, I would venture. I would venture, David. Yeah, you're going to see a bunch of tanking probably from the shorties. Going to see the big stacks, of course, looking to abuse that money bubble. And the middle stacks is kind of the trickiest to play. They're sort of handcuffed. You're going to be aware that if they open a pot, they could be put to a decision for their tournament. So yeah, lots of little wrinkles for each stack size to navigate, David, as we approach the bubble.
Yeah, and we've got an interesting cast of characters, it's got to be said. Faradin Mustafov, one of the most familiar faces to this poker room. He's made his name on the Triton scene as well in recent months and maybe the last year or so.
Yeah.
He's right there, middle of the pack. There you see him. Oh, he's got 1 million chips. In fact, that's not middle of the pack. That is 4 of 9 on this particular table, but way ahead of the average. Average right now around about 600k. So bear that in mind here. We found another fairly stacked table for you guys. Akimov obviously top of the pile there with 1.5 million. Gu 1.4 million. Faradin's got around about the million mark, and we do have a few short stacks. So we have exactly those kind of people you mentioned, Andrew. People who can be picked upon.
Yeah, it really is tricky being the middle stack. One of the toughest things, when you're short, you can sort of just very much play old school fit or fold, so to speak. Look at your hand and think, right, is this good enough to go with, as we are, very close to the money positions. But these sort of 30 big blind, 25 to 30 bigs, very tricky, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I noticed on our screen there, just for a fleeting moment, Capiello, very good player. He's going to be one of our cast here for hopefully the entirety of the 2 hours. Wishing no ill upon any of these guys, although it would be surprising if we didn't have at least one bust out on the feature, given that we've got 7, 8, maybe even 9 more to go.
Yeah, and right into the action, David. Akbas with one of those middle stacks we just referenced. See, he does have the Queen of Hearts. Don't see his side card as of yet. Akimov, of course, very comfortable opening King 10 of Hearts off 100 bigs. Mustafov going to complete with the 7-8 suited.
Take a stab at what that side card might be. +3 opening, you're flatting hijack. There won't be a lot of flats from the hijack there, it's got to be said. So you probably need the ace queen, perhaps.
Yeah, sometimes, very occasionally, yeah, ace queen, maybe a queen jack of hearts could be in there. Some king queen off would be starting to get a little dicey as we approach the money. As we see Akimov flopping huge trip 10s. And Mustafov here with 8 high clubs. Pass reaching does continue.
Is it possible he has queens?
Not impossible, as we say, with that money bubble approaching. Can just have a hand like ace queen here, David, as well. Gonna have to call 1 here, right, against a big stack who's going to be perceived to be trying to run over the bubble. We are going to call 1 in position. Very interesting decision point now for Mustafov. You're not thrilled going 3-way here, David, right? Can already have dominated clubs. Looks like he's raising. Very interesting. Makes 150k.
Dreamy situation here for Akimov. Obviously feeling like Mustafov, while he might have flush draws, will also have some inferior 10s a decent chunk of the time.
Yeah, we do see, raises very often on these paired boards. I kind of like this. We can see that Akimov, of course, has a 10, and this is, of course, a worst-case scenario. But, longer term, Akimov can just be betting small here, right? We are approaching the money. He can put pressure on both players. Of course, going to be very content to call here in position. Big pot, David, right off the bat.
Oh.
Look at this. Mustafov turning the 8 high flush.
It's popcorn time. Mustafov in the lead now, but far from out of the woods here. Akimov obviously has plenty of outs going to this river, and it would be very hard for Mustafov to get away. And he is the one who's potentially at risk in that scenario.
It's intriguing with about 1.5 pots behind. The problem here is when we bet again, I think our bluffs start to shrink considerably. And when I say considerably, there are some players here, David, who will have no bluffs in this spot. But as you mentioned, going to still have some inferior 10x in there that are going to still continue. It does come in with around about 20% on the turn, a little bit less.
No reason for Akimov to raise in this situation.
No.
He could be behind a flush. He could be behind ace 10. He could be behind pocket 4s.
Absolutely.
Oh!
Look at this. Wow, blood on the carpet. Hand 1 of this new frame. And this is a disaster for Mustafov. Less than pot behind, David. Trouble ahead.
Is blood on the carpet? Is it going to be murder on the dance floor?
Oof. This is grim. I mean, I think we don't jam. You know, I think he's going to have to bet fold this hand, which is very grim. I think it's a little thin to shove here. You know, you are going to get snapped off, of course, by the nut flush. Hands like this, and of course, there are a lot of full houses that potentially Akimov can be holding. Unfortunately for Mustafov, he has the essential nuts.
And he doesn't expect to get raised here too often. It's going to be a spot where you know you kind of need nutty stuff. You know, maybe I'm sure the nut flush would have to raise, but it has to be boats apart from that. Anything less than the nut flush has to call.
It's pretty hard to find too many natural bluffs, I would agree. It would need to be something like King Queen with the King of Clubs that C-bet and somehow continued flop versus the raise. Just not really going to happen. Ace 10 with the Ace of Clubs going to get gangster and turn itself into a bluff. I mean,
that would be gangster.
Not impossible, very unlikely.
It would be gangster, but would it be Western?
Oh, this is what I like to see. I want to do the... dun, dun, dun. This is going to be grim for Mustafov. Akimov giving it a little Hollywood. We know he's moving in.
Mustafov, the heart sinks.
Oh, it's pain.
In a moment like this. Does feel like maybe you're getting sandbagged up against the nut flush all the way. Probably the more likely holding. King 10 a possibility. Pocket King's a possibility.
Yeah.
But probably feels more like a superior flush.
Yeah, I mean, Akimov with that big stack, of course, still going to have, like, pocket fours are going to be in there. Also, all of the flush and nut flush combos, of course. Yeah, this is grim. I mean, very easy to feel like you're being picked on, but as we've just alluded to, are there really enough bluffs? It's very hard to assign, you know, natural ones, as we just discussed. You need your opponent to be turning like a pocket pair with a club, right, potentially, into a bluff. And like 8s or 9s that calls the flop check raise, continues versus 20% turn, and then decides to bluff. It's very difficult, David, to find the hero here.
Yeah.
Very painful, though. We put in around about 2/3 of our stack, a little less.
Aces with the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that
basically
kind of stuff, isn't it?
Basically the pocket pairs with a club.
Great fold,
nice
Mustafov.
laydown. Well played, sir.
Yeah, really did play his hand tremendously well. Put more money into the pot. Well, I suppose on the flop he
Really
wasn't
like
ahead, but it was a really nice spot there as well.
Now we're gonna note this hand down.
We sure are. Akimov, well, he's got an absolute tower in front of him now. A Taj Mahal of chips to wield during this pre-bubble period. My goodness me. Most likely this bubble goes at some point in the next hour. I would say less than that, perhaps. Also a real possibility.
Yeah, that's really tough, but I really do like how he played his hand, you know, using aggression on the flop against someone he perceives to be too wide and a sort of weak-ish flat in position. And of course, turns the flush, chooses a very nice sizing on the turn, you know, to continue to get value when you're ahead, and manages to leave himself with enough chips to bet fold. So well played, sir.
Very well played. Cappiello now going to use a little bit of time. I can see a couple of the players at this table going about their business in somewhat slow fashion. I'm pretty sure I play against Cappiello actually in Malta. I don't know if he's Malta based or he just plays some poker in Malta, but I'm pretty sure that's where he is a familiar face to me. Akimov back in the saddle. 8-6 of diamonds.
I mean, what a dream, David. 2.2 million or so here on the bubble. Just free reign to do whatever you want here, basically. It's a great feeling.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you can almost open like 75-80% of hands now. All but the total garbage, maybe. Keep a little bit of credibility back, but you know, really get after it here. Look to add 300 or 400k to this stack. Somewhat risk-free. Although here's a player who won't be keen to get run over. Gu, 1.4 million, more than double average right now. Obviously, he can be put at risk by Akimov, but they really got to start shoveling a lot of chips in to get to that point. So maybe he can play somewhat regular.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a hand that we're going to want to VPip absolutely. Basically pure at this depth in position on the button, who does, of course, make the call. And Skripkin here with 20 bigs. It's the classic, the old let's take the inventory. How many big blinds do I have? We're 8 from the money. Just a part of the game now, Mr. Lappin, isn't it? Just everyone has to do it.
Yeah, we had a great chat, myself and James, in the last frame about Paddy Chuck, a player who has won oodles of dollars down the years. 2 very deep last 2 table main event runs. I think he's an EPT type. He's just got, you know, it all sewn up. He basically came in here with 2 starting stacks and played really, really slow and marshalled that stack, got a couple of shoves through, but took his time over every single hand, obviously with a view to scraping into the money by hook or by crook. And, you know, as you say, it's just part of it now.
You have to be sharp. As we see here, both players flop middle pair. Akimov with the slightly dominant kicker. Going to come in with a c-bet. Around about a quarter pot. Very easy call here for Gu in position. Can have the best hand. Turn it's the ace of clubs. Akimov still best. Going to be chop a lot of the time, of course.
Yeah, you would assume now Akimov maybe, I was going to say maybe uses that ace to try and pressurize the opponent, but also I suppose the flip side of that coin is being happy with some showdown. Still ahead of spades. Gu, probably no reason to put chips into this pot either.
Yeah, these spots can be tricky. Gu's really not going to, shouldn't be folding much at all on the flop, right? Versus a quarter pot position. You know, you should be calling here with all your kind of Broadway combos that have either a backdoor or front door, even the offsuit. Versus just a quarter pot. Hands like King Queen, very unlikely to fold. So he is going to take the lead now, David, and turn his 6 into a bluff.
Yeah, and it's a sizing that definitely suggests that he's turning it into a bluff. I was going to say, I suppose the other option would be an advanced blocker, something incredibly small, a couple of big blinds that would just get you to showdown, really paralyze your opponent. But this is a big bet, and wow, it's being met with a call by Akimov, who's just a non-believer. Obviously, these guys may have set up an interesting dynamic on the outer tables already today.
Very interesting. River comes backdoor clubs. Akimov checks it over. We can see that the kicker will play.
And Gu can't really believe he's ahead here. Surely a front door flush draw bets again on turn. So he's thinking to himself, I'm up against a 10. I probably got to get queen 10 to fold. Let's figure out a bet size that might get that job done. Could also be up against a weak ace. That's the problem too.
The nice thing about holding a 6 here, of course, is we do block a set of 6s. You know, block a hand like ace 6, which is kind of important. He's going to go for it. Kind of like this, Lappin. I mean,
Full pot.
Akimov in the full blender here. Heart shown from Gu. That's the pot. 2 sick hands here for us back to back. 1 big bluff, 1 semi-cooler. This is very difficult now, of course. Akimov running through the possible bluffs.
It's just all front door flush that missed. It's the king queens and the queen jacks of spade, right?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here is Gu, he's gone pretty polar, you know, right? Going pot. Pretty unlikely, I think, that he's going to pot a hand, you know, like ace 9 suited and stuff like that now on the river, right? Even a hand like ace jack. I'm not sure it goes full pot. So he's sort of telling the story that he has a hand like ace 10 potentially, right? A hand like 2 pair or that backdoor flush. I mean, you feel as if it should get through, but it's a pretty big bet. Very polar.
Yeah, I'm honestly very surprised that this hand is still being contemplated, so I can only assume these guys have been battling for the last 2 hours on the outer table. They've probably set up a dynamic. They're both big stacks. Akimov, obviously, an even bigger one after the last hand.
Very interesting. We can see if Akimov finds the call here, maybe up to almost 3 million, David, which is just obscene as we approach the bubble.
Like his turn call was loose enough.
Yeah. Turn call is spicy for sure. Well played, Gu. Gets it through. Very nicely done.
And another noteworthy hand, it must be said, this table really providing entertainment of a different sort. The last table, obviously, we were playing with King Dark, and he was sort of throwing curveballs with his limps and his contraflow plays, and you know that was interesting in another way. Eventually, the players at that table were starting to isolate him and maybe take advantage of the fact that he was in there with too wide a range, to be honest. But he was certainly making it work for himself for a long time. This a bit more standard, but these guys really willing to go to war with one another. I feel as though we are in for an interesting
I've missed
passage of
Merritt.
play.
I've missed Merritt. I'm not going to lie to you. We were talking about, we're approaching the bubble. People are going to play tight. They're going to be patient. I think in all of my coverage here, it's the most, we don't care sort of attitude I've ever seen on any tour, and it's great. It makes for compelling viewing for us.
Yeah, the only part of me that doesn't miss Merritt is my waistline.
I've just been for my first buffet of the trip. I was very well behaved. Chicken, rice, and not much else.
It'll fall apart by the
sucks
second
getting
week.
old. It sucks getting old, doesn't it?
I started very well. I didn't have a dessert the first day I was here.
Very nice. I'm proud of you.
And I had 3 desserts the second day.
Yeah, making up for lost
breakfast dessert, lunch dessert, dinner dessert.
As we see Mustafov here, is going to open. Now, pretty astute open here, David. He does cover both the blinds, sub 20 bigs. Potentially would not open a hand like Queen 6 here too often of 25 bigs himself. Nice awareness here that Capiello and Skripkin, both somewhat, hands are tied as we approach that money bubble. Do we know what the min cash is? It's kind of helpful. If it's only 1.5x, you might not play as tight. If it's more than 2.
It's almost 2. It's
buy-ins.
37.70. So, the guts of 2, which is relevant. I think probably we do expect them to be a little smaller, but because of the number of re-entries, I think they do like to, make it almost a double, because a lot of guys will be in for 2 bullets. Actually, James and I briefly spoke, but we could do a little bit more chat about this one, Andrew, because the hands will come at us a little bit slower, I feel. You and I played a sort of a pre-bubble period only, a month ago?
Oh, you're not going to remind me of that,
in Las Vegas. And you got very unlucky, it must be said. And I did speak about how unfortunate you were against a sort of a hand combination, seat and villain combination that really didn't allow for anything other than what you did.
Mr. Foxen, he got me. Yeah, the WPT 10K. Me and Mr. Lappin were on the same table, around about 60 away.
Something
60
like
away
that,
from
yeah.
the money. Yeah, I mean, Foxen, one of those players, he's so aggressive that I just decided I would probably fold my hand to everyone else at the table, but not fold into Alex. And unfortunately for me, even the best, most aggressive players pick up a big hand sometimes.
They do get to have it sometimes. In that instance, he had queens against your ace-jack, and you didn't manage to get there. But what was interesting was right before that hand, we'd been on a break, and we spent the break pretty much together. I think, we'd gone a little maybe stroll down the hallways, and we were talking about how, from both of our perspectives, Alex Foxen was obviously the player to be afraid of at this table, and we were talking about how you just can't let him get away with things. There's just certain hands that we're just going to have to go with when he 3-bets, that we just have to think of his 3-bets as being mostly nonsense.
Yeah.
But
I was happy.
but then almost like the cruelest way possible, he does exactly what. And in my mind, the moment he 3-bets, I was like, well, I think Andrew's probably going to go with whatever he has here. And you do, and you get snapped off by the queens. Cruel game. Oh! Speaking of cruel game. Well, Skripkin, has he given himself a pathway to escape?
No.
By opening here?
I don't think so ever. This is just grim. I mean,
it's so grim.
20 bigs, pocket 10s, and like the big problem here, you're facing a villain who has 80 bigs, and is gonna be perceived to pound on us here. I like this non-all-in 3-bet from Basta. We should have quite a lot of 3-bet bluffs here against a stack of 20 bigs. you know, we can lean on him here with a bunch of sort of king rag, queen rag. This is the Foxen versus me spot, right?
And crucially as well for Shripkin, he will love the fact that he gets to shove with fold
here we
equity,
go.
and you want to make sure he thinks he has that.
Very, very tough here for Skripkin, and we can see in dire shape. Rips it in. Basta, of course, a very trivial call with jacks. And a 4-1 underdog for his tournament life. Skripkin going to have to find a 10, David, or some kind of straight or flush. This is blank as it gets. King 8 deuce. No backdoors working anymore. Skripkin now down to one of the remaining 2 10s. Oh, help. King of diamonds on the turn. 2 outs once. Cannot find it. Very, very unfortunate there, David. Nothing to be done.
No, really isn't.
As we see him busting from our feature table, around about 7 players from the money. Very, very unfortunate. Nothing really he could do. And yeah, we lose Maxim Skripkin in 58th. That's a cruel game, Dave, Mr. Lappin, at times. You know, button versus big blind, I don't think we can get away from 10s here. I think it's just a little too strong. Maybe some other positions at the table.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's your time to die.
What a start, by the way, to this new frame. All 3 hands we've seen so far, super interesting in different ways.
Yeah, you're not watching the highlights reel, guys. We're not on a break, and these are not the highlight hands.
I know,
this
right?
is the real thing.
Brilliant.
And there are bust outs, I'm hearing, on outer tables coming thick and fast as well. 58 now, so we've lost 4 players in 3 hands. So we see Mustafov open up a real hand, this time pocket jacks in the cut-off. Capiello desperate to just, I suppose, what's the phrase, hang on grimly here, really. Doesn't might take a spot if he can be first in, doesn't have much fold equity on a reshove. I think this would be dicing with danger here off 11 bigs. Expect a slow fold.
Yeah, I mean, as you've said before, Capiello, experienced player, just very aware that it's not much fun. I hate the bubble, personally, when I'm there and I'm really short. It feels kind of grim and grimy, but you just have to embrace it and, you know, use the appropriate amount of time.
We've just had another bust out on an outer table.
Yeah, they're flying out the door.
Petleshkov shoved into king, so he has been eliminated.
We see Akimov defend here with the king 9. 7-6-6. Jacks of Mustafov, still good. Very interesting here. We know that Akimov is aggressive, does have the type of combo that could consider some shenanigans. So we see the very typical sort of quarter pot c-bet size here. Akimov gonna check call. Talking about interesting turns, David. Here's one of them, 8 of hearts. Akimov, of course, here with some skullduggery in mind. Not a great turn this for Mustafov. I think lots of our range should check this turn. You know, this completes a lot of hands that Akimov could check call. Of course, hands like 9-10, 4-5 immediately getting there. Are some traps in there with some 6x that decided not to raise flop. Is going to go again for value.
Which makes his stack threatened.
Yeah.
That's why I quite like your line there. You could check this turn, basically feel like you can't be put all in the hand, and almost like just like blindfold call any bet on river. Like, you're not going to love a 5 or a 9 or a 10 or these kind of cards, but you could sort of maybe just assume your opponent would bluff frequently enough and you look weak enough that you could station off with the jacks. Now Akimov could actually,
I think he's going to jam.
Put him in the blender, as you'd like to say.
I mean, it's just one of these hands, right? We have called with plans in mind. Into the tank he goes.
Mustafov just doesn't have any 6x in his range here.
Yeah, and here it comes. Sends him in, and it's so... Wow, he fist pumps it off! Mustafov.
Fearless. Absolutely fearless.
Oh my God.
I think he knew where he was at. I think he knew that he was actually inducing all those semi-bluffs that were out there to go for it.
That is a pretty sick snap call from Mustafov. Here we go, though. Akimov, 25% to bust him here. Big river coming. And it's just a 7 of spades. Mustafov with a very, very gangster Wild West snap call, should we call it.
Fortune favours the brave here. Can I point out we had 2 bust outs during that hand. So we went from 58 down to 56. We are now very, very close to the bubble indeed. Incredibly brave stuff there from Mustafov. And I have an outer table hand to report on. Very well-known player, Justice Helt, up against Zhang Lian. And actually, Vladimir Drokin is in this hand as well. Lian raised to 30k in the cutoff before Helt 3-bet to 150k in the small blind. Lian moved all in and Helt snap called for 610k. It was a coin flip. Lian had 8s against ace-king. And, well, there was a king on the flop. In fact, it was in the window. And Helt managed to get the double up. Drokin eliminated at the same time on another table. So he is one of our bubble adjacent bust outs.
I'm still digesting that snap call from Mustafov. That's pretty bossy stuff though, when you just fist pump it off. He's just decided, right, I'm better calling, and that is that. Very impressive, to be fair. You would expect to take at least, take a minute and just confirm your read.
Yeah, well, I think what must have happened was, in that 30 seconds or so that he was thinking about what to do on the turn, I think he was deciding between check here and have to pretty much call off any river, or do I bet and snap it off? And, because he would have known he was opening the door in the way that he was, and he would have felt like, okay, well, what am I going to do? So I think he'd already made his mind up.
Yeah. We see Capiello here. Does have a chip EV jam, pocket 3s, 11 bigs, but this is the type of spot on the bubble. We are 3 or 4 away. Very likely to just tank fold this one, I would suggest. Wow, is he going to raise fold? This is very interesting. He's gone for the half stack.
Right.
With the pocket 3s. One thing working for him is he's going to be perceived to be incredibly tight here, I think.
Akimov.
I mean, this is merit for you, man. I never know what's going to happen. Pocket 3s here, you would think a pretty easy fold as we approach the money. Not a bit of it. Capiello deciding, I need to get one through. Does manage to do so. People are so fearless here, man. Have you not noticed?
Yeah.
Merit, what is it we call it? Merit Poker Optimal.
Yeah.
MPO, baby. We're back.
Well, he picks up a rounds of blinds and antes, but with the thick and fast action coming, one wonders if the risk to reward was there. It could slow down, of course, and be a protracted bubble, but it just never seems to be in this poker room. And I said this to James, I said, if anything, when we get 10 from the money, it speeds up.
I've never seen one. I've never seen a long bubble at Merit. Part of the reason we love it so much.
55 now.
55 remain as JJ wakes up with 55. Again, this is so wide. It's just such a wide... He's 5x opening here, JJ, with the pocket 5s. Wow.
Do not try this at home.
Such a challenge in the booth. I love it. Just like get hand after hand incorrect. Supposed to be experts in our field, Mr. Lappin.
Well, I've not studied in the 4 and 5x opens in these spots, I will admit.
One thing I will say about this open size, it stops you getting messed with. right?
for sure.
You know, like if someone wakes up with ace jack offsuit now, I think very likely they just fold their hand. Whereas, you know, some of the big stacks might look to 3-bet a small size open. They're not going to 3-bet this, other than putting you all in.
Wow. And even the 8s don't love life.
This is gross. Yeah, this is gross.
Especially the 8s who are also pretty short. You know, like these two stacks clashed. Akbas, who does cover, will be down to what, 4 bigs? 5 bigs?
Yeah, I mean, readless, you know, of course, you alluded to this, David. They've been playing on the outer tables before coming on the feature. Readless here, I'm definitely folding my hand. But Akbas, reaching, he calls.
Can I just point out that I think over the loudspeaker it has just been announced we're going hand for hand. Accentuating the tension.
I'm absolutely lost in this one. Of all the options here, I would have put call last.
Yeah. And now the guy who's 5x'd with the 5s and has been flatted is now going like, oh no. Oh, what's happened?
What's going on
and the
here?
Is the King Jack going to get involved? It covers both. Jamming here as the King Jack would be wild.
If he jams, I'm leaving the booth and leaving you to it, my friend. This is pretty wild stuff.
I think it also serves him well to take time off the clock. So if he is going to fold, a slow fold is fine. 55 left, 53, remember, in the money. Somehow, we've got 180k in the middle between pocket 5s and pocket 8s right now. Stack to pot ratio of just over 1.
Well,
it looks like we will go to a flop.
This is the Western Series, and we are in the Wild West right here. JJ cannot be loving life. Big flop coming here. It's relatively blind.
Wow, it's like the really
Oh,
unlikely
it's the stop
to
and
see.
go. Wow, Akbas now deciding his opponent has... What is happening?
Oh, and he snapped it off!
Oh my goodness.
What are we seeing on the direct bubble, I believe?
And Akbas thinks he's dead here.
This is a wild hand at a crucial moment of this tournament. I think, Andrew Headley, we are actually on the direct bubble. I think there is another hand on an outer table that is also gone right now. I think this is potentially the bubble hand.
As you see the big blind's facial reaction, looked at both players in shock.
We've turned over the hands, right?
We have 5s at risk.
Oh my goodness, the
my
pocket
word.
8s have a sweat.
Very nice card.
Deuce of spades, turn. JJ, 23% to get there and survive. Can't do it. 3 of clubs, river. And Akbas there somehow makes the 8s work and gets a full double up, or just a shade under. He had almost the same size stack to start the hand. What a moment here. And that is, we believe the bubble just burst, David, with that madness.
Well, we are definitely on the bubble. I think there was multiple hands taking place at the same moment, so we'll sort it out. We might find that there's a bust out on the other table. We might find that the person has survived on an outer table. We actually don't know. It's all happened so quickly, Andrew Headley. What has happened?
I don't know what's going on.
I thought we were in for an hour-long period of, you know, inching our way towards the bubble, and it just went bish, bash, bosh.
I was thinking, you know, I've just arrived. Just arrived in Merit. Gonna have a nice relaxed frame, ease myself in, and then we just had 30 minutes of complete and utter madness. Oh, David, I believe we're going on a short break. Is that correct?
I think they're going on a short break. They might be just doing that little thing to balance up tables, perhaps. I've had to sit down. I was standing up for that. I think I might be having a small coronary. The action has been so violent. Wow. Well, we see the stacks as they are on this table. We're trying to take a breath now. Gu, 1.6 million. Akimov, 1.6 million as well. And Vasta, 1.4 million. Those guys are in the ascendancy. Mustafa, fearless. What an amazing moment there where he snapped off against the King 9 of Akimov.
Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely fearless. Akbas, 700k. McIlroy, well, he's been quiet, but, you know, at least someone was allowed to be quiet for that phase. And Capiello, we saw, even he, you know, put his heart in his mouth a moment ago and opened up that pocket pair. Didn't expect to see that from him either. So it's been a wild period.
To play poker.
Money.
To ride a horse.
Opportunity. For playing poker.
For fun, to get money and to enjoy and experience.
I think is making experiences.
To get some wild. Tilt? Oh, too many. Way too many.
Yeah, many. A lot of bad beats yesterday.
Once. For sure once.
The whole time, always on tilt. It's just my nature now.
Tilt is not about me.
I never experienced this feeling because I expect to win as I expect to lose.
Tilt, I think 37 times.
So many times, cannot count. It's my first merit. I was only at the EPT before, so I guess this one.
Yeah, they're all fun. They're all nice.
Retro series.
I guess each one is better than the last. Each one gets a little better every time. I think the outfits are great.
Actually, yes, Wild West.
Merit is excellent in all concepts.
I think I love all of them. I don't have a certain favorite.
Gangsta.
Yeah.
Usually music, but sometimes I just scroll through my phone or watch some TV series. Right?
Concentrating on the players and, you know, what's up and a few other things on the phone.
I watch players.
I watch the other players.
I'm watching cocktail something.
I just try to not forward as much as I can and then I'm good.
Good question. How do I keep myself busy? I either try to observe players or watch on my phones. One of two. I guess Chief Matt, since it's my name.
Laughing Arrow.
White Sparrow.
Chief drowning fish.
Yusuf spinning flaming glass.
Luna, the moon.
The Curious Torsten.
Dimitri smoking fire. Ace on the river.
Reading a bluff.
How to stay alive.
When you can't call and you can't fold, raise.
Welcome to my salon.
Be patient.
Never put the chips in your pocket.
Mastery. Clint Eastwood for sure.
Alive or dead, it's your choice.
John Wayne.
No, you got me scared.
Martin McFly.
Marty McFly.
John Wayne.
Clint Eastwood.
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
A very warm welcome back to the Merit Western Series warm-up day 3. The bubble has burst, I believe. Is that official? I believe that's official.
It's official.
And my oh my, what a bubble hand we saw. I'm trying to figure out, do these guys hate money? Do they have any respect for money? Do they just love to gamble? Are they fearless? Mustafov was fearless, and that was a fearless moment too.
I think it's just a massive mixture of all that you just mentioned. What an amazing first 45 minutes of this frame. So several incredible hands, of course, none more so than the hand that just burst the bubble. Crazy, crazy stuff. We are in the money, guys. This is the Western Series warm-up day 3. As you see there on your graphic, 53 players remaining. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Mr. David Lappin in the booth. We need to just settle down now, David. A little chill spell for the next. Although the bubble is supposed to be the most relaxing part for us in the booth.
I defy anybody to find a live stream like this live
so
stream.
good.
The GPI awards are coming up.
It's so good.
I
honestly.
do not know who is on the ballot, but if this live stream is not there for pure maniacal entertainment, my goodness me.
Well, we said we wanted a little relax. Not going to get it. Ace King here for Dishev, new player to the table, working with 22 blinds. Basta here, who we've seen a few times, I believe, on our coverage, going to decide to peel in position with the suited wheel ace. Does have position.
fact, you know what? Because it is going to settle down now. You and me can do a job here.
White.
Okay.
Best live stream at the GPI Global Poker Awards is a fan vote situation.
Okay.
Everybody in the chat right now, go to the GPI website, find Global Poker Awards, find best live stream, and if you like what you see here today, please vote for this stream.
Very nicely done, David.
Yeah.
I would just like to be involved.
Yeah.
GPI Awards, and I know you've been involved a few times. I've never been in there. This is gangster stuff, by the way. Mavrikioi gonna peel out the small with Queen 6 suited. Certainly won't find this in any theory book. We go 4 ways. And look at this. Lian also completes. It's a little something here for everyone. 2 flopped flush draws and gutters for Lian and Mavrikioi. Middle pair and the backdoor nut flush draw for Basta. Dishev here with just 2 overs. Does have the ace of clubs working for him. Very unlikely to get to use it. A couple of options here for Basta. We can go with a very small bet here. Look to deny some equity. Does decide to knuckle it back. Concerned that it won't get through enough multi-way. Turn is one of the only blanks really in this deck. 3 of spades.
Quite like a lead out from either small or big if given the opportunity now.
Yeah, somewhat problematic for Mavrikioi because he does still have a pretty undefined big blind behind him. And, you know, the guys in position should be checking over pairs a good amount here on this wet texture themselves. But we do have a pretty nice hand to start semi-bluffing, David, and he's going to go for it.
Yeah, I like this. I think you can make it about half pot here and try and, you know, clear out equity of, you know, overcards that you just might get 3 folds in a lot of worlds, and, you know, it's a really nice pickup if that works, and then of course you can get there.
No, Lian.
Sick.
Folds 10-5 of clubs.
Sick.
Little does he know how good a fold that was.
Wow.
That's pretty wild. I'm not sure I'm a big fan, and I know against the exact hand of Mavrikioi, you know, that it turns out to be a worldie of a fold. I think in the long term here, our hand has so much equity. In any case, gets it through the first 2. Basta now with middle pair.
Yeah, I think versus this sizing, he can probably call once.
Yeah.
But yeah, an unenviable spot because he's probably thinking, I am behind most of the time here.
Wow, look at this. Mavrikioi makes it work. Very nicely done. Gets 3 folds. I love this stream so much. There's no universe where I thought that gets through everyone.
No, I thought it was getting called by 2 of the 3 players, to be honest. And I think that's the key part to remember. You know, yes, you're behind most of the time against most of the range, but you don't have to be ahead most of the time when you're facing a bet that small. You can call, you know, particularly with the ace-4 in position. If you face another bet and then you're unimproved, you can let it go pretty easily. But you got to test your guy out.
Yeah, pretty shocked to see that lay down from the 10-5 suited. As it turns out, miraculous fold, very nicely done.
Yeah.
I would have committed another 45k at least. Even some potential, I think, to raise there from the big blind. In any case, on we go. Mustafov, fresh off that big hand with jacks, up to around about 60 bigs or so now. Opening ace-10 under the gun. You never quite know what Mavrikioi is going to do. See him taking that one down uncontested.
Just want to point out, Andrew, that for 4 hands pre-bubble, we bust 10 players. We've had, now this is the 4th hand since the bubble, and not 1 player has been removed.
People do things the opposite way here at Merit. Play crazy on the direct bubble and then tighten up. we see here. Raise from Akbas with ace-4 of hearts. Round 2, Mavrikioi in the cutoff. It's a very large open here again. Makes it 4x from the hijack, ace-4 of hearts. Mavrikioi perhaps deterred versus that 4x open, gets out of the way with King-Jack. See, Akbas gets this one through. Lots of non-standard play, David, we've seen, I think is a good way of phrasing it. Certainly makes for compelling viewing for us here in the booth. Guys, if you're just joining, bubble has burst in the warm-up, day 3. Last 50 or so players here in our opening event of the Western Series. Plenty of coverage, David, coming up through the week. We've got the 5K high roller.
We've got loads. So we've got today and tomorrow with the warm-up. We've got the next day, final day of the high roller. We have obviously 3 days of coverage of the main event, but in between, we may well have some high-stakes cash games as well.
Nice.
Obviously, we will let you know how they are materializing or if they materialize as the days go by. The expectation is we will have them on in the evenings of, I think that would be Sunday and Monday.
Right.
But we will let you know.
Excited for that. If the cash game action's anything like as ballistic as our tournament streams, in for a treat. So we see Akimov continuing the aggression, opening pocket 3s. Gu gets out of the way with King 10. Round to Dishev, 10-8 suited, sub 20 bigs. Certainly going to be defending this one, David. Makes the call.
Yeah, fine defend here, looking to pick up equity, and equity is found.
Yeah, one of the better flops for 10-8 of clubs. Of course, a pretty good flop for pocket 3s also. 7-6 deuce rainbow. 95k in the middle. Akimov going to come in for a third pot. Look to deny, of course, 2 random overcards. Not going to deny these ones. Dishev with the 2 overs and gut shot to the nuts. Does brick the turn. Jack of diamonds. 3s of Akimov still good. Can't know it. Although he may expect, David, a hand like a 7, for example, just to go ahead and run it here on the flop, I think, at depth.
Yeah, to be honest, I expected the 10-8 suited to maybe just go with its equity on the flop. I know it would have been a big rejam, but wouldn't have been too surprised, particularly with that backdoor flush possibility as well. As played, he's obviously made his hand now. I think he would have bluffed a fair amount.
Yeah, 100%.
But now he can go for some thin value, and not really a great spot now. The obvious draw, the 8-9 has got there. Really just the 4-5 or the 8-5 that you're beating with the 3s. Well played from both players.
Yeah, nice quick laydown from Akimov. And very welcome pickup for Dishev. Trying to keep himself above.
We apologise there, guys, for that as well. But there's definitely a little bit of feedback. It feels as though one of our microphones or one of our players is maybe getting caught in the shirt lapel or something of that nature. I'm going to try and figure out what's going on there and reduce that feedback for you. Bear with us. So we see Basta with the pocket 10s under the gun, certainly coming in for an open here. He's playing almost 100 big blinds deep. We are deep. That is the thing about these merit tournaments as well. The warm-up be damned. It's basically the other main event.
Yeah. Round 2, Mavrikioi, pocket 7s. 38 bigs or so. Gonna peel one in position. Certainly it makes a lot of sense. Wants to see a flop. Round to Dishev, King 10 suited. You never quite know what's going to happen, David. You know, I think this would be too wide versus an under-the-gun open and relatively early position peel. Dishev not having any of it. Does decide he wants to see 3. makes the call as Capiello makes the discipline fold with the 9-6. To go 3 ways here.
Wow.
Big flop for Dishev. Open ender to Broadway with backdoor flush draw. Pretty bad flop, of course, for Basta and Mavrikioi.
Yeah, this one's going to check through most of the time here, which is bad news for Dishev, who would have been hoping for a check jam maybe on a board such as this.
Yeah, it does get the green light here to take a stab. I like this. I think that Mavrikioi in particular is going to bet a lot of his Queen X, you know, when checked to. Basta, of course, can still have some strong hands. We can see here that himself and Mavrikioi have pretty much the 2 perfect holdings here for Dishev to potentially get this one through.
Also the way in which Basta can be sandwiched there with some holdings, like if he was in there with a Jack 10 or even like a King Jack, it's not comfortable to face a bet there on the paired 3 when a Queen X is possible, hoping that your opponent is maybe flush drawing or straight drawing, as is the case.
Yeah, absolutely, and 2 very nice pickups for Dishev. Picks up around about 180k there in 2 hands, getting himself out of that dangerous zone. Well played.
Yeah, and he's shown him a willingness to nerdle a bit here. He's not looking to go for the big play. He's actually happy to, you know, take it to the streets and try and navigate a little bit, which is impressive. Easy to panic when you're in that shorter stack zone. Go for the clunkier play, try to put the decision back on your opponent rather than, you know, take a line, which means you're going to have to make more decisions.
Yeah. Talked about this before, Lappin, the old jumper over the shoulders look. I don't have enough swag to pull that off, I don't think.
It's kind of preppy. Am I right in saying it's a preppy look? It's kind of American preppy look. Kind of a fraternity.
You just have to be so comfortable in your skin, I think, to sit there with it. You're just draped over the shoulders, you know, like, I've got this.
We used to do a thing where our school jumpers would be tied around our waists.
I can do that one.
We used to do that one as kids.
I do that now, walking through the airport when it's too warm.
It was terrible, though, because you have to tie the hand, the arms end up with these awful wrinkles in them, so you have to knot them up.
As we see Gu here with ace-queen, Mustafov getting after it, gonna 3-bet the ace-4 suited. I like this, making it 7 bigs. Gu gonna be perceived to be pretty wide off the big stack. Tricky spot here, they are pretty deep. You know, Mustafov starting this hand with a shade under 60. It's gonna be a bit too much for ace-queen to put it in. Couple of options, David, I think. Normally going to split between call and 4-bet. I think our hand's way too good to fold.
Yeah, I really like a flat, to be honest. That's definitely my default here. I think when you start bringing ICM into the game, and, you know, with 50 players left, I know the bubble just burst. I know there's been some ICM relief recently, but actually it's still very present in this tournament right now, and I think that pushes a lot of those splits into the more passive action.
Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Does make the call. Mustafov here with the betting lead. Pretty decent flop for ace-4 suited in the long term. King 7-5. Our opponent is going to have a lot of hands like this. Ace-queen, ace-jack, queen-jack suited types. You know, some pocket pairs that we could perhaps leverage pressure against down the streets. Look at that, Gu does decide to give it up, facing 1-bet. Very nicely done from Mustafov. He's been one of our big movers here, David, up to around about $1 million now.
Yeah, he's got table presence. He's a real bossy kind of style. He makes his mind up early. He knows how he's going to proceed.
Bluff, yeah.
His sizings are lovely. Like, you know, for a guy who really does use brute force some of the time, he's also quite deft and nifty as well. Very impressed. It's no surprise that he has been bossing it on the Triton circuit as well. James Dempsey in the previous frame, hearkening to his 4 cashes and 4 Tritons when he was in Monte Carlo last year.
Very strong.
Remember, they are elite fields.
Yeah.
Like, yes, sure, there's a few whales about, there's a few soft spots about in that particular environment, but my gosh, all the best players are there too.
They are, really are. Yeah, 4 for 4, very impressive. And yeah, we did see him make that very bossy turn back call with jacks within a microsecond. Back in the mix here with 5s from the hijack. Capiello still waiting for some lightning in the jar.
Yeah.
Very patient though. This is the thing though, David, the structure's pretty good, right? Like 1 hour clock, I believe, at the moment.
Yeah, and it will remain until
you have
we sort of
time,
lose
yeah.
players on the final table. I think it goes to maybe 40 minutes, or it kind of chops, certainly
Okay.
post deals or heads up. I know it goes less, so it's a little bit flexible in that regard. But yeah, great structure, my goodness.
Plenty of time for Capiello to spin it up.
Yeah.
See Mustafov take down another small one.
Let me put it this way, it's going to take about 14 more hours of poker to get from 49 to 1. That's a lot of play.
There's a lot of play. Very precise. How did you come up with?
I've seen the future. Yeah. Keeping with the Western poker theme, it's Back to the Future 3.
Oh.
I've travelled to the Wild West.
What a movie.
I've seen what happens. Marty McFly wins.
Brilliant. What is it? Film trilogy.
Ah.
Now, wait a minute now. I know you're a movie purist. Have you heard that they're thinking of bringing it back?
Well, they can't. I
I
know
know,
that
but-
Zemeckis won't let them
but
until he dies.
There you go. And it was you that told me, I believe.
That's it.
So, yeah. In the recent past, you told me this.
On stream, I think, maybe at the last one.
Might have been.
It is true, Robert Zemeckis has said that he won't, over his dead body, literally, and they
There we
said,
go.
well, we will wait for that moment to happen, and then we will definitely franchise this bad boy for 6 more episodes.
I hope they don't.
It is sort of
They
perfect.
will do it, though.
It
They
is sort of
definitely-
perfect.
Oh, and we spoke of Capiello waiting for his spot. His spot has arrived. 11.5 bigs. Pocket 8s.
Will he chop his stack in half this time? Or will he just stick it in? No ladder jumps for a few more spots, so maybe just puts it in.
Yeah, I think Pocket 8s is the type of hand that can go into an open jam range here.
And he has chopped.
He has decided to do it again.
I guess the downside of getting flatted and stop code, if that is something that players are already showing themselves capable of doing, is offset against the idea of that, I guess, if it goes shove, 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 then you can toss your hand away. But you need a lot of shoves to justify folding 8s in that spot.
You absolutely do. Let's get it through. Very necessary part of the tournament grind. Staying patient when you have around about 10 to 15 bigs. Gets that one through. Not much table talk for us, David. You know, we like to let the fans listen in.
Sure.
Some interesting table talk. Stuck with us for the moment, I would suggest.
Bad
Very
beat,
stoic
bad-
table.
bad beat for the fans.
As we see Leanne finding 7s. Makes it 2x under the gun. Tricky spot here for Gu. +1. Of course, very beautiful looking hand. Does have the whole table behind them to worry about. Leanne also been pretty snug. Gu here in the tank. Yeah, don't mind this. It does just let it go. Perhaps conscious here that under the gun 1, so many players behind, could just get squeezed out of this pot. Decides to make a tight-ish fold. Not even particularly tight versus UTG, of course. Round 2, Mavrikioi. Suited ace-4 of diamonds. Certainly more than defendable. Numbers whittling down to 48. And about 10% of the field remain. So we see Mavrikioi here make the call. ace in the window, followed by the 10 and 3. Takes the lead here against Leanne. Pocket sevens with a heart. Pretty much a mandatory range bet here from under the gun. Does make it 25k. Look to fold out 2 random cards. Of course, Mavrikioi going nowhere. Check calls with top pair. 3 of spades turn, pairing the board. Quick check, check. River, 5 of hearts, front door flush, does complete. Mavrikioi here, going to be pretty comfortable, I think. Leanne with the snap, turn check.
Maybe deploy a little one. Yes, exactly what I thought.
Yeah, don't mind this. 1.5 blinds from Mavrikioi. You can try and extract some thin value with the block. About 20% pot. Interesting here for Leanne. Are some hands that Mavrikioi could potentially bluff?
Queen
like
Jack,
a Queen
maybe?
Jack with a heart, something like that. Just going to go for a very small value bluff. Yeah, Leanne is curious, decides to flick this in.
Just keep him on a sort of situation, wasn't it?
Nicely done from Mavrikioi. Probably picked the perfect size in there, River, to get pocket sevens to make the call. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done. As I bring you news from the outer tables, Ara Melchizedian has just eliminated Demirkol. Melchizedian, obviously a familiar face in this poker room. We'll be keeping tabs on his progress or lack thereof. We also have not an elimination, but a virtual elimination. Yuri Bokharev, who, of course, you will remember from our last feature table, and Amir Saeed have clashed. They were both incredibly short. This is a real post-bubble situation, both sitting on 5-6 big blinds. It's sort of flipped around now. Bokharev was the one with maybe 7 bigs against the 5 bigs of Saeed. Now Bokharev's got just 2 big blinds and very much in trouble. While I take a look at the chip counts, we mentioned there Simone Andrian had gotten up to 2.7 million pre-bubble. Pretty extraordinary stuff. He's been pushed back down to 2.3 million, and we have a new sheriff in town in the form of Adrian State, Romanian player, who is now our chip leader. As far as we know, we are trying to keep tabs on a lot of moving parts in this tournament right now. Gang Shuao, 1.6 million, also doing very well on an outer table.
Yeah, a lot of big stacks.
The mysterious John Doe has 1.5 million.
Oh, I'm loving that. Wasn't he the villain in 7?
He was the villain in 7. No, yes, he was the villain in 7, which sort of made it kind of confusing because obviously...
Great movie.
Which was sort of a bit of a teaser to what was going to happen because, of course, he is murdered in the last scene.
Don't
spoiler. Spoiler for everyone there.
Guys, if you were looking...
And if you were paying attention, you would have known that because he was called John Doe from the start.
Ah, very good. If you were looking for some Thursday night entertainment, guys, I suggest you skip it. Now look at this. Very interesting. Leanne just going to call. A little bit of deception here. Don't hate it. You know, our opponent going to have a lot of hands that we dominate, and if we think that Capiello has too many raised folds, not the worst to just flat. Not typical. You would normally see people fast play the ace king of diamonds, excuse me. Capiello now, 6-5-3, takes a free one. Intriguing, because he does have a hand that doesn't mind to just quickly generate folds. Of course, I know it's not the greatest board in the world for Jack 10. Leanne now coming in with a small bet.
Yeah, and it sort of targets some ace queens and ace jacks that might feel compelled to call one street here.
Yeah, don't mind this at all.
Don't mind it at all either.
We're going to have lots of very small bets here on this 8-6-5-3, targeting just the bare 2 overcards of the opener. Leanne takes it down.
I just noticed that we stayed sort of on brand there, although I wouldn't define 7 as a Western by any means. The last scene is in a desert and very Westerny, so yes, I like that.
Yeah.
What's in the box?
Oh, great movie ending.
What's in the box? Speaking of what's in the box, there are mystery bounty tournaments here at the Western Series. I think we have 2 of them, a 2K buy-in and a maybe 1K or 1,500. I'll have to check that.
I'm in there, you know that. That's one of the happier developments for me on this stop. I get to play the main as well. On 1A, I can play. So you guys are taking commentary duties on the 20th. So day 1A. Maybe you can do some kind of giveaway. Okay, there you go. There's something.
If we put you on stream, would you do the giveaway? If we put your table on stream for the fans?
I don't want to go on stream. Just like butcher the hand and just be never ever trusted again to be in the booth. It'd be a disaster. As we see Akimov opening ace-5. Interesting Akbas, 9-10 of hearts. That's followed in the cutoff. Certainly could have V-pipped this hand. Somewhat surprised to see it, working with 50 bigs. Let's let it go. Perhaps deciding Akimov not somebody he wants to tangle with. Takes it down pre. But I'm excited, David. I've never played the main, I don't think, at Merit. Although I may have played it once when I just came as a visitor before the comms. Excited to get in the mix. As we see there, chip leader on the table, Barzan Akimov. 1.5 million in chips, good for 75 big blinds. Closely followed by Yufan Gu. John Basta not far behind. Mustafov, one of our big movers here, up over 1 million. And then a bunch of mid stacks, Akbas, Lian, and Mavrikioi, around about the 30 big blind mark. And Capiello, our short stack, still with work to do now, David. Under 10 bigs. Blinds have now gone up to 10 and 20k with a 20k ante.
Yeah, and I think these guys may have secured a small ladder jump, which is always nice as well, to get up above the 2 buy-in mark.
Yeah, always nice. Absolutely.
Of course. Sites will be on the final table where I believe minimum cash is 16,500 and of course 165k up top. Not too shabby at all.
Look at the timing. Capiello, we did just reference. Under 10 bigs. 9 big blinds. Welcome sight of the Cowboys.
Yes, these Django's will be unchained at any
nice.
moment.
Loving the movie references from us in this segment. Interesting, he does elect to min.
And he can, because he's already shown himself to be that guy, which I love. They've seen enough of these opens be give-ups on flops when flops were taken and whatnot, that he can get action now from a real hand, perhaps, in a spot where others could not.
Yeah, very much a feature of modern poker. You are going to see these min-raise non-all-ins off stacks as shallow as sort of 8 or 9 blinds. Capiello going to go for it. No action thus far.
Oh, and Mustafov, the man who may be tempted here, getting the best price in the big blind. He's got connected cards.
Yeah. Yeah, it never feels great to defend here against such a short stack. But does decide to flick it in for the minimum. Queen 7-5, Rainbow.
And he probably doesn't even have to call a 1 big blind bet here.
Yeah, I think Capiello just too shallow here, really. You never quite know with Mustafov, but does just let this one go. Very welcome little boost for Capiello. Gets that extra 1 big blind by not shoving pre. Gonna have to give kudos to our technical team once again, David. I love these backgrounds. At the Gangster series, I was loving that one. You had the atmospheric smoke coming from behind on the screen with the gangster characters. Of course, with our Western motif now in the background. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and it's not just graphics. They're actually going to bring Ali Nejad in on a horse, I believe, later in the week.
Oh, it's something that I would really love to see and also would haunt my dreams.
Especially when Ali has said that he wants to do a tribute to Lady Godiva.
Oh my goodness. I don't need that mental image in my mind. The scary thing is I could see him doing it.
Oh,
I could absolutely see Ali just coming in, whipping and hollering, tipping the cap, chewing on a piece of straw.
What I'd love is just if it's one of those
Wow.
plastic horses with wheels on the bottom and he's just sitting on a white one and we wheel it in.
Oh dear.
And he has his cowboy hat off. I love it.
As we see Leanne here with the 9 of hearts coming in for the open. Dishev defending with the Jack 6 suited. 6 in the window. Jack of clubs behind. Dishev absolutely smashes this one, top and bottom. Sorry, top 2, excuse me.
And Leanne likely in there with a
He's been
an
very,
ace 9
very
or a king
passive.
9 now, I assume.
Yeah, very passive, Leanne, post-flop so far.
Would have expected a c-bet if it was pocket 9s. So probably an ace 9 or a king 9, something of that nature, which clearly has to be binned.
Yeah.
Duchef flops quite nicely there and adds some more to his spoils. What a spin up it's been for the short stack of Duchef now. Very handsomely sitting around 26, 27 bigs. Lots of weapons.
Yeah, very impressive. He's been very calm, like you said. He chose to just flat in a couple of spots where I think people might lose patience and squeeze all in pre. They'd managed to win a pot versus 10s and 7s with just king high earlier on. Picks up another nice small pot there. Action on Basta here, under the gun with the Queen Jack. Pretty much at the bottom of an under the gun open range. I'm gonna let this one go. Round 2 go in the cutoff. Strong holding in LP. Ace 8 of clubs. A little bit of a larger open size here. Goes for the 2.5x. Capiello very short. Typically something we will see a lot of when players are around about 10 bigs in the big blind. Do you see people sizing up these opens, give them a worse price to defend? Certainly makes sense. Capiello siding 6-7, a little too strong. 10 of spades, 5 of spades, a deuce of diamonds. Ace high, still good. Capiello here. This would be very out of line. David looks to be considering a lead. Don't think we get to do too much of it on 10-5 deuce. Look at this.
Oh, creativity.
Very much so. This is dicey. You can see that Gu does have the type of holding where this could potentially work. Certainly shouldn't work. We're not supposed to fold too many, you know, ace highs and the like here in position versus such a small bet. Gu looks suspicious. I would suggest rightly so. You know, is Capiello going to lead a 10 here, for example? I don't think so. Shouldn't have too many deuce X in our range, right? Off the short stack, for facing at 2.5x open.
Yeah, it more feels like a flush straw that is happy to get in on this street, but also can just jam most turns.
I mean, isn't he just going to jam that himself, though, rather than bet small and just look to realize? Yeah, Gu, very suspicious. Does it make the correct flop call? And all of a sudden, at 10 of clubs turn, Capiello This would be incredibly creative to follow through here. Working with around about 3/4 pot.
Yeah, in fairness to Capiello here, I think there were some turn cards where
Sure.
he would have gone for it and it would have worked probably in some of those instances, although we see there that the 8 would not have been a particularly good one. I think Gu would have snapped off an 8.
Sure.
But, you know, this is as bad a card maybe. Although, maybe just going to rep that 10.
Wow, this is pretty wild. Look at him. Look at this. Capiello.
Credit
wow.
to him for this bravery. Now targeting the ace-X that felt compelled to call, as you said, Andrew.
Absolutely.
And thinking to himself, well, actually, I can really represent a hand that the ace-X can't catch up against now.
Yeah, also going after, you know, some Broadway hands that had a backdoor flush draw, for a Queen Jack of Diamonds or something of Gu that we can potentially get to fold to this bet. As you said, David, some ace highs. This is pretty out there. We are in the Wild West, folks.
Yeah.
Super intriguing. And Gu, I mean, I can understand why. He doesn't believe him. Is our opponent repping a 5 now, right? That just stabbed flop and wants to deny turn.
As you say, would have jammed flush draws now, one presumes, so is actually sort of, you know, maybe like nutty stuff like pocket deuces. Pocket deuces and 10x that we're happy to just sort of pursue value in a more
I just think they always check
gradual
the
way.
flop, though. They always check the flop and
Yeah.
just look to check raise.
It's certainly super weird here. Gu only has to put in 40k to a pot of 270. May just decide to be sticky one more time. Minimum defense frequencies are swirling around
Look
his
at
mind right now.
this. Capiello.
Wow.
Gotta tip the cap to him. Gets it through.
Amazing.
I'll
Amazing
tell you
stuff.
right now, I'm not finding that. Well done, sir. Timing was perfect. I think Gu just sniffed it out, but it's hard to pull the trigger there, right? Your opponent's so short. Great bluff. Candino Capiello gets himself from 8 bigs or so back up to 17.
Yeah, we're being really spoiled here with the standard of poker. We saw a swashbuckling bubble and bubble burst, in fact, on feature table only half an hour ago. Since then, we've played about 7 or 8 hands, and they've all been very, very high quality, very entertaining. A lot of creativity, a lot of deftness shown. It's not just bish bash bosh in this poker room. It's not just MPO. Sometimes there's some GTO and some maybe, you know, nuanced stuff going on.
It makes it really fun for us in the booth. You know, you see these non-standard lines a lot here in Cyprus. And even though, you know, there's certain hands that I myself, I will confess, I don't quite understand when I'm witnessing it unfold. But people are getting stuff done, you know. It's great to see. Capiello, well played. It's a pretty sick one. I don't think many people are finding that bluff.
No, and he turned a 15% hand into the winner by betting the almost minimum. It's like, it's extraordinary stuff.
Back into the action here as we see Akimov with the ducks. Again, not a hand you'll typically see opened, especially from under the gun. Akimov has shown himself. Wants to get after it. Certainly getting after it here. Round to Capiello, another decision point coming his way. Ace-9 of clubs. I would suggest all options open here.
Yeah, Akimov, definitely one of the players who would open loosest from under the gun, so there is full equity on a shove here, more so than there would be against a lot of other players. Flat also a very reasonable option. Fold, possibly also a reasonable option, given that the open has come from UTG, but I feel like he will be putting chips into this pot. I think dynamically, at least a call, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, you will see a bunch of the sort of low-suited ace-X rip it in here. You know, some of the wheel-suited aces against an aggressive player will decide to shove. Deciding to call here. Ace-9 of clubs, almost considering it a little too strong, perhaps.
Yeah.
To turn into a bluff. A bluff shove, so to speak. Makes the call. Oh, Akimov flops bottom set. Incredibly disguised bottom set at that.
Now, given that all of the overpairs to sixes almost certainly shove pre, does Akimov need to let a card peel off here? A Broadway card, you know, will be the kind of thing he'll be hoping for.
Yeah, I do think you have an incredibly invulnerable holding here, David. I agree. Although we are going to have some continues, right? I mean, the small blind is not going to hit this board, as you've just suggested. So if we have, you know, some of the weaker parts of our range, right? Like a, you know, Queen 10 suited type hand that just wants to generate a fold from some King highs type holdings. Does decide to come with small bet.
Yeah, and the beauty of small bet is it's not much different to a check.
Right.
Cappiello's got the ace high, which could be good. He's got the backdoor clubs.
Absolutely.
He's got 2 overs. Oh, my goodness me.
Here we go. 7 of clubs on the turn. I mean, this is working out like a dream so far for Akimov. Very easy spot now to just bet turn, set up a river shove. Knows he's going to get action from all of those backdoor flush draws. Going to get action from heart draws. Going to get action from traps. You know, if Cappiello did decide to peel pre with a hand like aces or kings, never going to fold. Don't think he's going to have too many turn folds.
No, and Akim happy to massage this pot with a small bet, and I like it because in most worlds he's actually invulnerable right now. He's 100%. We see that Cappiello has one of the few hands that does actually still have some equity here. Question now is, does Cappiello turn his hand into a semi-bluff, or does he just flat? I feel like he just flats because the ace high can be still good sometimes, and his equity's in a couple of different places.
For sure. Yeah, I tend to agree. Getting a very attractive price. You know, the one frustration can be if you just call and it bricks out and you lose to perhaps a slightly better ace.
Yes, the ace-queen that just decided to fire another little tiddler.
Here we go. He's going to turn it into a bluff.
Well,
he's going to have to get there, David, because it's going in.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. Cappiello going to take his time here because we are on a ladder jump. He's probably going to... He might even wait for the clock to be called if he's that close, and, you know, as well he should.
Oh, no, here we go. Calls it off, as he should. Not dead. 16%, David. 7 outs once. Looking for a non-board pair club. Big pot here, 720k in the middle. Can he get there? Cannot do it. 10 of hearts, river. Unlucky for Candido Cappiello. Saw that extremely creative 7-high bluff just a few moments ago. And Akimov picking up another big pot, back over 2 million. One of those spots, David, where you jam and they snap, put it in, and you just sigh.
Yeah.
Should have just called.
Have to get there now.
Gonna have to get there.
But got to say, really well navigated bubble from Cappiello there, and almost got the spin. You know, had he found a favourable river there up to 700k, every chance of getting right back in this tournament, not too far off the average. Obviously, that's the journey of a lot of these guys who allow themselves to blind down during that bubble period, just try to hang in there, and then they're all hoping for the spin. Well, most of the bust outs we've seen is those guys not getting their spin, but while they hit the exits, they make way for some bigger stacks in here. Still tussling. 45 now remain in the Western. 2k warm-up here in North Cyprus. Backpass under the gun. Qualifying ace-queen off.
Yeah, really been a lot of fascinating hands. Very intriguing mix of players. Really enjoying it. Great frame so far. Round here to the big blind. Akimov, 9-10 of clubs. I've seen him on the stream here in Merit on multiple occasions. Always seems to have a big stack and always seems to be in the mix. Makes the call with that 9-10 of clubs. Jack 6-3 rainbow Akimov comes up empty. Going to be a pretty quick bet fold, you would think. Akbass with the 2 overs and the backdoor nut flush draw. Yeah, Akimov, no real backdoor potential. Quickly lets it go. I feel like we finally get to pause for a breath.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? It's been a roller coaster hour and 20 minutes or so.
As we await new player about to join the table. That is Andrea Dato. Is making his way over from the outer tables. Action round to Dishev. As you see Dato there taking his seat. Dishev here, ace-10 of spades in the cutoff. 25 big blinds to start the hand.
I gotta say, Dishev has really impressed me, not just today. I think he's been excellent today, but every time he's been on stream. He's a navigator, he's a tippy-tappy sort of poker player.
Like it. So we see Akbass tippy-tapping his way to the flop. Queen 9 defends. Jack 7 deuce, 2 hearts. Both players come up empty. Akbass with a little backdoor potential. Certainly not a hand that he's going to immediately fold. Of course, in the old solver world, blocking backdoor diamonds with some backdoors of our own. Could continue, but deciding to let this one go. Can be tricky, David, right? Against sort of 23 big blind stack behind. You're not going to get to go all the way down the streets too often when you check raise.
Yeah, I
Pretty
think that's
awkward.
the key point in that one, is that with his stack, you would certainly want to navigate a little bit further into the hand, but versus a player who's probably one of the tighter guys at the table, you know, certainly not one of the looser ones anyway.
Sure.
And yes, against a sort of 22, 23 big blind stack there, don't think you can maybe navigate quite so easily with that sort of attractive multiple backdoor sort of hand and an overcard.
Yeah, as Dishev continues to slowly accumulate.
Yeah, as relentless as those birds are flying overhead. You gotta watch the windmills though. Stay away from the windmill. Oh no! We've got one heading. No! Oh.
They haven't managed to put that in the graphics, have they? How good would that be? And the feathers go flying. Little spurt of blood. All over the cacti beneath. We really do talk some nonsense at times. It's great. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys. We're certainly enjoying providing it.
Well, a little shout out there. One person I can confirm is listening is Luke Vrabel.
Oh, what a legend.
We
Old Slay Dog.
We love Slay.
We do.
He said he's not interested in the poker, just listening to you two very attractive men chat to keep me zen. I might have added in the very attractive part.
Understandable.
You got to pay attention to the poker too, I think, here, Slay. It's wild stuff. Might learn a thing or two as well.
Yeah, big love to the Slay Dog. We love him. Hope you're enjoying, my friend. Interesting spot developing here as we see Leanne opening ace-7 of hearts under the gun. Have a peel in the small from Akbass with the suited wheel clubs. And Mavrikioi here with the same hand as Leanne. Going to complete from the big. Not so often that you see 3 suited aces go to war, as we see 3 ladies appear on the flop. Queen, queen, queen. We have seen Leanne be extremely kind of cautious post. I'm not sure we've seen him make a c-bet yet. It's kind of interesting. Deciding to c-bet this one too.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Leanne doesn't just fire a c-bet there. It just gets the job done so often.
Yeah, I mean, you can just bet small, and you know, of course, some pocket pairs are going to continue, but I'm going to give you a few more options post as Mavrikioi turns best, turning the nut flush draw. Now Leanne going to announce himself, try and represent that king. This actually becomes really tricky for Mavrikioi. You know, you can be drawing dead right already now.
Yeah.
Of course. And
well, never dead. The queen comes.
Indeed. You're always one step ahead.
But it is a pretty miserable situation. You're absolutely right with the flush draw here. Your ace high could be good, but doesn't your opponent certainly see bet?
Right.
Flop when he's got the jack
10
high.
Jack 10 suited, example. You would think so. Very awkward spot here.
It's almost like Leanne's played it like aces.
Sure.
Which you're blocking. Maybe he's got a queen. Maybe he's played it like a queen.
Yeah, this is really difficult. Really difficult to continue. As you suggest, there's almost no hands we're in front of. We can already be dead. Yeah, Mavrikioi decides to let this one go. Don't mind it. Leanne's been very tight as well, right?
Yes.
I think just going to give him that respect. Seems like a prudent fold. Nice pickup for Leanne. A lot of sunglasses at this table.
Yeah, I have to say, I'll put up my hand to this one, not a huge fan of sunglass wearing in general in poker terms. Do like to see guys' eyes, do think that it's sort of nicer when, you know, people are willing to do that. But my exception to that rule is on feature tables. I do get a bit of a migraine from the bright lights, and I do wear sunglasses on feature tables more often than I don't these days. So I do kind of get it. You know, there is a reflective glare. The lights are just bright anyway.
I've never been there. I don't know.
You've never been on a feature table? Oh, bless.
This week it's going to happen, I'm telling you.
We're going to insist upon it.
Oh, no.
Yeah?
Don't do it.
Just have to make day 2 of the main, and then...
Oh, I'm okay.
We'll have a word with those fabulous people at Sharehand. Give them a nudge in the right direction.
You do a fabulous job with the Sharehand boys. So we see Dishev here going for a marginal one. We haven't really seen him step out of line, so to speak. Going to try and sneak one through. We can see not going to get through Dato, excuse me. Ace King of Hearts, 23 big blinds. A couple of ways to play this, David. Typically going to 3-bet call or just rip it in. Personally, I like 3-bet call. I think, you know, we still have people behind us. I know it's the offsuit variety, and players do often like to just send this one in. Is going to go for the 3-bet call.
Would have gone smaller.
Yeah, very large.
With my 3-bet calls, but I guess this will just simplify things. We're not getting action unless there's a really, really good hand behind. You're not loving looking down at a pocket 10s in this situation. Jacks either, maybe.
Yeah, I think certainly a little too big. One of these spots, I think, where if we are going to perceive to have bluffs, they're not going to go as large as 7.5 bigs. Effectively a third of our stack. In any case, I think Dishev was folding regardless.
You also want to offer a good price to the hands you're dominating.
Sure.
If there is someone in there with an ace-jack suited, a king-queen suited, they're exactly the kind of hands you want to lay a good price to. They can get themselves into more trouble down the streets.
Yeah, 100%. Sort of 5 to 5.5 bigs. Normally the order of service. In any case, nice pickup early at this feature for Dato.
The only counterpoint to that is discouraging a few extra pocket pairs to hit the muck, which is not a bad outcome for you with the ace-king there.
Sure. We see things finally settle down a little on this feature. It was very much an hour and a half or so of absolute non-stop action.
Well, even the fact that we've lost the same number of players since the bubble as we lost pre-bubble, and it only took about 4 hands to lose them pre-bubble, and it's taken 4 or 5 times as long since, which is as you said, back to front. It's absolutely the other way around. But it's also something I predicted at the very beginning of the day with James Dempsey, because it does seem to happen here all the
Always.
time. These guys play fearlessly when an injection of fear is usually part and parcel of the affair.
Yeah. Gunslingers aplenty. I know you like a pun. Have you done your due diligence? I know you like to prepare for the, what was it, the opera series and the gangster series.
Yeah, no, I have.
Mr. Lappin, he always just has about
they've
10, 15 phrases lined up.
They get sprinkled in. They get sprinkled in. I don't want to spoil. I want to find the perfect moment.
Find the perfect moment. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, have them in my back pocket. You know, safe to say.
So you know, I'm a very off the cuff commentator. I just hope that the stars align and that I speak sense on the day, whereas you're a lot more prepared than me.
Yeah, it's very different how we all go about things. I feel as though James likes using his laptop, likes sort of having all the screens ready with different things that can pop up, so he has the information. He's sort of like a trader, Wall Street trader, who's got all the options that he can go to. I do feel like you like to wing it. I look over to your side of the table and I often just see a cup of tea.
That's all I need.
I'm a scribbler. I've got pen and paper and scroll notes, and by day 6, everyone's pissed off at me in the booth because there's just like random bits of paper everywhere. And then, well, Ali just, it's so easy for him.
He just gets it
He's
done,
just so
doesn't he?
good
I know.
at what he does. He's such a veteran, and by that I mean he's very old, that he can just.
I noticed that.
Do it, you know. I feel like a quarter of Ali could be in the room and he's still doing it better than the rest of us.
He is actually disgustingly good.
Yeah.
At his work. Very impressive.
Yeah.
So we see Gu here, gonna limp from the small with the 10-4. Mustafov content to check with the suited queen. Top pair for Gu. Bottom pair for Mustafov. Always very intriguing, of course, these blind-on-blind confrontations with the ranges being so wide. Goes check, check. Gu's still good. Jack of spades turn. I like this from Gu a lot. You know, you can pick off some bluffs from the kind of 9 highs, queen highs, some 7 highs that didn't bet flop, decide to start to bluff. Let's check through again.
Now,
River
does
is
he
the ace of
pursue
diamonds.
value against the 8 and the 3?
Yeah, pretty interesting. I think if we are going to,
He
typically
does.
going to be a small bet. And Mustafov, understandable here. You know, we have a very under-repped little piece of showdown. Our opponent going to stab that ace enough of the time with his delay bluffs. Nice pickup for Gu. Well played hand by both. If you are just joining, guys, this is day 3 of the warm-up event. Right here, Merit Poker, the Western Series. Warm-up day 3, 45 players or so left. As you said, David, we conclude the coverage of this tomorrow. We'll play down to maybe final 2 tables today, you think?
Yeah, you can set your watch by it normally. We generally get down to somewhere between 12 and 18 on the penultimate day. This is a slightly smaller field size. The reason for that is that it's wintertime now. Obviously, when you have the August series here, we might get double the numbers. But for the winter series, the Western 440 odd entrants, I believe, and it's more likely that we'll get quite close to the final table this evening. I would guess somewhere around 12 or 13 left, which I actually have a huge preference for a couple of reasons. I've talked about this on previous streams, but I like that you get not to the final table for the beginning of the final day, because one, players can prepare for, you know, the different ICM spots. They can do more preparation than maybe you would like. You know, maybe it's better that people are caught on the fly, having to use their wits in the moment. And secondly, it sort of warms up the stream. You get a couple of hours of pre-final table,
Pre-FT.
and then it sort of kicks off a little bit later in the afternoon when more people are awake and probably more people are watching.
As we see Mustafov here, I'm going to elect to 3-bet the small ace-jack. Gu here King 7 of spades, certainly a hand we would like to defend for chips. You won't see too many suited kings folding here to a 3-bet from the blinds. Is 8 big blind 3-bet. Mustafa here playing 45 bigs to start the hand. Couple of options for Gu.
Sorry, a bottle of water, please.
Can I get a water? I think one of the factors in this is who are you up against?
Yeah.
And up against someone as good as Mustafov, I might be willing to shave off the last couple of hands that feel compelled to call here in position. I might just about let go of the King 7 and maybe need the King 9 suited in this spot. But as you said, for chips, absolutely seems reasonable. And that looks like what Gu has decided upon.
Yeah, I like this. Been very impressed with Gu so far. Undeterred here. Do you have position? Do you have a very playable hand? Makes the call. Spade in the window. It's a dream of a flop for Mustafov. Flopping close to the effect of nuts, you would say. Jack 8 deuce.
Yeah, he can proceed with a pretty small bet here, target the pocket pairs, which would almost certainly have to call at least one street. I think something around 80k is really nice here.
Yeah, he's gone a little bit more. He's gone for around about a third pot. 125k. Ace-Jack is always one of these interesting type of hands that doesn't mind getting more money in, right? You know, it's not a bad hand selection to sort of try and play as a two-streeter.
Ooh, hello.
Look at this. Gu. Gonna float one off. Oh, and look at the turn card.
A turn card. He's picked up one of the gin turn cards here. 10 of spades, 9 of spades, giving him maximum outage. And now are we about to see another bet and a shove?
I mean, one of the problems here is that Mustafov actually has the type of hand that could just jam turn here. You know, he has pot. Ace-Jack very vulnerable, right, to, you know, a sort of 9-10 suited now that is paired up with an open-ender. A worse Jack X can call. A hand that's floated us, like a King Queen of spades, King 7 of spades in this instance. Now he's going to have enough equity that it could call us on the turn.
It's amazing how a really dry board can suddenly get very wet with the turn of a card. And exactly that, on this really dry texture, he'd have been looking to get it in installments. Now he's happy to just put it in. And it's disastrous for Gu, who literally picked up his best card and now he can't do anything with it. He's got to let this go. He's not even in good shape against Ace-King now for this price.
Yeah, this is one of the problems when I did have an inkling, you know, with specifically Ace-Jack is the type of hand here that's going to want to jam and deny. You, of course, are going to get called by the sort of Queen-Jack, Jack-10 are going to have to call you here. And, of course, some pair and draw type holdings. And Gu, horrible feeling to turn such a big 9 of spades. Have to let it go. Mustafov, very, very impressed with him, I must say. Every hand so far, pretty much not perfect.
So good, so good.
Well
it's a real
played.
treat to watch him play.
Oh, Gu is just fuming. There's nothing worse. You're like, right, I'm going to call, I'm going to take it away from him on the turn. Unfortunately for him, Mustafov rips it in.
Thank you.
We see Basta here under the gun. Ace-Jack off. Does make a raise to 40k. Just a raise and take it. So Around about 20 minutes left of this frame. And David, you'll be taking a well-earned first break of the day. I'll be joined by Mr. James Dempsey after the break.
You will be joined by Mr. James Dempsey. I don't know how well earned the break will be, but I will take it regardless.
Very well earned, my friend. So what's the plan? Dinner? Spa?
Just to
take it easy?
Go up to the room and watch you guys cover this fantastic
Just soak
tournament.
in the knowledge.
Oh, yeah. Is that not what you do in all your breaks? Just continue watching?
Of course. I'm shocked and offended that you would suggest anything else. Akimov, another player, David, we've seen he really goes for it, right? These very marginal sort of under-the-gun opens. He's taking every spot. He's really in there looking to win this tournament. Love to see it. Round to Lian. Very patient. I'd be surprised based on his playstyle to see him VPIP here, but here he comes. Is that a 3-bet?
I think it is.
It's a min click. Oh, no. Did he not see the open? Is it the classic?
No, it is a min click, and he must have seen the open. It was right in front of him.
Is he going to min click 5-6 suited?
Did he mean to make it bigger? What kind of chips were they there? Like 2 25k chips and 3 5k chips?
It
If it
is,
was
yeah.
the other way round, it would have been
125 potentially if you want to put 5 25ks in.
That's maybe.
I love spots like this now because it just completely muddies the waters, and Akimov's like, what is happening? And I can't fold my hand now.
And it's in your mind. It seems like a misclick, but then he definitely saw it, so I'm not
look
sure
at
it is a
this.
misclick.
This is some street poker stuff.
Well, the waters have been muddied further.
You gotta love it. Akimov pouncing. So it goes 2 big blinds, 3 and a bit.
He's made a difficult bet
Makes
for
it
himself,
8
Lian.
bigs. I don't think he saw David, or
You think it was that's
I
just
think-
his open? He was opening to 65.
I think so. I really do.
Right.
Well, I mean, just on how quickly Akimov has just pounced on this.
Very cheeky. I guess it did come in from the 9 seat, which is the one you
And
might
he's
be a little
sort of
blind
hidden,
to.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, from his point of view, the dealer would be offering a small amount of obstruction. Interesting stuff.
Big fan of how Akimov is approaching this feature also. Just relentless.
Yeah.
Very nice. It's really easy there, right, to just say, all right, fine, I'll take the price. Not a bit of it. Loving this for us, David.
We're getting some
Next
love.
feature, Matt Davenport coming to the table. If it is indeed the same one, I believe it must be, because there is only one. Absolute legend of the UK poker scene, going to be joining our next feature table. Bunch of names I recognize from previous streams as we look to approach the final table over the next 4 or 5 hours. Mavrikioi here, ace-8 of spades. Coming for the open, Akimov once more. Another Jack-10, defending out the big. Great flop for Mavrikioi, 5-3-5 with 2 spades. Flops the nut flush draw. It's going to continue for a small size. Akimov, not enough working for him. Let's it go.
And while we see Mavrikioi pull in a small pot there, I have news of a very, very large pot on our outer tables featuring 2 of our most experienced and biggest stack players with more than $1 million already in the middle. Simone Andrian faced a very large bet from Justice Helt. Justice, obviously one of the best players in the poker room right now, but also stable master, if you want to call him that. He's one of the coaches and owners of stables that, you know, put out some of the best players in the world, frankly.
Yeah.
And Helt moved all in with 7-8 of spades on Jack 9, 4, Queen 4.
Wow.
He'd missed, but you know, it was one of his worst holdings. He put his man to the test, and eventually Andrian makes the call with pocket kings for the overpair. You're supposed to fold. Horrible call, joked one of the table mates. And Simone Andrian, who was our chip leader there a little while ago, fell back to second in chips during the bubble period, is now well back on top again. 4.5 million,
Wow.
Andrew.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, Justice Helt now back to 1.5 million. So he had been up around the 3 million mark before that hand.
That's still a very healthy stack. It's 4.5 million though, 225 bigs. Very nice. As we see Gu opens ace-9, takes it down uncontested.
Well, I'm licking my chops at the prospect of some of these players whose hand histories I'm reading from outer tables, whether it's Mustafov and Akimov on this table or Justice Helt on the outer ones. We're in for a real treat here. And I'm sad to say, actually, looking through players remaining in the field, one of them is not Ara Melchizedian. He has just been eliminated, ran his king-queen into the aces of Samuel Dre to be eliminated there just a few moments ago. Bust in, I think, 43rd or 44th place.
Yeah, field slowly whittling down as we see Basta here with the ace-7 of spades. Akimov on the button. Beautiful little Jack-10 of hearts. No, he's going to play this one, of course. Going to come in with the call. 60 big blinds deep or so. The effective stack. Avrikioi, very dusty looking 9-4 off. Tend to let this one go. Oof, ace, ace, jack. Both players with a substantial piece. Basta, way the best of it. You can see 95% here. Is it going to come out with the c-bet? Potentially very tricky spot for Akimov developing, of course. Going to continue here with 2 pair. Is a red turn, not a heart. 8 of diamonds.
It feels like a spot where Basta's probably going to keep the betting lead and maybe fire relatively small across 3 streets. That seems like the way to extract value from a jack. A disbelieving one. The alternative way to go is to check and throw some rope out to your opponent who might be floating a hand like Queen 10 or something of that nature as well, but be more respectful of the former line.
Yeah, you are on point here, David. 3rd pot once more from Basta. These spots very tricky. Does feel like you're going to have to call one more, keep your opponent in line. You know, we can of course have some ace-x of our own still. Akimov makes the call. 360k now in the middle.
And the Queen 10 probably the only draw remaining now that would have picked up double gutter on the turn, or maybe something with diamonds, maybe a King 10 of diamonds, something of that nature as well. They're the ones you might throw rope to now by checking, but again, I still think we're going to go this 3 small bets line, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
I like bet. You know, I think a hand like King, Queen, King 10 of diamonds probably doesn't even need to bluff, or like King, Queen specifically may just be the best hand if Akimov was holding it. Yeah, I like this from Basta. Little quarter pot number. You can induce some bluffs too, right, when you blocked such a small size. Got that going for it also. Akimov obviously hating life here. Very difficult to imagine that these chips come back to you often enough if you flick it in. Feels like one of these spots in poker that do people really bluff enough? Small, small, small. Of course, though, getting such a good price. 5-1. He's not raising, I'll tell you that much.
No, no, those calling chips are lying out there far too long.
Looks very much like a crying call.
Yeah, it's really tough when you're being laid this great price. And that's why I think Basta's line is the ideal one in a lot of circumstances. Of course, there are some hands that he would have been better throwing some rope to, but even this 90k sizing does do that. You might still induce your opponent.
Yeah.
So you can extract value from Jack X and also induce the Queen 10s of the world to maybe make a move. Very, very nicely played from both players. Nice lay down in the end from Akimov, who obviously decided those chips weren't coming back.
Yeah, very nicely done. Both players well played. Akimov continuing to impress, makes the discipline fold. Very well played, Basta. Also.
As we prepare to play the last, maybe 3 or 4 hands if we're quick of this frame. It's been an absolute pleasure watching Mustafov there, center of your picture. Dichev, who I'm really impressed by, he's navigated so purely. Basta there, fabulously played in that last hand. Akimov has been so entertaining. We really have been spoiled once again. An altogether different frame from the first one that I presided over with James. That was a very small ball and made even smaller in a way by the fact that we had the king limping away. We'll have to try and get an update on his progress in the tournament as well. So we see Akimov going to pounce upon Basta's open this time with a 3-bet with the ace-queen in position. Quickly folds out the blinds, and Basta probably going to let this one go. We talked about the king-jack hand being the awkward one earlier on today, facing this sort of positional 3-bet. Sure, you can navigate the jack-10 occasionally, but it actually gets you into a lot of trouble most of the time. Very nice fold from Basta. Akimov gets some of those chips back from the previous hand. As we take a look at that next feature table, of course the one that features Davenport. Let's have a quick look at who we've got. Mohammed Al Sayed in the 3-seat there, just coming into shot. Bulucelik, Corey Korkmaz, well, he's a legend in this room. Al-Bakir Musa, Di Nicola and Krasilnikova. Gonna make it an 8-way when we return after what will be a very short break. I think they're taking 15 to 20 minutes, something in that region.
Yeah, very much looking forward to that next feature. You will go off on your well-earned, as I said earlier, a couple of hour break. I will furnish myself with another cup of tea. And Mr. James Dempsey will join me in the booth.
A muffet of tea.
A muffet of tea?
Muffet of tea.
I don't think I've ever heard that
It's,
turn of phrase.
It's from the Limmy show.
Oh, yes, I know him well. He's very Marmite Limmy, isn't he? The very Marmite character.
He is.
My Scottish brethren in the group chat either love him or hate him.
Oh, I love Limmy. I'm a big fan. Of course, the Irish and the Scots would share a sense of humour.
Absolutely. A great couple of hours of poker we've just had. Started off absolute chaos. And been some very interesting strategic hands in there also. That bubble hand will live long in the memory. The 5s versus 8s. The old 5x under the gun open.
There's a great phrase
Pocket
by a
fives.
great man
Go on.
in Irish poker circles, who's now a greater man by virtue of the fact that he's the first ever Irish EPT champion, Porrick O'Neill.
Ah, the man himself.
Porrick O'Neill has a lovely phrase in these situations. He just takes a pause and he says, "No need for it."
There really was no need for it, but it was awesome to watch.
It was awesome to watch.
Yeah, there are some times when I'm in the booth where you just sort of get swept away by the nonsense or whatever, and you just sort of lose all professionalism and start giggling like a little excited schoolboy. Like, what is happening here? Great hand.
Well, speaking of players stepping out here, Akbas 3-betting to
this.
85k, another clicky one. T-Chef opened up the ace-queen, a legit holding.
This is Porrick O'Neill. We just need his voice to come over now on the broadcast. There really is no need for it. I mean, Akbas here, whether he just has a read on Dishev, because there's no real reason to go for this with the 10-7-0.
It's a very strange position and holding and stack size to do it.
People get bored, right? I don't know. I mean, you can see Dishev, you're not thrilled with life, of course.
No, you're not, and there are paths to victory here for
There
Akbas.
really are.
If Dishev whiffs this flop,
And he has.
Akbas has a route to victory here with just one single bet.
Actually should win this pot now. You know, Dishev, no backdoors working for him. King high board, don't have a lot of room here to maneuver. This should work. Look at this though. And one of the problems with 3-betting this hand, if this board texture remains relatively unchanged, it's going to be very tough to barrel. 8 of diamonds.
Well, if ever there was a barreling card, it was that one. Oh, he's going to take his sort of...
Oh, wow, and he's going to bluff this off.
Oh, wow. So now he can legit target...
Oh,
no,
he's
don't bet,
getting let off
T-Chef.
the
Don't bet.
hook.
Don't bet. T-Chef going to fire out a small blockery one himself. Well, he's pretty certain Ace-King would have bet turn. So
something, the hand may not be done.
It's a very strange hand here. One would have more expected T-Chef to check it on over and snap off the presumably bet from
There we
Akbas. Akbas thinks better of it. T-Chef very happy with that run out.
It might be the first sort of little strategical error there, I'd suggest, from Dishev. You know, our opponent checks turn, probably doesn't have a hand like Ace-King anymore, probably just bets again.
Yeah,
I would suggest for value. Pocket Ace is certainly going to bet again, I think, on the King High with the SPR. So Ace-Queen feels close to the nuts.
Do you think he was more fixating on the idea of the pocket pairs, wanting
Pocket
to get like
queens
a
and jacks,
call? Yeah.
Didn't put 10-7 off in the 3-bet range.
No, that one was discounted heavily.
Not sure why. Dishev had a great feature. He was very short, David, when he arrived. Now sort of up around that 750,000 mark, is he? Little shade under, just
That
under
sounds right.
700k.
Yeah, and it's just that sort of neat and tidy poker where he doesn't enter a huge number of pots. I think he's maybe played 4 on this stream, but he's won all 4.
Sure. Last few hands then of this frame. Round 2, Mavrikioi. Not much been going his way the last sort of hour or so. So I'm pick up a nice pot multi-way with the Queen 6 of clubs. Does wake up with Ace 2 of spades here in the cutoff. 28 bigs to start the hand. He is dominated. Mustafov, who David referenced earlier, been on a tear here. Finds Ace-Jack. Does just call. And keep in some of the weaker holdings of the cutoff. King 3-5 rainbow. Ace-Jack still good. Mavrikioi now, of course, with that gut shot to the wheel. Back backdoor spades working for him also. Gonna take a free one. And wow, this could get him in some trouble. Ace of diamonds turn. Really no reason here to think our hand's no good. Gonna check again. Very interesting stuff. Look to try and induce some bluffs perhaps from the big blind. He's gonna get the bad news here because he's not gonna fold an ace.
Yeah, snapping it off.
Of course, gonna have to call. Gets the bad news, and Mustafov continues that climb up now to 1.4 million in chips. Mavrikioi there actually losing not too many chips. I think that we might be on break now,
We're
David.
right on the cusp. I don't know if it ticked over in time. It looks like the guys are walking away. That brings me to an important question, and as we do this toss, we'll take a quick look first of all at the stacks. Akimov walks away with 1.8 million. Excellent bit of work there. Basta battled with Akimov there. A fair amount, 1.4 million. We see there Faradin Mustafov, the player we really did highly feature at the beginning of all this. And he's the man I want to ask you about, Andrew, before we go, in the spirit of Back to the Future, the third installment of which, of course, was a Western. Mustafov, he was fearless on the bubble. He was very decisive in an early hand against Gu. He's been clinical throughout.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good players in this card room, but there are a few that are just that little bit extra special. And I want to ask you the question, as those guys face a player like that, one of those feature players like Mustafov, what does that reputation do?
It can be really difficult, you know, to navigate against players like this. We had Mustafov there and Akimov both had that sort of, like you just said, that little extra aura or something that comes from these players. We saw him make that, you know, snap call with jacks on a very dangerous board on the bubble, as you suggested earlier. Played a great hand with ace-jack there against Gu, where he jammed a turn. I thought he might in game, and he found the pot size jam. Most of his sizings have been very on point. I've been extremely impressed with how he's played, I must say. And, you know, I think he had maybe 400k when he came to the feature, 1.4 million now. Going to be a big threat going forward. Very impressive.
He certainly will. We are going to have a different cast of characters when we come back. One of those characters is a man you know, Davenport, UK Pro. You've done a little preview of him. Tell us what we can expect.
Matt is like a stalwart of the GUKPT, which is like the feature tour in the UK and Ireland sort of streets. Super experienced player. 1.8 million, I believe, in live cashes for Matt. He knows how to get it done. He won a main event earlier on, last year in the summer for a couple of 100,000. Matt is fearless. You'll see he's not going to be afraid to get in the mix. He's going to try and play a lot of pots if he can. So very much looking forward to seeing how he gets on here in Cyprus.
Lots to be excited about when we come back after a short break. Please do join us for the warm-up day 3 coverage.
Hello, hello, beautiful people from sunny Cyprus. The Merit Poker is calling, and we have the very first series of 2024, the Western Poker Festival. 4 million in guarantee, and action has started. Let's go!
We have first major tournament of this event, warm up with 800,000 guarantee. Everybody is welcome.
The Western concept is fabulous, if you ask me. The costumes, the organisation is first class.
I play in many casinos around the world, in many poker rooms. I cannot find best organizers here. Dealers are too much professional. The director of Texas, it's incredible. She knows how to organize and to bring people from all the world. Merit, it's number one.
All the series that you do is just so well organised, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be here.
I believe that here it's Las Vegas of the Middle East.
Actually, this is my first time joining in a poker event outside of China. So this is all new to me. Amazing and beautiful atmosphere.
And as usual, 24/7, we are running all kind of cash games. Hope you join us soon.
For me, I think it's really enjoyable to see the dealers with the hats. I think it's really amazing that a tournament has a theme.
Often on these paired boards, I kind of like this. You know, we can see that Akimov, of course, has a 10, and this is, of course, a worst-case scenario. But, you know, longer term, Akimov can just be betting small here, right? We are approaching the money. He can put pressure on both players. Of course, going to be very content to call here in position. Big pot, David, right off the bat.
Oh.
Look at this. Mustafov turning the 8 high flush.
It's popcorn time. Mustafov in the lead now, but far from out of the woods here. Akimov obviously has plenty of outs going to this river, and it would be very hard for Mustafov to get away. And he is the one who's potentially at risk in that scenario.
It's intriguing with about 1.5 pots behind. The problem here is when we bet again, I think our bluffs start to shrink considerably. And when I say considerably, there are some players here, David, who will have no bluffs in this spot. But as you mentioned, going to still have some inferior 10x in there that are going to still continue. It does come in with around about 20% on the turn, a little bit less.
No reason for Akimov to raise in this situation.
No.
He could be behind a flush. He could be behind ace-10. He could be behind pocket fours.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Look at this. Wow, blood on the carpet. Hand 1 of this new frame. And this is a disaster for Mustafov. Less than pot behind, David. Trouble ahead.
It's blood on the carpet. Is it going to be murder on the dance floor?
Oof. This is grim. I mean, I think we don't jam. You know, I think he's going to have to bet fold this hand, which is very grim. I think it's a little thin to shove here. You know, you are going to get snapped off, of course, by the nut flush. Hands like this, and of course, there are a lot of full houses that potentially Akimov can be holding. Unfortunately for Mustafov, he has the essential nuts.
And he doesn't expect to get raised here too often. It's going to be a spot where, you know, you kind of need nutty stuff. You know, maybe I'm sure the nut flush would have to raise, but it has to be boats apart from that. Anything less than the nut flush has to call.
It's pretty hard to find too many natural bluffs, I would agree. It would need to be something like King Queen with the King of Clubs that C-bet and somehow continued flop versus the raise. Just not really going to happen. Ace 10 with the Ace of Clubs going to get gangster and turn itself into a bluff. I mean,
that would be gangster.
Not impossible, very unlikely.
It would be gangster, but would it be Western?
Oh, this is what I like to see. I want to do the... dun, dun, dun. This is going to be grim for Mustafov. Akimov giving it a little Hollywood. We know he's moving in.
Mustafov, the heart sinks.
Oh, it's pain.
In a moment like this. Does feel like maybe you're getting sandbagged up against enough flush all the way. Probably the more likely holding. King 10 a possibility. Pocket King's a possibility.
Yeah.
But probably feels more like a superior flush.
Yeah, I mean, Akimov with that big stack, of course, still going to have, like, pocket fours are going to be in there. Also, all of the flush and nut flush combos, of course. Yeah, this is grim. I mean, very easy to feel like you're being picked on, but as we've just alluded to, are there really enough bluffs? It's very hard to assign, you know, natural ones, as we just discussed. You need your opponent to be turning like a pocket pair with a club, right, potentially, into a bluff. And like 8s or 9s that calls the flop check raise, continues versus 20% turn, and then decides to bluff. It's very difficult, David, to find the hero here.
Yeah.
Very painful, though. We put in around about 2/3 of our stack, a little less.
Aces with the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that
basically
kind of stuff, isn't it?
Basically the pocket pairs with a club.
Great fold.
Nice
Mustafov.
laydown. Well played, sir.
Yeah, really did play his hand tremendously well. Put more money into the pot. Well, I suppose on the flop he
Really
was
like how he
ahead, but it
played
was
it.
a really nice spot there. I mean, here with 2 starting stacks and played really, really slow and marshalled that stack, got a couple of shoves through, but took his time over every single hand, obviously with a view to scraping into the money by hook or by crook. And, you know, as you say, it's just part of it now.
You have to be sharp. As we see here, both players flop middle pair. Akimov with the slightly dominant kicker. Going to come in with a C-bet. Around about a quarter pot. Pretty easy call here for Gu in position. Can have the best hand. Turn is the ace of clubs. Akimov still best. Gonna be chop a lot of the time, of course.
Yeah, you would assume now Akimov maybe, I was going to say maybe uses that ace to try and pressurize his opponent, but also I suppose the flip side of that coin is being happy with some showdown. Still ahead of spades. Gu, probably no reason to put chips into this pot either.
Yeah, these spots can be tricky. Gu's really not going to, shouldn't be folding much at all on the flop, right? Versus a quarter pot in position. You know, you should be calling here with all your kind of Broadway combos that have either a backdoor or front door, even the offsuit. Versus just a quarter pot. Hands like King Queen, very unlikely to fold. So he is going to take the lead now, David, and turn his 6 into a bluff.
Yeah, and it's a sizing that definitely suggests that he's turning it into a bluff. I was going to say, I suppose the other option would be an advanced blocker, something incredibly small, a couple of big blinds that would just get you to showdown, really paralyze your opponent. But this is a big bet, and wow, it's being met with a call by Akimov, who's just a non-believer. Obviously, these guys may have set up an interesting dynamic on the outer tables already today.
Very interesting. River comes backdoor clubs. Akimov checks it over. We can see that the kicker will play.
And Gu can't really believe he's ahead here. Surely a front door flush draw bets again on turn. So he's thinking to himself, I'm up against a 10. I probably got to get queen 10 to fold. Let's figure out a bet size that might get that job done. Could also be up against a weak ace. That's the problem too.
Yeah, the nice thing about holding a 6 here, of course, is we do block a set of 6s. You know, block a hand like ace 6, which is kind of important. He's going to go for it. Kind of like this, Lapin. I mean,
Full pot.
Akimov in the full blender here. Heart shown from Gu. That's the pot. 2 sick hands here for us, back to back. One big bluff, one semi-cooler. This is very difficult now, of course. Akimov running through the possible bluffs.
It's just all front door flush that missed. It's the king queens and the queen jacks of spade, right?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing here is Gu, he's gone pretty polar, you know, right? Going pot. Pretty unlikely, I think, that he's going to pot a hand, you know, like ace 9 suited and stuff like that now on the river, right? Even a hand like ace jack. I'm not sure it goes full pot. So he's sort of telling the story that he has a hand like ace 10 potentially, right? A hand like 2 pair or that backdoor flush. I mean, you feel as if it should get through, but it's pretty big bet. Very polar.
Yeah, I'm honestly very surprised that this hand is still being contemplated, so I can only assume these guys have been battling for the last 2 hours on the outer table. They've probably set up a dynamic. They're both big stacks. Akimov, obviously, an even bigger one after the last hand.
Very interesting. We can see if Akimov finds the call here, it's going to be up to almost 3 million, David, which is just obscene. So we approach the bubble.
Like his turn call was loose enough.
Yeah. Turn call is spicy for sure. Well played, Gu. Gets it through. Very nicely done. Yeah, the WPT 10K. Me and Mr. Lapin were on the same table, around about 60 away.
Something
60
like
away
that,
from
yeah.
the money. Yeah, I mean, Foxen, one of those players, he's so aggressive that I just decided I would probably fold my hand to everyone else at the table, but not fold into Alex. And unfortunately for me, even the best, most aggressive players pick up a big hand sometimes.
They do get to have it sometimes. In that instance, he had queens against your ace jack, and you didn't manage to get there. But what was interesting was right before that hand, we'd been on a break, and we spent the break pretty much together. I think you know, we'd gone a little maybe stroll down the hallways, and we were talking about how, you know, from both of our perspectives, Alex Foxen was obviously the player to be afraid of at this table, and we were talking about how you just can't let him get away with things. There's just certain hands that we're just going to have to go with when he 3-bets, that we just have to think of his 3-bets as being mostly nonsense.
Yeah.
But in
I was happy.
but then almost like the cruelest way possible. He does exactly what, and in my mind, the moment he 3-bets, I was like, well, I think Andrew's probably going to go with whatever he has here. And you do, and you get snapped off by the queens. Cruel game. Oh! Speaking of cruel game. Well, Shripkin, has he given himself a pathway to escape?
No.
By opening here?
I don't think so ever. This is just grim. I mean,
it's so grim.
20 bigs, pocket 10s, and like the big problem here, you're facing a villain who has 80 bigs, you know, and is gonna be perceived to pound on us here. I like this non-all-in 3-bet from Basta. We should have quite a lot of 3-bet bluffs here even against a stack of 20 bigs. You know, we can lean on him here with a bunch of sort of king rag, queen rag. This is the Foxen versus me spot, right?
And crucially as well for Shripkin, he will love the fact that he gets to shove with fold equity, and you want to make sure he thinks he has that.
Very, very tough here for Skripkin, and we can see in dire shape. Rips it in. Basta, of course, a very trivial call with jacks. And a 4-1 underdog for his tournament life. Skripkin going to have to find a 10, David, or some kind of straight or flush. Blank as it gets. King 8 deuce. No backdoors working anymore. Skripkin now down to one of the remaining 2 10s. Oh, help. King of diamonds on the turn. 2 outs once. Cannot find it. Very, very unfortunate there, David. Nothing to be done.
No, really isn't. There are bust outs I'm hearing on outer tables coming thick and fast as well. 58 now, so we've lost 4 players in 3 hands. So we see Mustafov open up a real hand this time. Pocket jacks in the cut-off. Capiello desperate to just, I suppose, what's the phrase, hang on grimly here really. Doesn't might take a spot if he can be first in. Doesn't have much fold equity on a reshove. I think this would be dicing with danger here off 11 bigs. Expect a slow fold.
Yeah, I mean, as you've said before, Capiello, experienced player, just very aware that it's not much fun. I hate the bubble, personally, when I'm there and I'm really short. It feels kind of grim and grimy, but you just have to embrace it and, you know, use the appropriate amount of time.
We've just had another bust out on an outer table.
Yeah, they're flying out the door.
Petleshkov shoved into king, so he has been eliminated.
We see Akimov defend here with the 7-6-6. Jacks of Mustafov, still good. Very interesting here. We know that Akimov is aggressive, does have the type of combo that could consider some shenanigans. We see the very typical sort of quarter pot c-bet size here. Akimov gonna check call. Talking about interesting turns, David. Here's one of them, 8 of hearts. Akimov, of course, here with some skullduggery in mind. Not a great turn this for Mustafov. I think lots of our range should check this turn. You know, this completes a lot of hands that Akimov could check call. Of course, hands like 9-10, 4-5 immediately getting there. Are some traps in there with some 6x that decided not to raise flop. He's going to go again for value.
Which makes his stack threatened.
Yeah.
That's why I quite like your line there. You could check this turn, basically feel like you can't be put all in the hand, and almost like just like blindfold call any bet on river. Like you're not going to love a 5 or a 9 or a 10 or these kind of cards, but you could sort of maybe just assume your opponent would bluff frequently enough and you look weak enough that you could station off with the jacks. Now Akimov could actually,
I think he's going to jam,
put him in the blender, as you'd like to say.
I mean, it's just one of these hands, right? We have called with plans in mind. Into the tank he goes.
Mustafov just doesn't have any 6x in his range here.
Yeah, and here it comes. Sends him in, and it's so... Wow, he fist pumps it off! Mustafov!
Fearless. Absolutely fearless.
Oh my God.
I think he knew where he was at. I think he knew that he was actually inducing all those semi-bluffs that were out there to go for it.
That is a pretty sick snap call from Mustafov. Here we go, though. Akimov, 25% to bust him here. Big river coming. And it's just a 7 of spades. Mustafov with a very, very gangster Wild West snap call, should we call it.
And I said this to James Dempsey. I said, if anything, when we get 10 from the money, it speeds up.
I've never seen one. I've never seen a long bubble at Merit. Part of the reason we love it so much.
55 now.
55 remain as JJ wakes up with 55. Again, this is so wide. It's just such a wide. He's 5x opening here. JJ with the pocket fives. Wow.
Do not try this at home.
Such a challenge in the booth. I love it. Just like get hand after hand incorrect. Supposed to be experts in our field, Mr. Lappin.
Well, I'm not studied in the 4 and 5x opens in these spots, I will admit.
One thing I will say about this open size, it stops you getting messed with. Right?
Oh, for sure.
You know, like if someone wakes up with ace-jack offsuit now, I think very likely they just fold their hand. Whereas, you know, some of the big stacks might look... Welcome back, everybody. Live from the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel here in North Cyprus. We are back in business. Day 3. As you see, Mr. James Dempsey entering the booth right on cue. The man is back. Day 3 here of the Merit Western Series, James.
Time to perfection. Or not quite. There's quite a lot of coffee in this area, I'll be honest. There was a little spillage there on the way through.
They can't see, it's fine.
They can't see, but I just want to bring everyone into the booth fully, understand what I'm going through in here. This is what's happened. We've spilt coffee. We've also spilt a lot of blood, right?
My goodness, you missed a frame and a half, James. You know, we were talking about this earlier. The bubble, it's going to be cagey. It's going to take ages. It's going to be very stressful.
Nothing of it.
This is Merit. Everybody going absolutely ballistic. The bubble hand itself, I've never seen the likes before, and I probably will never see the likes again. We saw pocket fives and pocket eights go ballistic on the stone bubble. Unfortunately, pocket fives did not get there.
Full on meritness.
Meritness indeed.
And what a lovely little table we've got now. Look at this chip lead that Armando De Nicola has. A man that I recently got to do some commentary on. I was there when he won the Colossus at the World Series Poker Europe. So he's obviously parlaying that, keeping the good run going here with 22 stacks, way ahead of the rest on this table. What a gap we have.
Yeah, quite the setup. 88 bigs as we Kusai Al-Bakir, his nearest competitor, 37 blinds, and a man we were talking about before the break, Matt Davenport, as you see him there in seat 1. British UK legend, 1.8 million in live cashes, and there is Matt
he gives it
your in the screen right there.
He gives it the cards go in this box today. That old trick. Come on now. They all know.
He didn't really, did he?
He did.
Oh, Matt.
He's trying to get all the moves through.
Well, right off the bat, El Said here, very short, James, dealing with 7 bigs. Never a great feeling to have to send the pocket 4s in, but more than good enough. 7 big blinds under the gun 1, all in.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to get this one through. Of course, there are some dreamy scenarios. The big blind wakes up with, ace deuce or ace 3 or a smaller pair.
This is not the dream scenario, James. De Nicola with that monster chip lead on the table. Gonna look him up. Pocket 6s.
There is the hand that may have given Saeed the spin. Instead, it's bad news up against the superior pocket pair.
Yeah, very bad news. I think we did see 1-4 folded, James. Also, a little does El Sayed know. Drawing to 1 out.
So you're saying very bad news.
Very, very bad.
Queen 9 trade. Makes no change to this one. El Sayed, like the rest of these guys, is inside the money, but is going to need to find a miracle to get any further. That is not it. Nicola, first hand back on this frame with the chip lead, sends another packing.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate there for Mohamed El Sayed. So short, James. 7 bigs. Got to send the 4s in. And El Nicola continues to get richer, up to 2.4 million now. Absolute monster stack. Great start for him on this feature table. So now that you've settled in, James.
I'm far from settled. I was just looking at the amount of coffee I spilled on the floor on the way through.
Oh, no.
There's coffee on the bench here. Saucers full of coffee. The only thing that hasn't got coffee in is my mug. And me. I'll remember that in a moment. I'm game planning in my mind how I'm going to do this.
Good man.
Korkmaz. Familiar face in these parts. Ace 5 suited. He's going to try and get one through here, a little over 20 blinds. Nicola with a chance to perhaps heap a little bit more pressure on these guys. A legitimate 3-bet spot. Really go after that short stack of Korkmaz. And that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
This is what I saw of him in Rosvedov, was a kind of relentless style. And what was a final table that included a bunch of players playing the same way. It was a heavyweight bout.
Yeah, this is interesting, James. Korkmaz with, you know, the very in-fashion 4-bet jam combo does have fold equity here, around about 600k back.
That's the black of fashion. It's never out of fashion. As long as I've been around, Ace 5 suited has been the one.
Even back in the day?
Back in the day, we loved it.
Wow.
I mean, back in the day, we also loved 7-5 suited. We were idiots.
Ahead of your time.
And
here we go.
Trigger.
Count, please.
Nicola asking for the count, and surely not for 25 blinds. He sort of set this up as he wished.
Yeah, one of these spots, Demps, right, that we are just going to use these ace 10 off, ace 9 off type holdings as a 3-bet fold.
Yeah, it's obviously unfortunate when you run into this combo and this a player willing to move with this combo. But I mean, the ace 10 off, although we see it's a head hit, just performs so poorly.
Yep.
Against the value parts of the range. Torched. And even here, against the bluffy parts, see that Korkmaz still has a 29% shot of winning a pot. And of course, 10% of splitting.
Yeah, absolutely agree, James. Very nicely done from Korkmaz. Takes the ace 5 suited, sticks it in. Very nice pickup.
I'm going to leave you alone for a moment, whilst I go and... The only thing I can think of is going to find some tissues. So I shall return in a moment.
After you, my friend, I will hold the fort. James Dempsey, ladies and gentlemen. You love to see it. So that's James. Starts Operation Cleanup. I will try and keep the commentary clean for you guys. Welcome along, everybody who is just joining us. Day 3 here. Merit Western Series warm-up. Down to around about the last 4 tables. 36 remain, I believe. 37, in fact, I stand corrected. We'll be playing down to, we think, the last 2 tables today. Play will conclude tomorrow. Al-Bakir here, +2 with the King-Jack of Spades. Very interesting, decides to limp. Not something you'll see too often. Limping off around about 35 blinds.
It's like a throwback to frame 1, where we had King Dark going absolutely ballistic on the limping front. Limping over half the hands in play.
As we see Davenport here completes the small. Basta flops best after checking ace deuce.
What a lovely little spot to have an ace. You check back the big. Everyone thinks you've got garbage. It comes ace high. You're actually sitting there with the highest pair available.
Yeah, interesting turn here. 9 of clubs. Matt turns second pair. Looks like it's toying with the idea of a small stab to clear out some overcards. Sort of define our hand. Is going to do so. Going to come in for a third pot. Not going to get this one through Basta, I would venture.
No, certainly not. Plan somewhat executed. Was probably hoping to see a bet from the under the gun limper. I think it's a little scary when the small blind starts to get involved. Give that a little bit more credit. As we see here, it is in fact a pair.
Look at this, Demps. Albakir going to overcall.
What is he up to?
Clearly has plans to bluff this river. Not a great card for it. Ace of spades. Very tricky now for Matt Demps after leading this turn. He may still think he's best. Although, very complicated spot.
Yeah, I see what you mean. He could come out with some tickle bet here. Doesn't expect there to be 10s plus out there.
Yeah.
Thinks most of the ace-X. Probably most worried, although we're just saying, you know, Basta can have an ace here. Checks pre, calls the turn. Something looks that way. Obviously, he does have some weaker 9s as well. And even worse, but I think Davenport looking to slip this into the old check call potentially. And of course, having the king of clubs, a little, reducing the number of flush draws that players would call with, maybe slightly making it more likely he's up against an ace-X type hand. Basta, of course, the ace going for a little value. Now, tough spot for Davenport.
Yeah, this is really tricky, Demps. You know, you really need our opponent to have a hand like Busted Clubs that you referenced, or a hand like 10x.
Right.
That's just deciding to bluff.
There are a lot of hands in there.
There are.
Especially when it's the big blind. You kind of almost, you don't discredit the under the gun, but the under the gun's limped. Check back flop, cool turn. It's like, okay, Basta could be bluffing here quite wide against those two ranges. Because even when Davenport's got a really strong hand like this 9, he doesn't like it. But
yeah, this is really problematic for Matt after we do decide to lead this turn. Very hard to range Basta to, you know, very strong value. But is going to have a few aces. You can see he does have one of them. Very difficult spot here for Matt. This is very much an in the streets hand, Demps, right? Where you're just sort of thinking on your feet.
Certainly, and obviously, you know, we're coming into the 5th hour of play today. Reasonable to believe these two have probably been on the same table for a long time. We'll have some understanding of each other's games. That's going to be, I think, the key point here. It's hard for us to call which way this will go because we haven't been privy to all that information.
Yeah.
I think this is right on the edge.
Yeah, interesting whether this king of clubs tips the balance.
I guess it's a question as well if Davenport ever thinks that Basta's betting a hand like Queen 9 here. Is he ever betting value that's weaker than King 9? If so, then obviously we're going to call.
It's quite hard to imagine though, right? We did have Albakir still behind to act.
Right. Again,
yeah.
All comes down to the perception of how those
There
all
we
three
go.
players think of each other. Nicely done. Well folded.
Yeah, Matt, using his experience, gets away from it. We gave him the big build-up before this new frame. Finds a very disciplined laydown. Nicely done. Basta was on our feature, Demps, when you were on your well-earned first break of the day. Playing very well. Chipping up nicely.
Well earned's a stretch.
You know I like to give you the benefit of the doubt.
I've done a couple of hours. So last time I bring an Americano through though, because they fill up too hot. The cup gets so hot. Every time I've got an Americano and sort of rushed back here at any pace, spillage has occurred. It should be a latte. I can have a sip, give myself that little bit more room if I'm in a hurry. There was all sorts of kerfuffle going out there as well.
Oh, mate.
I thought I had plenty of time.
When will it end? This is why I just drink tea, you see. We were talking about this before the break. Nothing complex.
Right,
Give me a wee
quick.
cup of Tetley. There's nothing to worry about. There's no Americano, latte, frothy nonsense. I don't need to worry about it. I'm telling you guys, in the booth, looking over, it's an absolute car crash over in Demp's seat. Tissues everywhere.
Yeah, we've sort of soaked up most of the coffee at this point.
And look at this, Demps. Albakir continuing this limping strat.
Okay.
The hand as strong as Jack's.
So clearly is some sort of more regular play from here. Celik with King Deuce. Happy to see a free one, although hard to imagine too many flops he's going to be too excited about. Well, the limp may just pay off because Basta finding that second pair on this 10-7-4 board.
Yeah, Albakir, very tricky customer. Back-to-back limps here at this feature. Certainly an aspect of poker that I still believe people play badly against is the limp, especially off these deeper stacks. And he comes out with pot Demps or just a shade under.
This is the sort of stuff that players aren't too familiar with the situations. Basta just got away with a quick fold
Yeah,
there.
very
Wow.
nice.
Okay, again, this must be something that he's seen a lot of. He must be of the opinion that Albakir is going to limping a lot of hands, but playing fairly on his post to just turbo fold that, that 7. Again, much like we saw earlier, King Dark.
Very much a feature of Merit. We've touched on this many times in the comms. So many of these strategies that you don't see employed too often. We see a lot of it here. A lot of limping, a lot of large open sizes pre. It's really intriguing watching hands unfold.
It's good to be back, isn't it?
It's great to be back, my friend. Yeah, always a pleasure to see yourself and cover the action here at Merit as we see De Nicola, pocket fives. Makes it 55k.
Very, very reasonable. Good hand, a monstrous stack. Korkmaz. Yeah. Knows there are better spots than taking on this man out of position with King 6 offsuit. I think Nicola's been shopping as well. Looks like a Triton t-shirt, going for the max intimidation factor.
Do you think it's like at the World Series where someone has a World Series of Poker hoodie and a very ill-judged tattoo of a royal flush on their forearm?
Has Nicola got a king there on the outside of his wrist?
Oh,
I see. Is that cut? It is a king.
Oh, it could be.
I don't.
See, I would think they're a fish Demps when they've got it's maybe not the Triton top, but the World Series hoodie and the royal flush on the forearm. I'm like, I'm not folding to this guy.
Yeah.
But Triton has a little more, credence.
It hasn't played a Triton. Has just been to the shop. But it gives you that moment, right? So I have to confess, at the World Series this year.
Did you wear a Triton?
I was wearing a Triton hoodie quite all the time. And sometimes people would ask, the Tritons, or someone would say, come on, I knew, obviously you're a high roller because you played the Tritons.
Did it work, Demps?
They thought I was a Triton player.
Yeah, but did they fold to you? Or did they call you lighter? Or
See, I didn't figure that out. Like, I created a dynamic, but I hadn't solved it.
Brilliant. Now, in homage to you, I've been thinking about this week. I get to play the main, the way that the comms has fallen. And you always talking about I have to dress in the big denomination chips. What is it? Color theory?
Color theory, indeed.
Color theory.
Are you ready for it?
You know what? I really am not. I'm gonna have to take a quick look. I don't have the most varied wardrobe is the problem. I'm not a big flowery shirt guy.
Well,
I'm
sounds
kind of
like you're
old
not winning.
school. I'm gonna win, right?
Doesn't sound like it.
Wow,
if I'm being honest.
Just raises one eyebrow and laughs off camera. Brilliant. It's to Nicola. King Jack of Hearts under the gun. Monster stack, 100 bigs.
55.
How's this for a name, Demps? King Dark in the hijack.
Oh, he's back.
Is that his name or is that a nickname?
That's a nickname. This man is the man. Like I say, he was flatting most opens, limping all the time. He's back in the mix. Had a lot more chips than this actually at the start of the day. He was the chip leader coming into the day. I say a lot more. He was up to like 1.8 million when I last saw him. But yeah, this guy has a VPIP way over 50%.
Through the roof. This is a pretty great spot developing for Celik.
Yeah, if he's aware of that, this is obviously a slam dunk jump. I think it's pretty much anyway, right?
I'm kind of surprised to see non all in. I guess he's sort of done the old half stack or close to it. Like ace queen off them, sort of a hand that just wants to generate immediate folds. You want to induce this?
I think maybe if he's super aware,
okay,
he may expect that he can get a call from King Dark here for this 225 and just take his chances.
It's 225.
Yeah, De Nicola here, sandwiched. Does have a very playable hand, King Jack of Hearts. Of course, facing a call. And a 3-bet for half stack from Celik. Gonna have to let this one go. Very nice pickup. Non-showdown. Celik above 700k. What a great nickname, King Dark.
Yeah.
Have we got any backstory on it?
Well,
no, he's just like that's
he was a
what
bunch
I
of
wanna be known
limping,
as.
so I was like, is he the king of just playing in the dark?
Oh.
That's what I wondered. And wouldn't surprise me.
Like it.
Just self-declared. Master of the blind limp line arrays, perhaps.
A bunch of faces we know. I know that you'd referenced them. You've done a lot of these stops. I'm relatively new to the Merit Streets, very much enjoying it so, but you said there's lots of regulars that make runs in these comps. I see Musa there, Celik, both deep again here. They were deep a bunch of times at the Gangster series.
Yeah, we always see these same players. You see, by nature of the fact that it's a reg-heavy player pool, you don't get two players playing it once or twice. When players come here, they come here for most of the stops.
Right.
And why wouldn't you? If you're going to do a few stops a year, Merit ones are pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Coffee's a little difficult to carry around.
Around to Musa here, Demps, facing that limp. 22 blinds.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, feels like a good spot to jam. Takes it.
He knows the game here. King Dark in the mix. He's quite scary actually early because he kept limping with King X and flopping a king. Which I thought maybe why he's King Dark.
Maybe. I need to know. We need some backstory.
The mystery sometimes is enough.
King Dark. Sounds like a villain in the upcoming
Tomorrow.
Marvel.
Maybe we find out tomorrow when
okay.
he's meandering down to the final table.
What's the table number? 2.
Try to think of a good nickname for yourself, Demps, next time you're on stream. Prince Purple.
These are yours, yeah? Yeah, okay.
Clumsy caffeine.
Oh, very nice.
Caffeinated carrier.
You weren't wrong about the limping strat of King Dark.
Oh yeah.
Okay. 8-6-0.
And it just changes the dynamic of
It
course.
really does, right?
It was a bit interesting actually before because it was pre-bubble and he had a big stack. So although players wanted to ISO and get in the mix with him, it's difficult because you're building pots and putting yourself at risk on the bubble, which is obviously counter to what you typically want to do in that situation.
Yeah, very much have to think on your feet against this type of opponent. It's Korkmaz. ISO's 3.5x.
Yeah, it's different at this stage of the tournament, of course. We're in full-on chip accumulation mode. Pressing the Cove up. Facing that ISO, very difficult to get involved here. She knows it's going to be, of course, a wider range than normal, given that King Dark is limping so often, even though Queen 10... Oh, hang on. She wants to get in the mix. My man's not in here with the 8-6 to fold to a raise, let me tell you. We're playing it.
Yeah, we are deep in the streets here.
Korkmaz finds himself in this three-way pot, having missed, but does have that gut shot to Broadway. Also, of course, has the strongest range on this kind of board, but has to be concerned about the big blind peel involving some big Broadway cards.
Yeah, you would think so, Demps.
He's gone for a small size here, just 70k, trying to clean up some stuff, maybe win it here. Of course, can get called and hit later on.
You would have to imagine hands like 9s, 10s, jacks of the big blind would have sent it pre.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's certainly going to be concerned on this king queen tray.
Wow!
Whoa!
Okay.
Korkmaz gets it done.
Little does he know, he's very much got away with one there. Just 70k, making second pair fold, which is, again, it kind of, you know, I can understand she's concerned. There's an overcard. Our opponent's likely to be playing a lot of those big King X kind of hands. But for 70k, if we are going to defend from the big line,
This
we
is
really have
it.
to peel one there.
I was about to say, Demps, one of the big problem there of defending off such a shallow stack when we're likely going three-way. It's difficult to sort of navigate post. I think I'm with you, Demps, with that 10 of spades for backup also. A little too tight to fold if you're going to make a call pre that was a little too loose.
Yeah, just got to stick around there for one, I think, at least one. Make your opponent bluff you properly if they're going to do it.
Yeah. Chelik here, king 9 of diamonds. Let's let this one go. A little surprising.
I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he folds it purely because he has the position on King Dark. There's going to be a lot of action there.
Okay.
It's almost, in my mind, like the blinds are bigger when you want them to be. So say he wakes up with a big hand, there's a good chance King Dark's in there doing some stuff. He can overlimp, induce some stuff behind. We can just raise it up himself, knowing he's going to get called by these really wide hands.
Yeah, I like it.
So you can just get to play quite a bit tighter with that in mind.
A little bit of a game flow fold, and maybe with with De Nicola on the button also, right?
Oh, certainly,
It's not so enticing to try and steal.
Davenport in the big blind here with not much of a decision, you would think.
Yeah, great spot for Matt. Gonna just be ripping this one in there. Very often, 22 bigs.
Yeah, just posturing here, obviously looking back at the clock, doing that for balance, of course. There are going to be some hands that aren't as clear-cut as this that he wants to jam in the future, so you must take a little bit of time.
Yeah, and in they go.
Maybe on a pay jump as well, I'd imagine with 36 left, which is why he was looking at that clock. Jammed and left the chip back so that he can perhaps ladder if he were to be eliminated.
475.
Yeah, a little bit of posturing here from De Nicola. Of course, gonna let the Jack 7 go. Nice pickup from Matt. If I'm not mistaken, Chelik with the old Galatasaray hoodie.
Oh, he's repping.
I'm still traumatized from watching Man United Galatasaray with you, Demps.
The last time we were here, what a game.
Ugh.
Very lively atmosphere in the
It was great to be
pool
fair.
bar over in the Diamond. It was you supporting Manchester United and about 100 people supporting Galatasaray.
That was great, wasn't it?
And I was somewhere in the middle.
And I right in the middle. I call one chip.
I was supporting Galatasaray, don't worry.
It's really not fun being a United fan at the moment. Not going to lie.
It's 60.
No, I can't imagine it is. Although, perhaps changing of the guard over there, things may improve.
You know it's not improving. Don't mess with me. Another interesting spot from Matt. King Dark once more sort of muddying the waters with this wide open.
I do find it curious, of course, though. It's a club that somewhat tainted by drug bans, drug cheats in its past. Onana, your goalkeeper currently, has served a ban for drugs cheating before.
Rio.
Did Yapstam. Rio, of course, ducked his test.
Did Yapstam have one?
Yeah.
Did he?
Pogba, of course, recently.
Yeah.
I think Sam did, yeah.
The less said about him, the better.
My point is, what you do, you bring in Dave Brailsford from the cycling world because that's got a clean reputation.
Exactly. Dave will sort it out. As we see Matt Back-to-back squeeze jams.
Lovely.
Yeah,
Lovely.
very nice. Picking up
nine.
about a third of his
Nice,
stack
yes.
without
Okay.
showdown. Pocket nines, sends them in. You need to be worried about us stealing your manager, my friend. That's the real sweat for you.
He's not going down, is he?
Well,
he's not going to move to a small club.
Money talks, buddy.
You might get Potter.
I like him.
I think Potter would be a good fit.
I like him.
Yep, Stan was done with anabolic steroids.
What a player he was. Was that when he was at United? No.
No, when he moved on.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. He was clean as a whistle.
I'm sure he only started to do drugs when he went to Lazio.
Of course he did.
I'm sure he was clean at Manchester United, along with Rio and Pogba, Nana.
Look, we've got enough problems, all right, without you piling on with this. It's troublesome enough for me. Korkmaz now, ace-7 suited. See him fold the king-9. Content to open here with the ace. Round to Basta in the small. King Dark added again, defending the 7-3 off.
This is standard for this man.
Would not expect to be dominated, but he is. Jack Deuce 5. His height still good.
Yeah, unfortunately for King Dark, he was kind of getting away with it a little bit earlier. Like I said, he had 150 blinds. We were near the money. Players were forced to kind of be a bit more respectful of him. Now with 40 blinds, playing these very weak holdings against players who have a little bit more willingness to lose a big pot is going to make life a little hard for him.
Yeah.
But you get the chips playing away, it's hard to change, right?
Very intriguing for us in the booth. I would imagine if he's the type of player, if he gets on that hot run of cards that you were saying earlier, going to be really tough to play.
He can build a stack. And actually, he came out, it was funny because we saw him limping, flooding opens relentlessly. And then there was an open to 24k, 6k, 12k from the hijack, I'm going to say. Right. He just snuck out a 60k 3-bet from the button, which looked so strong. I was like, he had queen 10.
Yes.
But he's just like, he just decided this is the hand, I'm doing it. And he got king jack to fold, but he would have got a lot bigger than king jack to fold. I was like, I love this. An awareness.
Exploiting that image. So we see Di Nicola continuing that aggression Demps referenced. Been on a bit of a tear. Basta though with the dominating ace-10. Oh, and here we go, Demps. King Dark in the small. Wakes up with the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of king there. But yeah, it's kind of, like I say, it's kind of funny when someone who's super passive pre suddenly goes aggressive. 6xing.
Yeah, very large squeeze. Shade under 12 big blinds.
Yeah, just gonna take it down. I'll offer him there anyway. I mean, I don't think if he goes a smaller sizing, he's getting any action. I don't think he particularly wants to go a smaller sizing. I think when we do 3-bet there, like I say, he's shown the willingness to do so with light hands. But kind of most of the time you're gonna want folds.
Referenced this earlier, the set looks incredible. Absolutely love that when we come here to Merit. Western Series motif in the background. Been watching those animated crows flying flying close to the windmill.
No. They've not struck it yet.
I wanted it to hit it in like a puff of blood.
Oh, here we go. Here's some blood. Di Nicola popping out up with deuces from +2.
Wow, look at this.
Cove even. Christ. I just had my coffee. 12 blinds, instantly in. But the speed it happened really has to concern Davenport here. I I'd be very surprised if he continued in this one.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty awful spot in the long term for sure. De Nicola, interesting. Opening more than 3x. I've seen him have to raise fold 3 or 4 hands in succession. Perhaps a little adjustment from him, trying to put a bit of juice on it. Hasn't got the job done.
It's a curious point.
Sorry guys, I'm getting some bad spots, so.
Very interesting and honest declaration from Matt. Yeah, makes the fold damps. I think I like it.
I like it.
Yeah. Very nasty spot now, right, for De Nicola, having committed over 3 blinds already.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. He's racing.
Gonna spin the wheel.
Small pair.
Nice.
It's a flip.
I wish I win.
Russell in the Cove. Honest, at least.
Loving that.
If nothing else. King rolling out on the flop. She correctly deduces. It's a nice flop for her.
Nice turn.
Our job is done.
Doing our job for us, Damps.
And a nice river.
I love the hand rub. Looked at the man who just doubled you up. That was fun, wasn't it?
I always find it amazing, Demps, how dynamics change. You know, if De Nicola just doesn't open there, Krasnilakova's going to jam. Matt's in there with 10s.
Yeah.
He's absolutely loving life. Saved himself half of his stack. Little bit of frustration. And I know you've watched De Nicola. Like, is he
he fights.
Like, could it come into his mind sometimes? A little frustration open. Seemed a little wide.
I don't know.
No.
I think the deuce is
think it's
fine,
alright?
isn't it? I mean, we've got the big chip lead.
True. I'm just trying to stir the pot, you know.
I see
always,
what you're doing.
Always trying to stir it. You have to, right? See Musa under the gun. Round 2 King Dark. Waking up with a premium.
You're lucky that
Ace Queen of Diamonds in the cutoff.
Lucky that he made it the size
No,
he did.
but you must.
Very big open
only 300.
Damps.
Yeah.
Shade
but
on the
he's
4x.
made it 3x.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Tens.
Oh.
It was nice for me.
Oh. Why 10 came?
Of course, because king on the flop. It was king on the flop.
Well, a rare open King Dark
Ten
is going to be met with a lot of resistance
No.
for that 4x you mentioned.
Good fold. Well, I'm not sure now.
Big
Obviously, I
trouble
know the hand.
brewing.
I've got to move in.
But for me, it's good.
I'm sorry?
Your tens for me is good.
Korkmaz here, 40 bigs deep. Wow, he's decided just to rip it, Demps, for the 40. No induce.
I think maybe just thinking, look, King Dark doesn't really ever open
Right.
with a raise, so I think he's just never folding.
And he is right in that assumption.
Yeah, if that's what he's arrived upon, then I like it.
Yeah, snaps it off, Demps. All of a sudden, 2 million chips in this pot.
King Dark is on the verge of being all but eliminated from this tournament. The man who did so much of the earlier lifting, chasing an ace with 2 to come.
Yes.
And an ace on the river it is!
Oh my goodness.
For King Dark, the fan favourite, catches a miracle against Korkmaz.
Crazy ace on the river.
Yeah, we'll count this down, but according to our counts,
Yesterday 3 times.
Korkmaz was just covered by a handful of blinds.
Maybe you have more.
Brutal river card for Korkmaz.
Wow.
Yesterday, I played.
Yeah, that is a tough one
Same color,
to take.
Always.
Three time ace. Wanna you go? Wanna just help?
Score Korkmaz,
Sorry, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
one of the most experienced players here. In fact, I do gather that this was his 43rd cash in merit since COVID.
That is outrageous.
The most
Every
of
hand
any player here at Merit.
We have
So
every hand on.
in the sort of poker boom we've had, kind of post-COVID era, I think it's a nice way of dividing poker. He is the most successful player, I guess you could say, the most consistent player in Merit. But that ace going to cost him going any further.
So that's like, what, 15 cashes a year or so?
Sorry,
Since? That's pretty outrageous. Korkmaz there. Brutal river card for Korkmaz. We're here and there. Never misses an event, Demps. Never misses a series. 3.2 average cashes per series for Korkmaz. Brutal exit there. 90 big blinds or so in the middle. As we see action back underway, Di Nicola has been starting to run into some resistance. Opens ace-8 of diamonds under the gun. Basta 3-betting ace-queen. King Dark with that new stack in hand. Queen-jack of hearts.
Ah, we're in. Of course we're in.
In for the cold call.
Oh, and Shelik just finding a spot that he was probably happy to see an open because he gets the 3-bet jam. Kind of semi-happy to see a 3-bet because he gets the 4-bet jam. King Dark sweetening the pot.
Right.
It's
Like, this might be a spot, Demps, where you'd be very concerned ordinarily, but
Right.
with King Dark being so liberal,
Yes,
with
white
Di
chips
Nicola
on
being
top.
so liberal, Basta incentivized to be lightish here.
Yeah. And Basta seems to me in the short time we've seen to have very good composure at the table, the kind of player that in this limited time I would see understanding that he's got to take spots, be willing to 3-bet light. So yeah, I mean, this is an amazing spot where you could conceivably jam and pick up 400k
Yeah.
with 650 behind.
Almost feels like the perfect storm, Demps, with all the factors we just mentioned. He's not cold calling, surely.
No, I think he's just...
Oh, he is! What is going on?
What's
Now
happening?
that I did not expect.
There you go, Musa just said, what's happening?
Thank you for the very easy decision.
And Di Nicola all of a sudden.
I mean, we flickered 100k. Let's have a look at a flop.
What an outrageous turn of events.
So we've got a 3-bet pot going 4-way with
Guys,
2
yeah,
cold
yeah.
coolers.
New territory, Demps.
I'm a little lost.
Me too.
All spades. Basta with the queen of spades, the only one drawing at it. Shelik's 10 still in front for now. This flop certainly is going to limit the action you would imagine, albeit apart from this man who, with the 3-betting lead, may look to bet. If it was betting against just Shelik, I think he'd bet, but it's hard with both King Dark and Di Nicola in there covering his 1.2 million stack. They're going for a small bet, trying to make life easy for himself.
Yeah, we really are in the streets with this one.
And now what's Shelik supposed to do? His opponent has just c-bet in a 4-way pot.
I mean, seems like a pretty clear mistake pre. You never want to be too judgmental, but I don't think we should be cold calling here with the 10s. Either ship it pre or let it go. Of course, now in this horribly problematic spot where we just are forced to let it go. And Basta, what a result. Unless Nicola does something absurd here. I'm going to take down a nice one.
Yeah, and really shouldn't.
Really shouldn't go for this. It hasn't folded yet.
No, I mean, Basta really shouldn't take down the spot. In theory,
excuse me.
Shelik kind of dealt this situation. Maybe just not as aware of King Dark as perhaps I am, but he's seen enough hands, you would imagine, at this table to... It's a nice pickup from Basta.
Well, it is the Western Series. That hand very much from the Wild West.
Yeah.
Really very difficult for us to break that one down in the booth. Basta, though, with a huge pickup. Best part of 25 blinds into his stack. Nice result. I'm not sure I find the C-bet there, Demps. I'd have been terrified, I think. Although I guess we have pretty nice combo to still C-bet.
I think we know King Dark can have all sorts of hands.
Right.
We can eliminate the strongest from Cheddar, because surely he's jamming. But like, what hand is he cold calling with? I'd be actually slightly concerned it is maybe a hand like King Queen suited.
Yeah.
It's about the only hands, or an Ace Queen suited. Very hard to give him a hand. And then Di Nicola's just kind of priced in with whatever he's open with at that point.
Sure.
So I think he's, although in theory this is supposed to be very tight ranges, I think it was actually a little wider than we thought. And the Queen of Spades, just stabbing, seeing what happens, setting a price to see a card. But back at it in a more conventional sense here with Davenport opening from +1. A little light. Pardon me, King 10 suited. I'm seeing diamonds, I'm seeing hearts. My eyes are going crossed.
Celik now getting after it with a 3-bet.
Yeah.
Perhaps cursing his play in the previous hand.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting stuff. Matt forced to concede.
Yeah, such a shallow stack. Don't really want to be peeling a hand like King 10 against it, be it suited. Certainly if you're up against a sort of 750k stack, a 30 big blind stack, we can perhaps get in the mix. So at least in this instance, Celik recognizing that and turning what a lot of players may just peel with Ace 10 suited into a 3-bet bluff.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier myself and Mr. Lappin, always a challenge in the Merit booth. I would have played those hands the reverse, flatted that one and jammed the other. So we see Matt back at it. Under the gun, Ace-Jack O in for the min. Round to Albakir. King 9 of diamonds. Does make the call. And Di Nicola, after losing a bunch of pots, finds a nice spot. And he's just drilled it.
Easy.
30 effective. It's pretty normal.
I mean, yeah, you could see a normal incising, kind of in juice, but I guess trying to maximize maybe some follow we did against Davenport's pocket pairs, perhaps open with under the gun, right? If he's got like 10s, he may 4-bet jam.
Grim.
He may peel, but he's probably not going to play to the 3-bet jam.
Yeah, I think I like it. Take the offsuit combo and just send it in. Potentially squeeze call suited. Timely pickup for Di Nicola after some early resistance here at this feature. Where did I get a Triton t-shirt, Demps? You're surely the guy.
Triton shop.
You're my Triton shop.
No, there's no freebies.
Really?
Yeah.
We've known each other a long time.
Every time you see the pros out there wearing their Triton stuff, they've bought it. There's no freebies.
You think?
Yeah.
There's got to be a freebie out there. I'm value hunting.
I mean, I'm going to go on a limb and say Paul Pua isn't walking up with his card to the shop. They'll probably just give him that one. Richard Young.
Paul might get it.
Paul might get it. Everyone else?
What about you, Demps? No.
I have to pay.
Yeah. No way.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. Never seen you put your hand in your pocket. Even though we're at Merit and you don't put your hand in your pocket here, you see. Yeah, that is a bad bluff.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
It's so we see Di Nicola raise and take. We spoke about this earlier, Demps, and not much table talk going on. Is that like normally when I've watched the Merit streams, there's a lot of fun banter going on. But I suppose we are getting to the business end.
Is it that time?
It might be. Someone sung it to me earlier, you know. Watched our famous clip.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Just someone ran came up to you and started singing it.
I think it was Alex, to be fair.
King Dark limping in under the gun. But yeah, you're right. I mean, quite often we see talkative tables. We had one kind of frame one. I think it tends to be at the start of a frame. Sometimes the players are just kind of all business and straight face, but then they kind of loosen up a little bit. It may be just a factor of, you know, I'm not sure. We have some players here that aren't as regular as others, some fresher faces, less experience with each other.
Maybe I just talk too much, Stems. It's probably the case.
I didn't want to read that out from the chat, but
that's all right.
If you
all in or fold?
All in. Chatting now.
For my stack too. That's all.
Everyone has his strategy.
Nice card.
And now I just can't stop watching the crows and we go on the white.
I love it.
Oh, there goes one.
Yeah. Albuquerque just nonchalantly tosses in 325k chips.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen him limp a couple of hands. We see some different sized opens from him. On a normal table, he'd be the wild card, kind of dissuade things. But with King Dark in the mix, he barely gets a look in.
Interesting spot here for Basta.
Yeah.
Quite tricky.
Really is. Looking at over 30 big blinds deep, do you really want to get 10s in? He says no. I'm going to take a flop. Take my chances post.
Yeah, I also had King Dark in the big, so you might expect to go 3 ways.
Well, he's going to be very happy to see a 9 high flop. It's 2 10s figured to be best now. So, see how aggressively Albuquerque looks to play this gut shot draw. He's down at the stack. Finds a deceptive check. Bad card now for Bastard to see. Andy's in the booth suggesting check.
Yeah, I would certainly check here.
He's gone for kind of a blocky-ish sizing. 1/3. Obviously, I guess not wanting to give a free card to a hand like King Jack, King 10. Slightly concerned, of course, being up against a queen, but hopefully setting a price if that's the case.
Love watching Albuquerque. A couple of very interesting body language tells there. Flop and turn.
Well,
just look completely over it. Just sort of disinterested. Perhaps inducing this.
Well, he did the
back
sort of
to bet.
Initially kind of resting his face in his palm on the flop and did the look at the chips. And I thought, if he bets it, I'd be looking at that like, oh, like it looks kind of fake. Oh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, okay.
I'll just bet, I suppose. And I'd be thinking that's strength. But when he does it and then checks, it's like, oh, it just means you really don't have anything.
Means you don't love your hand.
Well, there we go.
Is he jammed?
30 blinds. I'm not going through that mess again of seeing a flop and losing.
Oh, wow.
This is so tough. Surely she can't play this ace-queen for...
Why are you playing like like crazy? No gamble, no future. Oh my God.
It's just so hard to ever think your opponent might have ace-jack. It's just... They just have ace-king a lot when they do this, don't they?
Crazy. It's crazy fault.
I like the fold.
Oh, this is just fantastic entertainment.
Show me your cards after, please. I will tell you. Show me, please.
He does show.
I had ace queen.
Why you folded?
I fold ace queen.
Why you folded?
Because you're playing like, I don't know, like crazy.
If you raise, you don't go all in.
If you raise, I just call
You just go.
to say, I love you. It's crazy, you see? I folded ace queen. And it's coin flip. Maybe it's better for me, who knows?
We asked for the table talk.
There you go.
Here it comes.
You're getting it.
I'm a huge fan of Krasilnikova.
Yeah.
She's very entertaining.
She's direct, should we say.
She is.
Oh, good.
You remove it, please.
Again?
Musa thinking better of getting involved here.
I really fold.
I don't fold.
Sorry. Wallah, I don't fold, bro.
Because you are crazy, that's why I fold.
75.
This is the second reason. The first reason is that I don't like this card.
King Dark back at it. 3x in the button with the 8-3 suited.
Wow, okay.
Albakir gets rid of the baby ace quickly. Feature though, Demps, right? He gets so much respect when he opens a pot because he limps so often.
This is it. I've seen him create more action in this frame already than I did in the first 2 hours of the day.
Yeah, this is a really great lineup. Fun for us to commentate on.
Yeah, and I was just thinking how I'd approach this if I was one of the other players on this table. We just saw the ace-9 not get open. I would definitely be leaning to playing a little bit tighter because when we want the pots to be big, we've got customers. Just play a little snugger.
I'm with you for sure. I think we want to play very cautious opening pots at this table.
Well, here's a case in point. I understand why Matt wants to open this pot with Queen Jack offsuit, but I may shy away from this.
Yeah, I really think that's pretty astute observation from you. Going to be so difficult to just raise and take, I think, at this table and out of position against a lot of wild cards.
Interesting that King Dark, he plays very, very fast. The first time we've seen him tank call, I think if you're perceptive at this table, you think it's not a hand that he's thinking about folding. It is definitely a hand he's thinking about 3-betting, as it is Celik, perhaps with a reprieve, a very easy spot to jam over all this action in front of him. So he didn't take the spot before with 10s.
Yeah.
Does take it this time with ace-king.
Oh my god.
Oh, and Albakir just snap jamming behind. How's your open looking, Matt?
Wow, this table is something.
All this on my big blind.
King Dark never flicks this in, right? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, okay,
you've watched him a lot.
I stayed silent.
Oh, tens.
Nothing would surprise me.
Ace queen.
Ace queen?
Ace queen.
Ah, ace king.
Good luck. I have pocket 8.
Pocket 10. حكيت all in عشان ما حد
5-6.
معي. حالنا نضلنا وياه.
Very good. Good luck.
Celik, the one at risk. Still it is so.
I had 5-6.
You brick this flop. Does though hold a diamond. What would be an increase in ounce is not in this case because of course the 10 would give Albakir a full house on this paired flop. So he just needs to fade the original outs. Does so. Albakir gets more chips. Celik
That's why I folded ace queen.
is out. And I'm not wishing ban this on Celik, but for our personal entertainment in the booth here, I'm very happy that Albakir's got some more chips.
All in that.
Good luck.
Very much with you, Demps. This lineup, pure entertainment. GG Celik, pretty unfortunate. A lot of dead money in the pot. Squeeze rips it in for 22 bigs. Can't run down the 10s of Albakir. He boosts his stack up to around about 1.5 million. We are down to 32.
Pocket 5, pocket 8, pocket ace king, 10s on my big blind, and you, what did you?
Queen Jack.
Queen Jack.
I win.
Whoa.
You win.
No, I win. I had 6-5. It was 6s.
All of this? Wow. Give me kings on big blind. That's
And me
next time.
aces, please.
Not now. Before.
That's all she wants. It's aces when someone else got kings, someone else got 10s, someone else has got ace king. Reasonable.
People are so greedy. Just ask for a little ace queen of hearts. Something like this.
Saucy.
Albakir here content to over limp. most players, I think, Demp's going to ISO here with Queen Jack suited.
Yeah. Especially as we know that King Dark is so liberal with the opens. I think David made the point earlier that sometimes you don't want to dissuade a player from limping a lot, so perhaps not ISOing, limping, allow them to continue that strategy, allow them to play a lot of bad hands. It's not necessarily the worst thing. The bet getting through against the 2 overs and a gut shot. King Dark taking it down with the best hand.
Very tricky to try and get a read on King Dark.
Yeah, good luck.
I mean, I can see his cards and I don't have a read. So it's going to be problematic at the table.
Yeah, the 2 live players at this table winning the 2 biggest pots so far in this frame.
115.
Oh, King Dark coming with a rare raise.
15.
Going for the 4.5x.
How much?
How do you play against it?
He just says crazy.
Only got jacks, I think.
Oh, coin flip.
Opa. Let's go.
Ace queen was the best my hand, but I folded.
Ace king, same color.
If I had ace king?
No, me. Same color, ace king.
Suited, yeah. Oh, mine was not suited. 6-4?
No.
These 2 sort of sitting there, scratching their heads. All right. The live one's out the way. Round to Musa, who looks down at Queen Jack offsuit with 20 blinds. Nicola, of course, behind with that big stack. Pressing Cove in there as well. Nicola going to have an option.
Let's see your stack.
Yeah. Take this on. Questioning Davenport behind.
Red chips. It's 3 red chips.
3 red, yeah.
I have 545.
I guess yes.
Just working out whether he wants to jam here, I guess. Or
yeah.
3-bet smaller sizing to potentially have options against cold 4-bet.
Yep. Yeah, I think debating whether he can 3-bet and fold to Matt if he cold finds.
Yeah.
Finds out they have about 20.
Try to play one hand.
22 bigs or so behind. Sends it in. Musa. Nothing to be done.
I did like the kind of rude dismissal of Kreslin and Cove. Yeah, I can see your stack. I'm not worried about you. Just let me talk to who I'm talking to. Points going up. We are halfway through this frame. When they do hit 15-30, it brings Davenport back below the 20 big blind mark. He and Nina on that number. Musa just a little bit shorter. The rest all very comfortable now with Albuquerque and Dark winning those monstrous all-in pots. John Basta winning some medium-sized pots that he's done well to win. He has just under 2 million in chips. Nicola, of course, started this frame as the chip leader on the table and has lost a few chips, but it's only a sort of sub-10 big blind loss. No big worries for him. Just like the others, he's liking a table draw right now.
I've been very impressed by Basta, just to touch on him for a moment. Sort of just very unassuming.
Yeah.
Seems very technically good to me, just sort of flying under the radar. You know, this table has a lot of personalities and a lot of playing styles that, you know, instinctively draw the eye. But he's just very comfortably coasting along. One to keep an eye on, I think. She's so good emotionally to watch. Just very honest frustration. Krasilnikova. Basta here with King Queen. Facing the cutoff open of Di Nicola. 2.5x. Very easy defend.
Ooh, there we go.
Bottom set for Di Nicola.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate in the sense this is a board he has to bet, and he doesn't. It's not likely to get much action, but with bottom set, we're certainly going to go ahead and try and win a big pot. Basta may not be done yet.
Yeah, I think we've got to call one Demps for sure. You know, this sort of 20% pot c-bet. King Queen with some backdoors can, of course, just be the best hand, especially against a cutoff open. But Basta on point once more, decides just to let it go. And yeah, very nice laydown against the set of Di Nicola. I believe that's 3 times deuces have hit a set in our coverage today.
Oh yeah?
The ducks are quacking.
The duck's not an animal I associate with a Western theme. Have I seen many Westerns with a duck in it?
Yeah, it's not the most viscerally terrifying animal. You know, you think of the coyote. He's out there in the desert.
Yeah, causing havoc.
Yeah, I don't know. Rabid ducks, not so much a thing. There's Musa here, +1, ace-9 suited. Awkward now, Demps, especially at this table. You know, it's going to be tough to get min raises through. We already alluded to it. 14 blinds, ace-9 of clubs. But still kind of feel like we have to go for it. Might be a limp. Is a limp from Musa. This is very out of character for Di Nicola.
Yeah.
Over limping ace-4. Oh.
Yeah, and just interesting to see Musa obviously leaning into this idea of, well, of limping. Kind of contagious, perhaps. Working out nicely for him in the sense that
Oh, friendly pocket.
he's dominating.
We will see the flop without all in.
One remaining ace live.
Queen, Jack, 10 board. Basta hitting the front with second pair, but can't really be a board he's too enthused with 3 players limping in. Certainly rate to have some Broadway cards.
I mean, feels like this one should check through. Does do so. Look at this. John Basta turns trip jacks. He wasn't enthused on the flop, Demps. He is now. Really like this check.
Yeah, and King Dark perhaps believing that he has the best of it. Going for a probe. 2 blinds.
Yeah, I did touch on Basta just a few moments ago. I've been very impressed with him strategically, recognizing he shouldn't have too many leads here 5-way. It's going to work out nicely. Musa now does have an open-ender. Our hand shrinking rapidly. Basta, of course, going nowhere. Any decision, Demps? We raise in here?
I think normally he'd be looking to play this against most of the field in this pot as a check call, but this
Yeah.
is certainly one play he could consider a raise, I think.
I agree.
One thing I have seen from King Dark is he's made some very unnecessary value bets on rivers.
Okay.
I don't think this is going to be one, but if it came a brick here, wouldn't it be surprised when check two that he would try and bet this 10?
Okay.
We saw it twice earlier. We could have just knuckled back with very weak hands, but tried to get value. One of it paid off. As we said, he got called by worse. He got called by an ace-king high.
Very problematic river for Basta, of course.
Yeah, is and it isn't. I don't think he's expecting King Dark to have stabbed too often with an ace or a nine.
Here you go, you've called it.
Well, yeah, kind of like what we saw earlier. I don't know what's going on here.
Me either, my friend.
I think this one obviously. Is he trying to make a king fold? Is that
yeah, make a queen fold, right?
Yeah.
I meant problematic more in the sense that if King Dark has a hand like a 10 or just a weak queen, unlikely to get more chips in on the King River. And all of a sudden, it's a pretty grim spot for Basta.
It is, but
King Duck repping a 9 here for the most part, right? Shouldn't have too many ace X.
Hard to give him a 9 though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm very confused by this hand.
I think you just shrug and call. Against a very active player. Okay, he hasn't shown much aggression. I think if Basta had seen what I saw already today, he would call this quickly.
Okay.
You obviously didn't see that, and
Yeah,
I see you're kind
seen
of a little bit more on the consider folding here.
I just wouldn't expect too many bluffs here, multi-way, turn and river. But of course, with the additional info that King Dark is a rogue.
Yeah.
Looking very much like he's robbing the, what is it they call it? It's not canteen. What's the name of a pub in the Westerns?
Saloon.
Saloon, thank you. Canteen, what's wrong with me? Need another cup of tea.
I will not bring it in for you. I'm banned.
It's gonna get it through! King Dark, what a legend. How's he found it?
A bow. Yeah, it did seem actually play kind of a...
You had ace?
I was something like that, yeah.
I had ace too.
You have ace?
We will see.
Of course we will see.
كسران؟ كنت خايف من بغيت اريز اول شيء بس خفت من كسران.
خفت منين؟ انا عامل
خفت من لا خفت من الستريت بعدين فتح جاك هني قمت اسحب شوي.
انت خفت من الستريت بتقول؟
قبل ما يفتح الجاك.
قبل ما يفتح
It's funny how certain poker words pierce through other languages. Like they were saying the word straight still. The only word I can understand in the conversation, because it's the only one that was in English. Straight just stays in there.
Yeah. Suited, I hear that one a lot.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny, like 3-bet always is said in English as well, in any language. You never...
I've lost graphics for a moment.
But yeah, that was a fun one. Well done.
Yeah, he's getting it done. New player arriving at the table, Demps. They're in the big blind. Excuse me, small blind.
Yeah, welcome to the Madhouse. And it's, I believe it, Adrian Simone, who came in as one of the big stacks to start the day.
Okay.
Myself and David were keeping an eye on the Poker News updates and saw that he vaulted to a massive stack before the money got up to 2.8 million, courtesy of getting aces v kings against one of the other top 5 stacks in the room. They had exactly
played it well.
1.37 million chips, each of them.
Sometimes it's all skill Demps. Find the old aces over kings.
Yeah, it was amazing the updates
Played it
reading
well.
down that they sort of count down the chips, and they both had 1,370,000 exactly.
Exact.
This is when the 1Ks are still in play. You know, it could have been 1K less. No, 1.37 million apiece.
60.
Action round to Matt. Queen Jack suited. Shade under 20 bigs. In for the min. Andrian 5.1 million Demps.
He's kicked on.
Over here, another nonchalant flicking of the chips. Defending with an ace.
Are you a nonchalant chip flicker?
I'm very measured.
I would say you strike me as someone who shows the pot a bit more respect.
I'm quite, yeah.
Cuts it out and slides it.
Yeah, the old cut and slide.
You're not a backhanded flicker. I love a backhanded flick.
Speaking of backhanded flicks, Davenport with a couple of backdoors, excuse me, and front door straight draws. Quite like this check in position.
Yeah.
Gonna realize your equity. Does improve to a jack on the turn.
Yeah, and happy now to check once again. Finds Broadway. Albuquerque hating how this one's developed. It was in a dream scenario where he's got an ace on an ace-high board against a pre-flop raiser. Check through twice. Has to be concerned when your opponent does check back turn and they've got some sort of draw or some sort of equity, exactly this kind of hand.
Yeah, typically a spot here. Matt's not going to have too many bluffs on the river. Going to have to be a hand like 9s,
right?
7s, 6s. These are the natural
They're the kind of
river
ones
bluffs.
that probably just stab the flop anyway, right?
Yeah, I think so. A lot of the time, Albuquerque forced to flick it in. Matt gets a chunky bet paid off here.
Yeah.
Went for almost full pot. 90%. Gets it paid. Albuquerque potentially 2-pair demps to call that quickly. We don't know his side card, of course. Guess it almost becomes the same hand, right? We were just bluff catching. Nice pickup for Matt Davenport. Yeah, I think I'm with you though, Demps. Those under pairs to the board, probably going to start trying to bluff flop. Dislodge a 10 or an 8.
Yeah.
In the big blind.
It's just hard when a player plays a hand like that on that run out for them not to kind of almost have it.
Yeah.
Unless they're opening super wide. I think it's unlikely.
Yeah, very much agree.
Here's a man not opening wide at all in this spot. Well, his perceived range would certainly suggest he is. But as it is, he's got ace-king and Davenport. He's been dealt 2 10s again.
Yeah, very interesting.
I like
27 bigs.
I like this that
Oh,
you know, there's an argument. There's an argument for getting aggressive with this, but exactly what I said. There's a lot of action on this table. Wants to keep himself in the mix. Don't necessarily want to play a huge flip against Di Nicola. Kind of get action behind you even. And as it is, King Dark just peels behind with 2 jacks, allowing Booster to flick it in from the big. Wouldn't advise it with the 6 deuce off, but he's looking, thinking, hey, this could be the pot for me.
Let's get there.
Incredible. Ace, king, jacks, and 10s, and it's a single raise pot. 29.5.
Very awkward here post. For all holdings, really. King Dark first to announce himself. Looks like about a third pot demps, 90k? No, 125.
125. It's going to get so difficult for Davenport. It's difficult for Di Nicola. You can see he doesn't want to let this one go against King Dark. King Dark has, like I say, shown more aggression post-flop. Certainly does pre-flop. Exhibited here with the just the overcall pre with 2 jacks, quite incredible.
Yeah, I like the laydown. Really tough for Matt now. Quickly calls though, Damps.
Yeah, but as I say, King Dark's shown a willingness to value bet thin.
Like one of the problems facing King Dark, he just doesn't slow down though, Damps, right? So
yeah, he just fires
I don't
again.
think he's going to check turn very often.
That's what I mean, and he does value bet thin. It's been a trait of his.
Yeah, very correctly so here.
The saving grace, of course, for Davenport is that very conceivable your opponent is in here with a queen. This would be so much more disastrous if it was a 9 high board.
Matt here with those 10s, of course, blocks the nuts.
Yeah, working to a gut shot. And I mean, he value bets thin. He could be up against a 9 here. I wouldn't be surprised to see King Dark bet twice with a 9 here.
Yeah.
From everything I've seen today.
Problem for Matt Demps is a little too shallow to potentially bluff, right, with our holding, which could be attractive if we were deeper.
Yeah. And I think just because there is a lot of loose action here, we do certainly want to lean slightly more towards the chip preservation side, and I like that.
Yeah, agreed. King Dark. Absolutely motoring now. 2.7 million.
Wow.
Fascinating feature, really has been. I think there's been 4 or 5 hands notably pre-flop Demps, that we would have got badly wrong. Some small pots when we thought there'd be a lot of chips in the middle, and the reverse on the flip side. Compelling viewing.
I mentioned this earlier with David. We just had a lot of traffic walk past our booth there in multiple directions. I still just keep seeing cowboys and cowgirls everywhere. It throws me for a second. It's just cool.
Easy call for me.
Yeah, Dina Cola with the ace king again.
Oh my god.
It's like walking into an alternate universe, Demps, isn't it? When you come down the stairs.
Yeah.
Everyone in their Western finery.
Well, I like, you know, they filter through to other parts of the resort. I was walking back earlier from the Diamond and someone came out from some service entrance dressed as a cowboy. It looked even more ridiculous. Just out on... I'm stood out there looking at the Mediterranean Sea and a cowboy's walking past me.
So good. One of my favorite parts of Merit Poker. Everyone gets into the mix with the themed dress code. We gotta stick a cowboy hat on Matt Davenport. See how it looks.
I hope that everyone wears a hat on the final table intro tomorrow. That would do it for me. You get them in the Merit hoodie and the Merit hat pats, but come on. Let's westernize them. King Dark limping once more.
Someone gives me a cowboy hat, I'll wear it on 1A.
It's cool, no?
I'll get in the mix.
All right. I'm going to make that happen. And when I say I'm going to make that happen, I'm going to ask our esteemed producer, Milbutus, to make that happen.
You're going to get someone else to make it happen for you. Three-way limped pot here. Everybody coming up empty.
Yeah, King Dark.
With a few back doors.
Yeah, and, well, I was going to say up until now, probably the favourite to win the pot. But Di Nicola having caught a piece on the turn. Stab small.
Easy fall for me. I always have on big blind something like 7-4, 10-3, 8-6.
Cressy on the cover doing a great job of moaning it in here, Dem.
Yeah.
As we call it.
Yeah.
Let's moan it in. Get dealt a load of nonsense for the last hour.
Yeah, no mention of the double up.
I know, right? Are down to 30 players now.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah, we're getting there.
All right. King Dark limping in once again. Davenport picking up a piece on the A7-4 board. He's going to send it over to King Dark, who does elect to check back, and well, he himself improves on an open ender. Davenport picks up a double gut shot draw. King Dark finds the dirty 10 on the end. This is so grim. Davenport thought this was going to get check. Thought he was going to win the pot. Now faces a one big blind bet against the widest of wide ranges.
Incredibly tilting situation.
It's like, do you really have a 10? That's the only thing that makes sense here, right? Everything else would have bet, surely. Surely a heart draw bets the turn. Surely an ace or a 7 would have bet by now. Not betting a 5, you would think. It's only a 10. And I can't fault him for this. And I've seen King Dark make these moves a lot with complete garbage hands when he's limped in and waited to the river to stab. So I would probably be calling in Davenport shoes as well.
Yeah, frustrating orbit or so for Matt Davenport. Had the worst of it against King Dark with the 10s v Jacks. Forced to pay off river here with bottom pair. A little shake of the head. There's a lot of red chips in front of Andrian.
Davenport in the small, really figuring out the best way to get the chips in with this ace-8 suitor. Such a monster hand, blind on blind. It's going to limp. I like it. You may encourage your opponent to pop it up with a hand like this, although with the suited variety is certainly incentivized to check back perhaps. But look at this. Is going to get the raise up. Is going to get to limp jam with this combo.
Yeah, very nicely done here from Matt. Let your opponent ISO with the garbage. Get that extra couple of blinds into the pot before pulling the trigger. Yeah, very nicely played. Basta probably one of those guys as well, Demps, right, where you're very comfortable shoving here because he's, you know, pretty theoretically sound.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some players you limp ace-8 suit that you still don't really like.
You're not loving it, are you?
Have
yeah.
it. But against a good player, you're
Yeah.
far more inclined to be happy about that.
A nice little recovery from Matt, well timed. I feel like Basta's going to be a real threat in this tournament. I've been very impressed.
Yeah, I am
very impressed with how he's playing.
I'm a fan of the demeanor, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Kind of he and Davenport very similar in that respect.
16.
But very comfortable in their environment.
Krasilnikova been very patient. Finds an openable queen 10 of diamonds. 18 bigs to start the hand in the cutoff. Interesting spot for Matt. And look at this, Demps. He's just going to rip it. 21 bigs. Very aggressive.
Yeah.
Against one of the tighter players at the table.
Yeah, maybe just picking up the fact that it hasn't followed around to her too many times, so maybe he's giving her a wider range in that respect. And also, maybe thinking perhaps she's going to overfold some spots. That might be what's going on. You know, she talked about how she followed ace-queen quickly earlier.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Made a big thing of it, although I would have followed the ace-queen as well, but she was sort of... It gave me the vibe of one of those players who takes pride in her folds rather than her calls.
I think I'm with you. Yeah, if she has a hand like ace-10, ace-jack here,
yeah,
may well get her to fold a hand as strong as that.
I'm just looking through the Hennemob results of Basta, and I'm shocked to see, you know, I'm not saying anything's wrong with this, but basically all his recent cashes, going back a couple of years, are all in sort of sub-$1,000 buy-in events. He had a fourth and a second here last time out in the Gangster Series, but it was in the Turbo Deep Stack and the Deep Stack Bounty, the smaller events. Very surprised because for this play so far I've seen is that I expect to see playing a much higher stakes.
Yeah, very strong.
Musa looking to play for all of it with aces.
Oh, wow.
Desperate for action, popping up to just 2 blinds off 10. It is going to raise the suspicions of Davenport, but it's merit. Sometimes people just do this with some nonsense.
Yeah, this is grim. You know, some players, if you just touched on Demps, will not have a raise fold here that is not very nutted. You know, Musa, I've seen him on a bunch of streams before and does play very tight. He isn't the type of guy I expect, you know, just to be trying to sneak one here with King Jack. Of course, Matt can't know this. I mean, this is grim. Ace Queen facing 9.5 blinds. Probably just going to have to run it, and he is going to do so. Really difficult to fault him. And
wow.
Oh, my goodness me.
This, one imagines, it's going to be what saves Davenport, which is why he's chosen the sizing in case some crazy action like this takes place behind him. Now, we saw King Dao earlier just cold call at a kind of spot.
Yeah, I don't see him cold calling this one, Demps.
No.
In comes the tower.
600k, I believe, or maybe a little bit less.
Yes. I mean, Matt Davenport, great result for him here. Gonna save some money.
Yeah, Musa, loving life, gonna put it in, and then Davenport must know the ace queen is no good here. Well done, Matt. Aces v kings. The only silver lining for King Dark is this is against just a 10 big blind stack. Could have been so much worse.
Absolutely.
If those aces were dealt one seat over, Di Nicola's seat, we would have seen a near 5 million chip pot. Ooh. Well, looking for a jack or a king. Wants paint. Finds paint.
Oh, wow.
Victory slam. Only a king will do it for Musa.
It's crazy.
Pain it was, but not the king. Top of the table. Musa out in what looks like 29th place. King Dark doing it again. Of course, nothing he could do there. Got dealt kings. It's going in.
This one plays itself, Demps. Now, it's a bit early for this, Demps, but are we into the realm of name on the trophy stuff here from King Dark?
We're a little early for that one, but he's certainly running nicely. It's how you want to be running.
I'm stirring the pot.
Simone, of course, did the same thing earlier. Aces v Kings, had the aces held. That got him a long way on the way, but he has chipped up massively since then. Di Nicola still hovering around at the 2 million chip mark. Basta, the one impressing us most in the booth here. And like I say, just again looking for his Henimob results. He's cashed in a 1k. He's cashed in 2 of the warm-ups here, which are 2k. Every other result in Henimob under a 1k buy. Incredible with this, just the poise and the presence he has at the table and just the way he's playing. I'm very surprised that he doesn't play bigger or had more success. What I'm saying is, Basta, if you're selling action, give me a shout.
No, loving that.
I want a piece.
Look at this. Andrian gonna isolate this one, Demps, from the small. Most players content to just complete here, recognizing King Dark playing too many hands. Bump this up 6 bigs over the button limp.
Yeah, and what would have been perhaps to some players a consideration. Abakir wasting no time in folding that King Jack.
The classic.
Flash the ace. Yeah. Or was it the 8?
It was the ace.
Salt into the woods.
I don't think anybody's 6X's there, Demps, and shows the 8 of diamonds. Never happens.
You know. Can but hope.
They either show like a 3, right, or an ace.
Yeah, that's true.
The middle cards don't get the love.
Просто уже не могу на это смотреть.
Action folds round to Basta. Been singing his praises. King 10 of spades in the hijack. In for the min raise. King Dark quickly calls behind. Beautiful little 7-5 of diamonds. Di Nicola now with options, Demps.
Yeah. I think we're content probably just the call here, though.
Really interesting. King Dark always muddies these waters somewhat. You know, if you think that he is just going to overfold here to aggression, certainly an option, but
again, I mean, do you want to push this against Basta, perhaps, or do you just want to call and play a multi-way pot with a hand that can be so nutted at times?
I'm with you. Light call.
If the tournament was a much tougher field, I could see him taking the spot, but I think we're gonna get it here. Just give it time. Basta with a gut shot. King Dark with the flush draw. Nicola now with a gut shot of his own.
Yeah, very interesting. Perhaps thinking King Dark will always bet a jack or even potentially a 9 in position.
Yeah, I think probably recognising that he may well have the best hand here, and obviously now has picked up a draw to go with it.
Sure.
And like I say, what I saw Di Nicola before, the World Series of Poker Europe, is he's an aggressive man.
It's going to be met with a call from King Dark. 3 of diamonds would be a car crash.
Wow.
6 of diamonds.
Di Nicola perhaps recognising that's the most likely hand he's up against is the flush draw. Such a tempting bet size.
And we do beat some draws, Demps. Hands like Queen 10, King 10, King Queen, 8-10 that didn't decide to bluff flop on the flop, excuse me, King Dark.
But I think this is pretty weak. If you start calling with the ace highs, we've got... Oh,
wow.
There we go.
Does call.
King Dark getting paid off again. It's a small bet. It's just enticing.
He's just getting it done, Demps. 3.6 million now.
Yeah.
One of the tournament chip leaders.
I can see why Di Nicola wants to kind of call there, but I think maybe calling with our pairs.
I agree.
Letting that one go. Kind of hand you even want your opponents perhaps have is one of those wheel draws.
King Dark, the enigma, continues to confuse and frustrate the table. Great to watch for us. There's lots of intriguing spots you don't normally see. So we see Matt here with ace-10 off. 21.5 bigs under the gun.
Adrian. No interest against the undergun open of Davenport. Di Nicola, though, far more inclined to play hands. Is going to have a little look with this Jack-9 suited. Krasnolakova, she wasn't lying. She gets junk in the big. Davenport, therefore, getting to play one in position. And well, flops top pair against second pair. Potential to gain more chips.
A great flop here for Matt. Top pair. One of these hands, Demps, the ace-10 specifically, I think, that really wants to front load this pot. Get a lot of chips in. Try and get it in on the turn. Or even potentially the flop, of course. Sort of split the difference, Demps. Around about half pot, shade under. Certainly a texture I wouldn't mind to see a bunch of big betting here. There are lots of bad turns, this being one of them.
Certainly is a scary card, isn't it?
Yeah, really makes it difficult for us to continue with a bet. Di Nicola here. Let's turn a gut shot to go with his pair of 9s. Very tricky spot now for Matt Davenport.
10 level? Right, you mean how many levels we play? They're not sure yet.
Whenever it does break out,
They told me 8.
intrigued to see, Demps, if Di Nicola ever thinks he needs to turn his hand into a
believe
bluff.
18.
Has a good, very good combo to do it. And he's just going to knuckle. Can Davenport seek value, Demps? What do we think? One of these awkward spots. Of course, don't want to get check shoved on. Would be a disaster. Also want to find some value where we can. Is going to check this one back. Seems very reasonable.
Yeah, just unfortunate, I think, the way that one ran out. Obviously was on course to perhaps win a bigger pot. But it'll take it.
Absolutely. One of the worst turns in the deck for Matt's hand. Happy to take that one down at Showdown.
King Dark. And again. 7-3 suited, limping in.
He really is box office Demps. Never know quite what he's going to do. I think Andrian now, one of the first sort of players to really twig onto how wide King Dark is playing. Looking to isolate a lot now in position Demps. He knows he's going to pick up a lot of folds pre-flop and play in position when King Dark continues. Taking that one down pre. Drian here, King 10 of diamonds.
More than enough for the chip daddy to get active with. Oh, Nicola giving him a little stare down. The relaxed, casual 3-bet arm over the shoulder. This is a hand straight from the saloon game. Pistols, though, remaining under the table for now.
Oh. Yeah, could have gone both ways here, Demps. Lands on 3-bet.
Yeah.
Can make life a bit more simple for yourself, I think, against an aggressive chip leader.
Obviously, playing a bigger pot all the time, but this is definitely the Di Nicola style. He's always leaning towards aggression. Andrian with certainly a nice hand to peel this 3-bet with. A lot of good things can happen when you play with suited Broadway cards. In this case, he finds a piece of it, but it's a board that Di Nicola may look to go barreling off. Has ace-queen with the ace of clubs. There are a myriad of turn cards that will produce a lot more action here.
Yeah, guns slowly being drawn. Di Nicola, 1/3 pot or so in position. Pretty typical. Andrian, of course, going nowhere.
Yeah, of course, this kind of sizing. Okay, you can make like the likes of 8s, 9s, 10s maybe fold, but most of the time you know you're probably going to get called the way this one's played out pre, but you're happy for that situation because you've got a gut shot and those backdoor clubs. As it is, finds a queen. So mediocre value.
Yeah, very interesting. One of the cards, I think, that should slow Nicola down. We can now, of course, beat a bunch of the Jack X combos, still ahead of nut flush draw types that we could bluff catch against potentially later.
Yeah, obviously some concern you're up against a hand like Queen Jack.
Sure.
It's improved there as well, but I'm with you. Obviously beats all the Jack X now. Was beating the flush draws, although there are not too many of those. This was played out now.
Yeah.
Andrian, if he bets it, does he open the door?
This is really interesting. With that ace of clubs, Di Nicola, I would venture the best possible bluff combo here, right? Blocking the 2 pairs, that queen, and blocking the nut flush. And we know that we're likely behind here, Demps, right? Not many hands are going to bet river here that are worse than ace-queen, basically none.
This is a great spot for it.
This is a perfect spot to jam for Di Nicola.
The sort of ace-x hands, ace-x suited hands that Di Nicola does 3-bet pre are probably going to check back that turn because they're worried they're not going to get fold. They've got a gut shot, they've got the flush draw. He would play ace-5 of clubs this way, I would imagine.
I agree. Ace-queen of clubs, definitely checking.
Right.
Ace-9 of clubs, if it decided to 3-bet, should be checking to realize this is very interesting stuff. He does let it go, though.
And also, of course, very few flushes that Andrian can have himself. Queen 10 of clubs, perhaps, although they might just decide to raise the flop. Maybe 10-9 of clubs peels a 3-bet, but not much more than that, right?
Sure. Yeah, potential missed opportunity, I think.
But again, one of Di Nicola's looking at this going, I've got some live wires here with some big stacks, and I've got a good seat. Do I need to push this edge?
I'm inclined to agree with you there for sure. I'm greedy, though. I wanted to see it.
I thought we might.
Yeah. I think, especially with that queen, is such a key card in the hand. You block the king, queen, and queen jacks that you referenced, Demps, that are 2-pair, that, you know, can be calling us and blocking a bunch of basically all flushes.
Of course.
Apart from a couple of combos.
I'm not wishing to group an entire nation together, but 2 Italian players. Maybe a lot of history between the 2 of them.
Right.
Di Nicola's reputation, probably
65.
known.
Yeah.
Maybe thinking, hey, my opponent might just bet 2 pair here and snap me.
Sure. Interesting hand.
Oh, he's straight back at it. With Queen 5 offsuit against King Dark's big blind. You're not really expecting to ever get a fold, so we're looking to play Queen 5.
Yeah, this is a bit too out of line for me.
Finds a piece.
Does bet around about a half pot, little shade under. King Dark.
Pretty tight fold there from King Dark.
How does he do it, Demps?
7-8.
Great laydown.
Yeah, I thought for sure we were going to see him continue.
Che avevi, Simone, poi lo vedo alla diretta, non vedi che puttanata.
There we go.
Ace Queen, sono
See, even in Italian, it's top pair. I'm sure in Italy there's a word for top and a word for pair.
Top pair.
If we go in, I don't know.
There we go.
If I go all in, I don't know if I fold.
100% asking, if I jammed,
yeah,
would you have laid it down?
Exactly that. So we've kind of, it took us a minute to get there, but obviously Di Nicola has that much reputation that King 10 might have called.
Yeah.
Although, it's one of those easy things to set at the table, isn't it?
It really is. I mean,
I might have called you. You probably weren't going to call
it has to be ace of clubs X, right? And what, ace jack, ace of clubs, ace queen, ace of clubs. Don't think Di Nicola's going to 3-bet ace 8, ace 9 off at this table. Ace 10 bets the turn for value. So it's very difficult to say. I think I would have called you.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's just that I wasn't sure if I was caught. You were going to fold.
I think so.
But it lends the idea that he was kind of very much inclined to call with 2-pair, perhaps.
Look at this from Davenport.
Davenport having a little go. All right. Raising into the shit leader's big blind.
And into the King Dark small blind. Wild stuff from Matt.
Yeah, it's a very favorable flop in terms of his range. Maybe trying to sneak one through whilst the 2 Italians were discussing the previous skirmish.
I referenced this earlier, Matt, not afraid to get in the mix and pull the trigger, and he deems it necessary. Keeping himself afloat nicely, Demps, after a few rocky hands. Back up close to 900k. Here she comes, Demp. She's finally found the hit.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Krasnilakova does finally find it. Dreamy spot to wake up with ace-queen, but Davenport lurking behind with the killer of ace-queen.
Yeah, we saw Matt fold 10s earlier, Demps. He's not going to fold this one. And it's too strong.
Again, notice here, leaving 1 chip back. We have pay jump at 26, I believe. See, this could be a double elimination hand. He covers Krasnilakova. It's a reason to perhaps let this hand take a moment longer. As it is, he's going to get to just run it. We see the rest have folded. Krasnilakova desperately in need of a queen. And she finds one on the ace,
Wow.
queen, jack. Davenport, though, with a little extra equity, having both the gut shot and the live king to draw out. Can Krasnodar Cove pull off the unlikely double up? She will. Davenport left with
Yes. Yes.
16 blinds.
Есть. Неужели? Да, значит, мне надо еще поиграть в этот турнирчик. Спасибо. Я уже домой собралась. I thought I go home. But no.
What a character.
I love it.
But no. Not this time.
It's nice to see so much emotion at the table
It
as a
is.
viewer.
It is nice. I'm with you. What an escape for her. Crushing blow there for Matt.
So it looks like we have got down to 27 players, which means we are about to go on a full redraw with 3 tables left. Simone Andrin leading the way on our table here with 5.5 million chips. King Dark, what a spin up, was down to about a million, now up to 3.4. Courtesy of a little fortune at times, but hey, that's the game as we welcome you back to the booth. We won't waste too much time. As I say, a full redraw going on. They're very quick with that sort of stuff here, so play will recommence even, in about 6 or 7 minutes. So guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back after this.
To play poker.
Money.
To ride a horse.
Opportunity. For playing poker.
For fun, to get money and to enjoy and experience.
I think is making experiences.
To get some wild.
Tilt? Oh, too many. Way too many.
Yeah, many. A lot of bad beats yesterday.
Once. For sure once.
The whole time, always on tilt. It's just my nature now. Tilt is not about me.
I never experienced this feeling because I expect to win as I expect to lose.
Tilt, I think 37 times.
So many times, cannot count.
It's my first merit. I was only at the EPT before, so I guess this one.
Yeah, they're all fun. They're all nice.
Retro series.
I guess each one is better than the last. Each one it gets a little better every time. I think the outfits are great.
Actually, yes, Wild West.
Merit is excellent in all concepts.
I think I love all of them. I don't have a certain favorite.
Gangsta.
Usually music, but sometimes I just scroll through my phone or watch some TV series, right?
Concentrating on the players and, what's up and a few other things on the phone.
I watch players.
I watch the other players.
I'm watching cocktail something.
I just try to not forward as much as I can and then I'm good.
Good question. How do I keep myself busy? I either try to observe players or watch on my phones. One of two.
I guess Chief Matt, since it's my name.
Laughing arrow.
White sparrow.
Chief drowning fish.
Yusuf spinning flaming glass.
Luna, the moon.
The curious Torsten.
Dimitri smoking fire.
Ace on the river.
Reading a bluff.
How to stay alive.
When you can't call and you can't fold, raise.
Welcome to my salon.
Be patient.
Never put the chips in your pocket.
Mastery.
Clint Eastwood for sure.
Alive or dead, it's your choice.
John Wayne.
No, you got me scared.
Martin McFly.
Marty McFly.
John Wayne.
Clint Eastwood.
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
His stack threatened.
Yeah.
That's why I quite like your line there. You could check this turn, basically feel like you can't be put all in the hand, and almost like
This
just
is
play
it.
blindfold call any bet on river. Like you're not going to love a 5 or a 9 or a 10 or these kind of cards, but you could sort of maybe just assume your opponent would bluff frequently enough and you look weak enough that you could station off with the jacks. Now Akimov could actually,
I think he's going to jam.
Put him in the blender, as you'd like to say.
I mean, it's just one of these hands, right? We have called with plans in mind. Into the tank he goes. It's going to be...
Mustafov just doesn't have any 6x in his range here.
Yeah, and here it comes. Sends him in, and it's so... Wow, he fist pumps it off! Mustafov.
Fearless. Absolutely fearless.
Oh my God.
I think he knew where he was at. I think he knew that he was actually inducing all those semi-bluffs that were out there to go for it.
That is a pretty sick snap call from Mustafov. Here we go, though. Akimov, 25% to bust him here. Big river coming. And it's just a 7 of spades. Mustafov with a very, very gangster Wild West snap call, should we call it.
And I said this to James Dempsey. I said, if anything, when we get 10 from the money, it speeds up.
I've never seen one. I've never seen a long bubble at Merit. Part of the reason we love it so much.
55 now.
55 remain as JJ wakes up with 55. Again, this is so wide. It's just such a wide... He's 5x opening here. JJ with the pocket 5s. Wow.
Do not try this at home.
Such a challenge in the booth. I love it. Just like get hand after hand incorrect. Supposed to be experts in our field, Mr. Lappin.
Well, I'm not studied in the 4 and 5x opens in these spots, I will admit.
One thing I will say about this open size, it stops you getting messed with. Right?
Oh, for sure.
You know, like if someone wakes up with ace-jack offsuit now, I think very likely they just fold their hand. Whereas, you know, some of the big stacks might look to 3-bet a small size open. They're not going to 3-bet this, other than putting you all in.
Wow. And even the 8s don't love life.
This is gross. Yeah, this is gross.
Especially the 8s, who are also pretty short. You know, like these two stacks clashed. Akbas, who does cover, will be down to what, 4 bigs? 5 bigs?
Yeah, I mean, readless, you know, of course, you alluded to this, David. They've been playing on the outer tables before coming on the feature. Readless here, I'm definitely folding my hand. But Akbas reaching, he calls.
Can I just point out that I think over the loudspeaker it has just been announced we're going hand for hand. Accentuating the tension.
I'm absolutely lost in this one. Of all the options here, I would have put call last.
Yeah. And now the guy who's 5x'd with the 5s and has been flatted is now going like, oh no. Oh, what's happened?
What's going on
and the
here?
Is the King Jack going to get involved? It covers both. Jamming here as the King Jack would be wild.
If he jams, I'm leaving the booth and leaving you to it, my friend. This is pretty wild stuff.
I think it also serves him well to take time off the clock. So if he is going to fold, a slow fold is fine. 55 left, 53, remember, in the money. Somehow, we've got 180k in the middle between pocket 5s and pocket 8s right now. Stack to pot ratio of just over 1.
Well,
it looks like we will go to a flop.
This is the Western Series, and we are in the Wild West right here. JJ cannot be loving life. Big flop coming here. It's relatively blank.
Wow, it's like the really
Oh,
unlikely
it's the stop
to
and
see.
go. Wow, Akbas now deciding his opponent has... What is happening?
Oh, and he snapped it off!
Oh my goodness.
What are we seeing on the direct bubble, I believe?
And Akbas thinks he's dead here.
This is a wild hand at a crucial moment of this tournament. I think, Andrew Headley, we are actually on the direct bubble. I think there is another hand on an outer table that has also gone right now. I think this is potentially the bubble hand.
As you see the big blind's facial reaction, looked at both players in shock.
We've turned over the hands, right?
We have 5s at risk.
Oh my goodness, the pocket
word.
8s have a sweat.
Very nice card.
Deuce of spades, turn. JJ, 23% to get there and survive. Can't do
Good
it.
luck, guys.
3 of clubs, river. And Akbas there somehow makes the 8s work and gets a full double up, or just a shade under. He had almost the same size stack to start.
By betting the almost minimum. It's extraordinary stuff.
Back into the action here as we see Akimov with the ducks. Again, not a hand you'll typically see opened, especially from under the gun. Akimov has shown himself.
A very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa here in beautiful North Cyprus. The sun has certainly gone in, but the action is picking up pace here. With just 3 tables left, we have had a full redraw, and it looks like we're following the chip leader, Andrian, bringing his 5.6 million back to the feature tables. Somewhat familiar faces in the mix as well. Well, long way back at the feature. We saw him last time out back in December. Albakir is rejoining us as well. He was on that last table, as was Matt Davenport, who is propping up this feature. Ramez Haddad as well, a regular that was on the stream earlier, also finds his way here. But look at the bunching, really, between all the players on this table. It's getting pretty snug. Not too important now with 27 left, but if we saw this sort of make up with sort of 16 left, it would be a very different story, wouldn't it?
I mean, that is obscene. Andrian, 40% of the chips in play. Not something you see often, you know, with 3 tables left, as you just referenced, Demps. He's going to be looking, you would imagine, to continue motoring forward. Yeah, 5.2 million. A lot of artillery to be working with.
Yeah, I mean, he has just over the average for the final table, of course, with 44.6 million chips in play. Every tournament here starting with 100k. Arugalu is wearing is that like a Longhorns cap? I don't know if it is, but he's leaning into it. He's the first person I've seen kind of go for the Western theme.
I've got like a little lumberjack shirt there that could that could just about fit into the Western motif.
They would need the neckerchief
to complete the ensemble. Round to Gu in the cutoff. We saw him earlier, Demps. Plays very well, very considered. Takes his time. Recognizing here that Matt is so shallow. Don't mind that fold. Wozniak, though, not going to fold King Queen suited. Peels the button.
Yeah, just going through the order of the day. We have about 10 minutes left on this level, and the players will go on their last break of the day. Going to come back and play just 2 more hours. So a pretty short day for everyone involved.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we will return to Moa and play down to our champion as Davenport finding a flop that may help decide his fate in this tournament.
Yeah, big moments incoming, Demps. Matt, with that middling ace, he's going to just c-bet this one.
Is he, I was about to say, is he the stack depth where he's just like, well, if he's got a better ace, then I'm going bust?
Probably at this point.
So looking to perhaps find a way of getting more chips in the pot. Even motioning towards perhaps checking with this one. I'm curious to see it go either way.
Oh, wow.
Wow. GG's.
Is it GG's, though? I'm trying to think of bluffs our opponent would have now.
Some
3s and 4s.
Well,
pocket 6s.
King, Queen, King, Jack of Diamonds, these
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
hands.
gonna have these.
Yeah, all those pocket pairs potentially. But those probably don't bet here. I think you're leaning more towards the... Yeah, Davenport, of course, when he's checking, is just hoping it goes check behind. He's going to feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Sure.
When he faces the 100k bet, things get tricky.
I think we're going to call and decide. Don't think there's much merit to shoving here. Just going to fold out bluffs, as you suggested, Demps.
Yeah, certainly have to call here. Not least because, hey, you can make a boat some of the time.
Exactly. Yeah, very much a call and decide type spot.
Worth noting, of course, with 3 tables left, the time bank cards are in. We now play with a shot clock for the remainder of the tournament. Davenport looks like obviously going to use up at least one of them here, completely understandably. Very big decision for his tournament. And the longer he thinks, what is he thinking?
I mean, it's one of these dempts. If you do take out those sort of Broadway diamonds, the spot starts to get really grim. You know, if you think our opponent just has mostly flushes, the occasional better ace-x.
If you really fold here for 100k,
it would be
though.
sick to find the turn fold.
But that must be what he's thinking when he's thinking this long.
I think so.
Can't be anything else.
Yeah, I think we got to call.
Oh, he's going for the check raise. Okay. Leaving 1 chip back on a pay jump bubble, of course, with 27 left. Everyone guaranteed 5,090. It's 58.15 for the next payout. So he gets the sort of semi-bad news that he faces a snapped jam. We'll just take as much time as he thinks right with this final chip. I imagine probably not burn another time card. I don't know how good a view he has of the other tables, if he can see there's a big hand going on. It's a little difficult from up there on the feature.
Yeah, I think a bit of a misstep here from Matt. I mean, you might deny equity demps to like a pair that has a spade in it, right? It's maybe what he's thinking. Just thinking in terms of mostly just deny bluffs and run into better value when we jam.
But if you think your opponent's not going to follow up with another bluff on the river, then perhaps that's reasonable, right? Because you don't really get more bluff equity.
Sure.
Let's see.
Three.
He's paying out his time bank cards. I think it'd be wise to obviously make sure he keeps a couple back.
Yeah, in case we find the spin.
We've seen it a few times here at Merit where players have run out of time back cards, even on a final table. Again, $800 pay jump, or $725 to be precise. Again, he's not really kind of looking in the direction of the other 2 tables. They'd be kind of way.
Yeah, will they update the monitor quick
So
enough?
he's looking in the direction of the tables now. You can kind of get a pretty good idea of hands going on. Maybe stand up, have a look, but I'd certainly want to leave at least a couple of them back. The replenishing happens, I believe.
If I use it, I've got 30 seconds after this. Right, when I use this one.
Yeah, he's going to keep one back.
Can get their demps 1 in 4 times.
Yep.
Or so.
That is not going to be it, though. GG's Matt Davenport. And, well, we are through that pay jump by virtue of Matt busting.
哦，花已经到了是吧？哦我以为是抽花，我操！
I can only assume the conversation going on there is, why did he take so long? Can't understand the language, but it was, I assure you, for the pay jump.
Yeah, very tough spot there for Matt. Regardless, demps, I think, if he calls turn or not.
Aruglu. Exactly 30 blinds. 10's under the gun.
very considered open, taking his time. Lands on 2.5x open. Andrian here, ace queen off. Certainly going to be continuing.
Yeah, I think this seems like a pretty good candidate to 3-bet and kind of comfortably fold if you're jammed on, so be it if you get outplayed.
25, right?
I don't mind call. I actually quite like call. I think if... I'm not sure how much Andrian has played with Iroglu. You know, like 2.5x under the gun open off 30. Might want to use something a little worse, I think, as a 3-bet fold. I wouldn't hate it, Demps, for sure. Just flat. Flop top pair.
Flat flop top pair, yeah. Obviously, yeah, I suppose against a slightly larger raising size, does dissuade the big blind from peeling, but less likely to go 3 ways. So I hear your argument.
Yeah. I think you could do both for sure. Iroglu gonna go ahead and bet flop. Let's have that 10 of hearts working for him. Andrian content to check call.
We'll be very happy to see that turn card.
Yeah, this is interesting. Iroglu, of course, blocks the nuts. Does have the type of hand that could consider bluffing. Target a hand like King Jack, like a suited wheel ace.
Yep.
Can put a lot of pressure on. Gonna take the free one.
Ooh, wow.
Well. It's all Andrian.
Aces full. Backdoor club's complete. Interesting now if he decides to go for sort of check raise, or does he just go big himself?
Yeah, I think these spots very difficult, I think, when your opponent bets and checks back. I think it's quite unlikely that they reopen the action on this specific run out.
Yeah, he's going for a round pot size bet, it looks like. Exactly that, pulling out 3 of those red 100k chips.
Yeah, just very tough to represent bluffs. One of these awkward spots. You're just sort of hoping your opponent has the case ace, right? That pot controlled.
Which is reasonable.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Something like a King Jack that wants to put the cape on that decided to bet flop. Check turn. In a case, more chips to our chip leader. I'm not sure I've seen a stack this big, Demps, at this stage of the tournament in one of these merits. Closing in on 200 blinds. Pretty outrageous.
Yeah. I was just having a little gander at Aaron Iroglu's hand and mob entry. Not a player I've seen before. Only has a couple of, literally 2 caches, both in this room, and spread out over time. 1 in 2021, 1 in 2023. So, assume probably mostly plays cash. But I just saw his demeanor at the table there. I was thinking, this guy looks like he's someone who spent a lot of time at a poker table.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to see again, like we've seen some of the other players here, a bigger Palmeiras than just the 2 caches.
Interesting spot here. Andrian opens with the King Jack. Daban content to peel the small. I like this a lot. Not really a hand that we want to 3-bet fold at 40 blinds. It's going to do very well against the chip lead open. Let's just call. Wow.
There we go. Daban with nut clubs. Andrian with the top pair. And now Daban elected to play this one passively pre. There were other avenues he could take.
Yep.
And that is the case again here, but Andrian checking back.
Oh my goodness, this turn card.
And look at this swift check again from Daban, sitting there with the stone cold nuts.
This could get ugly, Demps. Andrian with the King of Clubs in hand. If he is met with aggression here on the turn. Going to have an incredibly tough time getting away from this,
Wow,
at least on the turn.
Adrian was sort of looking at his opponent straight away there, who is doing his best to feign weakness. I really hope he doesn't do this and then raise, because that always looks so suspicious. If he does this and then calls, I like it.
This
And
is
I
a
think
great
that's what he's
spot.
done.
Great spot, Demps, in that on a blank here, Andrian for sure going to pursue value.
Right.
I'm thinking he's against a bunch of Queen X. Oh,
Whoa.
my goodness.
Nuts v second nuts. Does he ever come with a kind of block?
Look at him looking down at the chips. Normally a towel.
Yeah. Oh, come out with...
It's just going to go back call now, I think.
Yeah, he's kind of going for that in-between size, isn't he?
Yeah, he's not going to fold, not going to raise.
Well, I think Andrew will look at that and think, I could have lost a lot more chips in this pot.
Absolutely.
By virtue of himself having checked back to flop.
And that is our last hand of the frame, I believe, Dem.
Well, sad times, but a good one to end on. Simone Andrian losing that pot, but still retaining the table chip lead. Emrah Daban moving up into second place, courtesy of that turn flush in what was a cagey one. Could have gone very differently, that pot. But it is now, of course, the final scheduled break of the evening. The players popping off for around 20 minutes. As they do, we'll bring you back to the booth, James and Andrew here. So the end of your stint today.
A short day.
Just a warm-up, if you will.
Oh, very nicely done, my friend. Yeah, a nice short one for us. We did mention, you know, the winter time field slightly smaller than usual. And yeah, one more 2-hour stint to go. We're back here in the booth tomorrow. I'll leave you in the very capable hands of James and Mr. David Lappin.
Yeah, David will be coming back in with myself in, like I say, around 15 to 20 minutes. So guys, please don't go too far. We've got 2 hours more of this warm-up to go tonight.
Hello, hello, beautiful people from sunny Cyprus. The Merit Poker is calling and we have the very first series of 2024, the Western Poker Festival. 4 million in guarantee and action has started. Let's go.
We have first major tournament of this event, warm up with 800,000 guarantee. Everybody is welcome.
The Western concept is fabulous, if you ask me. The costumes, the organisation is first class.
I play in many casinos around the world, in many poker rooms. I cannot find best organizers here. Dealers are too much professional. The director of Texas, it's incredible. She knows how to organize and to bring people from all the world. Merit, it's number one.
All the series that you do is just so well organised, so I'm happy. I'm happy to be here.
I believe that here it's Las Vegas of the Middle East.
Actually, this is my first time joining in a poker event outside of China. So this is all new to me. Amazing and beautiful atmosphere.
And as usual, 24/7, we are running all kind of cash games. Hope you join us soon.
For me, I think it's really enjoyable to see the dealers with the hats. I think it's really amazing that a tournament has a theme.
Bluff shove, so to speak. Makes the call. Oh, Akimov flops bottom set. Incredibly disguised bottom set at that.
Now, given that all of the overpairs to sixes almost certainly shove pre, does Akimov need to let a card peel off here? A Broadway card, you know, will be the kind of thing he'll be hoping for.
Yeah, I do think you have an incredibly invulnerable holding here, David. I agree. Although we are going to have some continues, right? I mean, the small blind is not going to hit this board, as you've just suggested. So if we have, you know, some of the weaker parts of our range, right? Like a, I don't know, Queen 10 suited type hand that just wants to generate a fold from some king highs type holdings, does decide to come with small bet.
Yeah, and the beauty of small bet is it's not much different to a check.
Right.
Capiello's got the ace high, which could be good. He's got the backdoor clubs.
Absolutely.
He's got 2 overs. Oh, my goodness me.
Here we go. 7 of clubs on the turn. I mean, this is working out like a dream so far for Akimov. Very easy spot now to just bet turn, set up a river shove. Knows he's going to get action from all of those backdoor flush draws. Going to get action from heart draws. Going to get action from traps. You know, if Capiello did decide to peel pre with a hand like aces or kings, never going to fold. Don't think he's going to have too many turn folds.
No, and Akimov very happy to massage this pot with a small bet, and I like it because in most worlds he's actually invulnerable right now. He's 100%. We see that Capiello has one of the few hands that does actually still have some equity here. Question now is, does Capiello turn his hand into a semi-bluff, or does he just flat? I feel like he just flats because the ace-high can be still good sometimes, and his equity's in a couple of different places.
For sure. Yeah, I tend to agree. Getting a very attractive price. You know, the one frustration can be if you just call and it bricks out and you lose to perhaps a slightly better ace.
Yes, the ace-queen that just decided to fire another little tiddler.
Here we go. He's going to turn it into a bluff.
Well,
he's going to have to get there, David, because it's going in.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. Capiello going to take his time here because we are on a ladder jump. He's probably going to... He might even wait for the clock to be called if he's that close, and, you know, as well he should.
Oh, no, here we go. Calls it off, as he should. Not dead. 16%, David. 7 outs once. Looking for a non-board pair club. Big pot here, 720k in the middle. Can he get there? Cannot do it. 10 of hearts, river. Unlucky for Candido Capiello. Saw that extremely creative 7-high bluff just a few moments ago. And Akimov picking up another big pot, back over 2 million. 0.8 million in live cashes. And there is Matt.
He gives it
your in the screen right there.
He gives it the cards go in this box today. That old trick. Come on now. They all know.
He didn't really, did he?
He did.
Oh, Matt.
He's trying to get all the moves through.
Well, right off the bat, El Said here, very short, James, dealing with 7 bigs. Never a great feeling to have to send the pocket 4s in, but more than good enough. 7 big blinds under the gun 1, all in.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to get this one through. Of course, there are some dreamy scenarios. The big blind wakes up with ace deuce or ace 3 or a smaller pair.
This is not the dream scenario, James. Di Nicola with that monster chip lead on the table. Gonna look him up. Pocket 6s.
There is the hand that may have given Saeed the spin. Instead, it's bad news up against the superior pocket pair.
Yeah, very bad news. I think we did see 1-4 folded, James. Also, little does El Sayed know, drawing to 1 out.
So you're saying very bad news.
Very, very bad.
Queen 9 trade. Makes no change to this one. El Sayed, like the rest of these guys, is inside the money, but is going to need to find a miracle to get any further. That is not it. Di Nicola, first hand back on this frame with the chip lead, sends another packing.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate there for Mohamed El Sayed. So short, James. 7 Western Series motif in the background. Been watching those animated crows flying flying close to the windmill.
No. They've not struck it yet.
I wanted it to hit it in like a puff of blood.
Oh, here we go. Here's some blood. Di Nicola popping up with deuces from +2. Krasilin.
Wow, look at this.
Cove even. Christ. I just had my coffee. 12 blinds instantly in. But the speed it happened really has to concern Davenport here. I'd be very surprised if he continued in this one.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty awful spot in the long term for sure. Di Nicola, interesting. Opening more than 3x. I've seen him have to raise fold 3 or 4 hands in succession. Perhaps a little adjustment from him, trying to put a bit of juice on it. Hasn't
Yeah,
got the job done.
It's a curious point.
Sorry guys, I'm getting some bad spots. So.
Very interesting, honest declaration from Matt. Yeah, mix the fold damps. I think I like it.
I like it.
Yeah. Very nasty spot now, right, for De Nicola, having committed to over 3 blinds already.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay. He's racing.
Gonna spin the wheel.
Small pair.
Nice.
It's not flip.
I wish I win.
Krasilinnikova. Honest, at least.
Loving that.
If nothing else. King rolling out on the flop. She correctly deduces. It's a nice flop for her.
Nice turn.
Our job is done.
Doing our job for us, Damps.
And a nice river.
I love that, and Rob looked at the man who just doubled you up. Like, that was fun, wasn't it?
You have to, right? See Musa under the gun. Round 2 King Dark. Waking up with a premium.
You're lucky that
Ace Queen of Diamonds in the cutoff.
Lucky that he made it the size
No,
he did.
but you must.
Very big open
only 300.
Damps.
Yeah.
Shade on the
but he's made it
4x.
3x.
Yeah.
What did you have?
Tens.
Tens.
Oh.
It was nice for me.
Oh. Why 10 came?
Of course, because king on the flop. It was king on the flop.
Well, a rare open King
No,
Dark
10
is going to be met with a lot of resistance
No.
for that 4x you mentioned.
Good for.
Well, I'm not sure now.
Big
Obviously, I
trouble
know the hand.
brewing.
I've got to move in.
But for me, it's good.
I'm sorry?
Your tens for me is good.
Orkmaz here, 40 bigs deep. Wow, he's decided just to rip it, Damps, for the 40. No induce.
I think maybe just thinking, look, King Dark doesn't really ever open
Right.
with a raise, so I think he's just never folding.
And he is right in that assumption.
Yeah, if that's what he's arrived upon, then I like it.
Yeah, snaps it off, Damps. All of a sudden, 2 million chips in this pot.
King Dark is on the verge of being all but eliminated from this tournament. The man who did so much of the earlier lifting, chasing an ace with 2 to come.
Yes.
And an ace on the river it is!
Oh my goodness.
For King Dark, the fan favourite, catches a miracle against Korkmaz.
Crazy ace on the river.
Yeah, we'll count this down, but according to our counts,
Yesterday 3 times.
couple of players on this table. We just saw, the ace 9 not go open. I would definitely be leaning to playing a little bit tighter because when we want the pots to be big, we've got customers. Just play a little snugger.
I'm with you for sure. I think we want to play very cautious opening pots at this table.
Well, here's a case in point. I understand why Matt wants to open this pot with Queen Jack offsuit, but I may shy away from this.
Yeah, I really think that's pretty astute observation from you. Going to be so difficult to just raise and take, I think, at this table, and out of position against a lot of wild cards.
Interesting that King Dark, he plays very, very fast. The first time we've seen him tank call, I think if you're perceptive at this table, you think it's not a hand that he's thinking about folding. It is definitely a hand he's thinking about 3-betting, as it is Celik, perhaps with a reprieve, a very easy spot to jam over all this action in front of him. So he didn't take the spot before with 10s.
Yeah.
Does take it this time with Ace-King.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, and Albuquerque just snap jamming behind. How's your open looking, Matt?
Wow, this table is something.
All this on my big blind.
King Dark never flicks this in, right? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, okay,
you've watched them a lot.
I stayed silent.
Oh, 10.
Nothing would surprise me.
Ace queen.
Ace queen?
Ace queen.
Ah, ace king.
Good luck. I have pocket 8.
Pocket 10. حكيت all in عشان ما حد
5
يدخل
6.
علي. حان نضل انا وياه.
Very good. Good luck.
Chelik, the one at risk. And still it is
5,
so.
6. I had 5 6.
We brick this flop. Does though hold a diamond. What would be an increase in outs is not in this case because of course the 10 would give Albakir a full house on this paired flop. So he just needs to fade the original outs. Does so. Albakir gets more chips. Chelik
That's why I folded ace queen.
is out. And I'm not wishing ban this on Chelik, but for our personal entertainment in the booth here, I'm very happy that Albakir's got some more chips. Cashes, going back a couple of years, are all in sort of sub $1,000 buy-in events. He had a fourth and a second here last time out in the Gangster Series, but it was in the Turbo Deep Stack and the Deep Stack Bounty, the smaller events. Very surprised because for this play so far I've seen is that I expect to see playing a much higher stakes.
Yeah, very strong.
Musa looking to play for all of it with aces.
Oh, wow.
Desperate for action, popping up to just 2 blinds off 10. It is going to raise the suspicions of Davenport, but it's merit. Sometimes people just do this with some nonsense.
Yeah, this is grim. You know, some players, if you just touched on Demps, will not have a raise fold here that is not very nutted. You know, Musa, I've seen him on a bunch of streams before and does play very tight. He isn't the type of guy I expect, you know, just to be trying to sneak one here with King Jack. Of course, Matt can't know this. I mean, this is grim. Ace Queen facing 9.5 blinds. Probably just going to have to run it, and he is going to do so. Really difficult to fault him. And King Dark.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness me.
This one imagines it's going to be what saves Davenport, which is why he's chosen the sizing in case some crazy action like this takes place behind him. Now, we saw King Dark earlier just cold call at a kind of spot.
Yeah, I don't see him cold calling this one, Damps.
No.
In comes the tower.
600k, I believe, or maybe a little bit less.
Yes. I mean, Matt Davenport, great result for him here. Gonna save some money.
Yeah, Musa, loving life, going to put it in, and then Davenport must know the ace queen is no good here. Well done, Matt. Aces v kings. The only silver lining of King Dark is this is against just a 10 big blind stack. Could have been so much worse.
Absolutely.
If those aces were dealt 1 seat over Di Nicola's seat, we would have seen a near 5 million chip pot. Ooh. Well, looking for a jack or a king. Wants paint. Finds paint.
Oh, wow.
Victory slam. Only a king will do it for Musa.
It's crazy.
Pain it was, but not the king. Top of the table. Musa out in what looks like 29th place. King Dark doing it again.
Action folds round to Basta. Been singing his praises. King 10 of spades in the hijack. In for the min raise. King Dark quickly calls behind. Beautiful little 7-5 of diamonds. Di Nicola now with options, Demps.
Yeah. I think we're content. Probably just the call here, though.
Really interesting. King Dark always muddies these waters somewhat. You know, if you think that he is just kind of overfold here to aggression, certainly an option, but
But again, I mean, do you want to push this against Basta, perhaps, or do you just want to call and play a multi-way pot with a hand that can be so nutted at times?
I'm with you. Like call.
If the tournament was a much tougher field, I could see him taking the spot. But I think we're gonna get it here. Just give it time. Basta with a gut shot. King Dark with the flush draw. Nicola now with a gut shot of his own.
Yeah, very interesting. Perhaps thinking King Dark will always bet a jack or even potentially a 9 in position.
Right. Yeah, I think probably recognizing that he may well have the best hand here, and obviously now has picked up a draw to go with it.
Sure.
And like I say, what I saw Di Nicola before, the World Series of Poker Europe, is he's an aggressive man.
It's going to be met with a call from King Dark. 3 of diamonds would be a car crash.
Wow.
6 of diamonds.
Di Nicola perhaps recognizing that's the most likely hand he's up against is the flush draw. Such a tempting bet size.
And we do beat some draws demps. Hands like Queen 10, King 10, King Queen, 8-10. That didn't decide to bluff flop on the flop, excuse me, King Dark.
But I think this is pretty weak. If we start calling with the ace highs, we've got. Oh,
wow.
There we go.
Does call.
King Dark getting paid off again. It's a small bet. It's just enticing.
Just getting it done, Demps. 3.6 million now.
Yeah.
One of the tournament chip leaders.
I can see why.
Here she comes, Demps. She's finally found it.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Krasinova does finally find it. Dreamy spot to wake up with ace-queen, but Davenport lurking behind with the killer of ace-queen.
Yeah, we saw Matt fold 10s earlier, Demps. He's not going to fold this one. And it's too strong.
Again, notice here, leaving one chip back. There'll be a pay jump at 26, I believe. See, this could be a double elimination hand. Others pressing over. And a very warm welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino and Spa here in glorious North Cyprus. Not so sunny at this hour though, although it has been a beautiful day. And speaking of the day we've had, welcome back to Mr. David Lappin, of course, as we look to bring through the final frame of the day. What is such a short day for us?
Yeah, it's ended up being a short day, I suppose, a function of the fast bust outs and also, yes, a slightly smaller field than we sometimes have for this warm-up event. I'm really interested to know now, you mentioned there the sun had set, but obviously under the light of the moon, sometimes things can get frisky in this poker room.
I was sure you were coming in with some sort of Western reference there, and
well,
maybe you did and I didn't get it. Maybe it went over my head.
As they often will.
Okay, it did. Okay, all right. I need to brush up on my Western knowledge. Carry on, as you were.
27 players remain, I believe. So
Yes.
you guys went on a little break.
26.
Just before, so you did lose a player. Interesting,
Matthew
okay.
Davenport busting out in 27th.
Oh, it was Davenport. I was about to ask, how is Mr. Davenport going? The only representative, I think, from the UK left.
Oh, there we go. Well, he's no more.
We hardly knew the...
Probably playing the high roller right now, if that helps. That has just kicked off for those interested. For those in the property, twiddling their thumbs, wondering what to do, go play the high roller. Look at this chip lead, though, we have for Simone Andrian. 5.3 million chips. Average for the final table here with 26 left. This is going to kick the blinds up to 20k, 40k. Here's Emre Deban, hot on his heels. The very last hand before the break, he played a hand that he may would have doubled up against Simone Andrian. It was kind of a coyly played button versus small blind. Very interesting hand, and I think Andrian, although he lost it, is going to feel pretty happy that he didn't double up his man. But other than that, we only played a couple of hands with these guys, so a lot to be discovered, shall we say. We know Albuquerque is the kind of outside of the box, shall we say, player. Somewhat looser than the most. Not quite the King Dark level, but not far off.
And King Dark, I assume, still in the field somewhere?
He had a wonderful spin up in the last frame.
Okay, great.
Came to our table with about 1 million chips and left with about 3.5 million.
Oh, wow. So he's right in contention.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
My goodness. But yeah, Simone Adrien obviously got on the right side, made that big hero call against Justice Health on the outer tables about 2.5 hours ago, and that was an enormous pot. Health really put him in a difficult spot.
Because we know that he got there, the first tranche was obviously aces v kings, just being dealt the best of it, right? So that's how he got the next one, was it? So he's done it both ways. The kindness of the deck and then also his own skills.
Yeah, he got put in a very tough spot with an overpair, but against a player who was willing to put him to the ultimate test, who was polarized to bluffs or hands that were better than pocket kings in that example. And yeah, he made the big call.
And more important stuff, in the last 2 hours, how many buffets have you visited?
I have to confess, hello. I'll tell you in a moment.
Wow.
How much?
Oh, sorry, 25 blinds, okay. Abakir just going after that button open seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Well, we get a countdown here. I will inform you that I was at the same buffet twice. I left the buffet to come back to only find out that I was being sent away again because you guys were on break, but not the break. So off I scuttled again for, I'm not going to lie, a little creme caramel.
Fancy. This always feels grim, doesn't it, when you're dab hand? You get such a good hand like Queen Jack suited on the button, you raise it up, you're thinking, oh, worst way, I should be able to see a flop against the big blind, and instead they just drop the hammer on you and this hand gets torched. Although, he's still thinking, with time banks in play.
Yeah, I certainly think a king-queen suited would be a close one here, but I don't think a jack-queen suited really cuts the mustard. Showing a 6. And unnecessary, but clearly hilarious show of the 6 of clubs there.
That's amazing. Entirely unnecessary.
Completely. But we love to see it. You mentioned their time clocks in play. They would have come in 15 minutes ago in the sense that they were in for your little mini frame. And yeah, always a feature here on the final day. Not always a feature at this point.
I think they just, with 3 tables left, they decided that was it.
It's a 3 tables thing. Okay, I get you.
I know it kind of depends tournament to tournament, and I believe the tournament directors do, of course, have the ability to bring them in at their will with discretion, which makes sense.
Yep. Wozniak.
Yeah, the vanquisher of Davenport. Wait, 2 jacks, just under 40 blinds. Zhao Long Wei, of course. No stranger to merit. That is often the case here.
Would you look at this? We are in for a big pot here. Daban obviously going to come with a 3-bet. These guys playing fairly deep way. Well, given the stacks, it's a bit tricky, isn't it, James? 40 bigs?
Yeah, it just seems like such a natural candidate to want to just 4-bet jam, isn't it?
There are certainly opponents.
And
he's got a big
very
size
big sizing. Yeah,
to make that tempting.
Yeah, that's that. I know you would perhaps say there's some avenue to perhaps peeling this 3-bet, but I think to that size, it's almost like we discredit the bigger pairs at that size. The population doesn't tend to go 4x with those biggest of hands. It tends to go a little smaller, and these kind of lean towards the sort of ace-king, ace-queen type holdings, and maybe just some like ace-5s you just don't want to get called with. Zhao Long Wei, of course, finishing 4th in the high roller here in the Gangster Series, good for 50k. Also finished 4th in the Mystery Bounty, same series. And cashed the warm-up last time out, so back-to-back warm-up cashes.
Deep in the tank here, looking...
Look at this, he's going to find just... Maybe he is of that mindset that, hey, look, this looks like an ace-king, ace-queen type hand. Why don't I just see a safe flop and then commit, rather than racing for all of it?
Dare I say he does it his way?
That's his way. Jack high. Bingo. Bango. Bongo. Now he's thinking, damn, I hope he hasn't got ace king. How do I get the rest in against ace high? I should have just jammed pre.
Very hard now for Deban. Going to get in on either flop or turn here, one feels.
Yeah,
no reason for Way to raise. It's obviously an incredibly good board for him. He's almost certainly going to just flat, and then Deban will likely stick it in on turn.
There's just no turn card that I could see that Deban doesn't jam. And maybe a turn quads would be the jack paired would be the only time he doesn't want to jam turn. But as it is, right now he's continuing as if he's got the best hand, and who could blame him?
Yeah. It's a pretty...
It's gone quite big as well. This really shallows it out for the turn.
Yeah, it doesn't...
Surprised he doesn't go a little smaller.
Very surprised. But again, no reason for Way not to just...
Oh, hello, look at this. What do I have again? Yeah, that's right. 2 jacks. Found one on the flop.
So, Way proceeding like he may do with pocket 10s.
Yeah, I think Deban's thinking he's up against a hand like 9s. And maybe even like a King Jack suited that peeled to that size seems unlikely. Not a card he's going to be thrilled about. Queen Jack suited being thing, but also obviously harder to get paid off against. Say maybe he's up against Ace Jack, Spades, Ace Jack of clubs. Jam will be met with a... Well.
How much?
Oh no, don't do it. No way. No, don't be that guy, Way.
What is going on?
No.
He's asked for it. We're not on the pay jump bubble, which would give you some, you know, maybe we can make an argument for this. So this is just a out and out slow roll.
This is a little upsetting.
And Daban's going to feel thrilled.
Yeah. Oh, don't slow. He's waited longer.
What?
What?
That?
I was in the booth for the epic slow roll at the Irish Open with Donncha OD 7 or 8 years ago, and this feels almost as nasty. Maybe not quite as nasty, but...
Well, safe river, Daban down to just 120k, but no one at the table's saying anything. It wasn't an egregious amount of time, but the old how much is it? You know, maybe it's going, well...
Way is an experienced player, which is why it surprises me. Sometimes these situations can be mitigated by inexperience or a guy just wanting to double check or just get all the information.
Right,
before
if
he
you
does
look
anything.
back at his hand, taking a second to be like, do I really have this?
Yeah.
But it was a... I got top set. How much was the bet?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. But yeah, the Donncha, I didn't realize you were in the booth for that. I've watched that one so many times and didn't realize you were...
I'm the person who stays mostly quiet compared to my co-commentators that day, but does utter the phrase when there was finally a silent moment. I think Andreas is about to be taking up the mountains.
It was a crazy... Was it... Was it actually the pure... Was it aces or...
No, it was the flopped nut flush.
That's right.
Donncha had 2 pair.
That's right.
And Gans had the king queen or the king jack of diamonds for the nut.
Was it like ace 5, 2
ace 6 something? Yeah. Donncha had the ace 6.
And everyone at the table celebrated when it paired up.
And incidentally, it was also for like 3 more bigs.
Right.
It was like...
What was the...
Beyond
Was there any sort of explanation given?
There was, and if players are out there wondering what a slow roll is, well, they just saw one, but they also could watch this one, which is rather epic.
Yeah, this was slowish. It wasn't...
Yeah.
If he'd burnt a time card, that would be like sand in the face, wouldn't it?
It really would. The explanation was inexperience in this instance. Gantz was quite open in explaining that what he thought was happening was this was like an epic cowboy moment where he would increase the tension and all the family would be watching at home and he would slowly turn over the cards then to reveal the winner and everyone would be going like, oh wow, that was amazing. And people are like, yeah, that's not how it really works.
Okay, but...
Yeah.
I think I'd imagine on a list of people who are likely to get slow rolled, Donncha would be towards the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. And no spoilers, but do check that handout and watch till the end. Maybe someone in chat might be able to provide the link, actually. I'm sure it's very easily found. It will be the #1 hit to the word slow roll being put into a YouTube search engine.
Gu just starting to rifle it against the 2 big blind open.
Yeah, big shove here, but obviously ace-9.
Yeah, I mean, it's 20 bigs, isn't it? 20 effective, but it's just always curious when someone opens 2 blinds from the small. It doesn't really ever sort of solve anything.
No, I often see this open. Obviously, we're having a little tank now as well, but I often see this open as a sort of an attempt to paralyze your opponent, almost like, you know, he knows you're going to call and he's laying you the right price, but he doesn't want to see further action.
So kind of in a vacuum, kind of a nice thing to do with 8-9 suited, maybe.
Little
you know,
friendly
kind of
one. Yeah, yeah. Come on, let's see a flop. You have position, I have the bet and lead. Fair is fair.
Yeah.
Anyway. Gu adds to his riches.
Be interesting to see if Haddad adapts in this situation, if he gets the same spot again, small to big. It'd be interesting to see how he plays perhaps a big hand. Does he just go for the min again now, having set the dynamic up that a min means a fold? The problem is once you min once, if you now change the sizing, it's all very weird.
It is.
Wait, just motionless. Yeah, that was a bizarre one. The sort of 10 seconds, how much is it, slow roll? He did have the third nuts. There was a straight out there, right?
Yeah. As a man with aces, though, as soon as there's any hesitation, I'm good.
One pair,
I must be good.
One pair is definitely ahead.
Yeah.
Not one. You're up against one pair.
Yeah.
But to be fair to him, he's taken it well, Daban, and now he's got 2 8s.
3 bigs.
Slides them in.
How much?
He's asking for a count here.
He's asking for a count
before
before it
it's
gets to
him,
him.
which is a bit strong. Roglu has queen 3, so not an issue.
He might
what would he do with like
Roglu
ace 10? Like, what would he have done with ace 10 there, when the player behind you's already asked how much is it?
It is a bit wild, because obviously he does have a call here, so he was sort of trying to go, here, Roglu, this is my spot here, I'm going to have a shot at him. He will presumably flat the...
This pose is reminding me of the De Hamel outdrawing Affleck. The kind of the hood up, hand over one eye.
He does have that look, you're right.
We're just going down memory lane now with classic hands.
Yeah.
But he asked how much it was, find out it's 3 blinds, out of 10, and then the next to fold anyway.
Yeah.
Which seems reasonable to me, of course, but... Her dad folding for... These guys just don't want to play for 3 blinds, huh?
No. Well, Wozniak
Wozniak will.
Because of this.
I'm surprised.
I had pocket 4.
The ace 9 of her dad found them up. Not usually in the booth rooting for someone, but I feel the band deserves one little go.
Oh, I'm funking for these 8s. Oh, dear good. Well, it's never easy.
Still a fair fight.
No, Allah. I think you win. Oh,
Okay. A club would be an interesting one.
Ace coming.
Ace 9 or club for a chop. The last thing the bad wants is a chop. Oh, for goodness sake.
All right. We carry on.
I have bucket 4.
You mentioned there that hand Affleck, Duhamel. Obviously, Duhamel went on to win the main event. Talented poker player of the day. Also a man with rapier wit.
Ace 9.
Yeah.
If I make day 4, I don't have to play higher order today, I can make the nervous start tomorrow. Okay, great, thank you.
The rapiest.
Anyway, another hand here.
You told that great story about Matt Affleck in the Rio, or I suppose it wasn't the Rio anymore, it was in the Horseshoe last summer.
Yeah, we were watching the hand on repeat on the big screens. I was filming everyone at my table's reaction to the hand, because we were on a bubble at the time in a big field event, so it was sort of play one hand and wait 10 minutes. And it fell at the perfect time for us. I had everyone cheering, watching it, going, oh, watch this one. Everyone's cheering. Sent it to him. Unbeknownst to me, he was actually, after it was in the same tournament as me, in the room, watching it himself. And as they got it all in, he's watching the TV, and this hand 15 years previous, stands up and screams, hold!
That's a great story.
It's somewhat unfortunate for him that he's sort of remembered as that hand, rather like he's just remembered for a hand he lost rather than anything he's won.
Well, yes, both losing the hand and the throwing of the water bottle.
Yeah.
But credit to him, actually, because he obviously exited stage left pretty abruptly that particular afternoon. But he came back, as far as I remember, 5 or 10 minutes later.
He did.
And
He
shook
came
everyone's
back
hand.
and shook everyone's hands and said thank you and all that.
Class act.
He's so young back then.
Yeah, lovely guy, Matt Aspie said, actually. Really, really good lad.
One of the best.
One wishes maybe things had turned out differently in that hand and we had a different main event champion, because it was for a lot of chips.
25% chips in play, I believe. Millions in equity.
Sliding doors moments.
Action around to weigh in the small blind now with that monstrous 3.2 million, but he is out of position against the stack that covers. These spots may get very interesting as we progress through the rest of this evening. These two players so far out chipping the rest. See how line Andren would look to get. This Jack 6 is certainly one, if he's looking to be very aggressive, would fall into a raise, but normally I think finds a check back, right?
Yeah, I think just a little bit good enough to have enough boards where you can proceed in position. Maybe the Jack Deuce becomes a bit more tempting to just use in that fashion. As we see here, Way is definitely flop best. One card is enough right now. And then with the gutter ball and backdoor diamond draw, not a great diamond draw, but it is a little something something. Way playing this very nicely now, knuckling over to Andrian, giving him the chance to bluff or semi-bluff at this one. Andrian may not be done with this hand yet, although Jack High can be good, and I suppose that's probably in Andrian's mind. He could be up against a 9 high and 8 high, and maybe has enough showdown here. Way going to pursue value here, target a 10 for this size. Also possibly induce at this size. Neat fold by the Jack High.
He's flashing it to his neighbour.
Oh, do you think that's what happened?
Yeah.
Little
Yeah,
just for you, sir.
There's
just
the
for
tap. The tap of the chips. You know, just showing the person you let who's got a lot of chips, hey, I'm going to play this honest.
Yeah, let's keep things polite and civil here.
Right.
We might be sitting together in an hour and 40 minutes time. There will be. Oh well, maybe there won't actually. Sorry, answer me that question.
Redraws has been done, so there shouldn't be a redraw
there won't be
tomorrow.
a redraw tomorrow. Okay.
I mean, I'm not sure exactly the process here, but that's what makes sense. I think generally, if you've
Sure,
just done a
that you
redraw, you're in the last 3 tables. There's no need to do another one because there is one at, of course, at 18. So.
Yeah, that does make sense actually. I like that if they're going to do a 27 and an 18, then it doesn't really matter when the day kicks in. We see there, bottom of the table, Daban, poor old Daban, very unlucky there, having his aces cracked. He's got 4 big blinds and a dream right now.
He's got 1.5 starting stacks.
That is a nice way to look at it.
But he is deep into the money, so things are good.
Yeah, he's probably banked himself 2.5, maybe 3 buy-ins.
Let's have a look here with 26 remaining. You're guaranteed 5.8k out. There is actually a pay jump at 24, so we are on the incremental jumps at this point.
Yeah, not jumps that you're going to put into your considerations unless you're sitting right atop of one and you can take a 30 seconds while something happens on another table.
Here you go, that's where we are now, because we're down to 25. So the next jump is at the next bust out. It's worth $800 and a little bit of change. So yeah, as you say, it'll just mean you take the 30 seconds before going with it.
Just a second, the stack.
Who enters the fray here from the hijack. He's going to get through the two big stacks to the very small stack of Deban, who probably has to just commit. Maybe does let it go. So I was going to say maybe we'll consider that pay jump to be quite valuable now, given his predicament. I think I would have stuck it in regardless, to be honest. You're looking for plus EV spots, and you get amazing ones when you're really shallow. You know, you can get your chips in behind maybe a raise and a 3-bet, and then you create an amazing spot where you can quadruple up. And you know, there are merits to that as well, but you know, just calling it off there and hoping to have 35-40% would have been kind of nice.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Maybe get going. Yes. It's beautiful.
I do gather that Albakir is not a professional singer.
Well, I was not going to make that presumption.
I've had it confirmed.
Oh. From?
Don't question my sources.
A LinkedIn.
I have my sources.
An enthusiast, though.
Enthusiast,
and why
certainly.
not? Loving life, obviously, here deep in the Merit Western Series warm-up event.
Okay, here's a question for you. Which of the series would you most like to win an event at? The Western, the Carmen, the Gangster?
The Gangster was the August one. That was the biggest one. So
No, Gangster was our last time out.
Oh,
wasn't it?
sorry.
November,
then
December.
Then it's the vintage.
Oh, so you just go with the vintage because you get the most money, or the retro?
Well, what other considerations did you
No,
have?
retro is the biggest one. Retro is the summer one.
Ah,
Vintage is
that's the one I want.
March.
That's
just
my
a nonsense argument. All money being equal,
Never lose.
which one would you rather win?
So I think I have a better kicker.
But that was a good poker player answer there. Figuring out which one's the biggest.
Just purely thinking of genre, I suppose there's a kind of a romance around the speakeasies of the vintagey kind of stuff, but it's also a kind of a romance around the westerns as well. You can toss up between one of those two. Not the Carmen, despite what you might have thought, and me and my love of opera.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the Carmen. Have you brushed up on your opera and more specifically Carmen knowledge? You know the Carmen is only around the corner. It's only like 6-8 weeks away.
I've got a while to prep for that one.
I'm going to be sending you YouTube clips. I'm going to send you just a number of versions of the opera itself. I actually don't think you should be hired as a commentator for that event if you don't know that opera inside out. I'm going to put that to Ashkan and Miss Songul. I'm going to say, look, if the guys aren't bothered to sit down for 3 hours and listen to the habanera until they know all the words, they should not be allowed into this booth. Just do it solo.
It's sad to know that this will be the last event you're working with us, David. Oh, the band's got the aces up against kings for his 50k.
This is so.
He held back those chips. He knew what was around the corner. I mean, this is going to be a rapture of laughter surely around the table when Gu takes his change back from his open with his two kings.
He's like, really?
Wait, the king.
I mean, this is the moment where you run kings into aces. You're so happy as the guy with one blind. You could have lost everything here against a multitude of players. How happy the dealer is with herself. She's like, yeah, I dealt this one out. Aces, kings.
Diamonds are not live, so it has to be a king and a king only here.
How much? Nothing. Oh, 7.
It's a pretty nice situation when your opponent flips over aces and you get a rebate on the chips you've already committed.
Yeah. That's the ultimate mug, isn't it?
Oh,
there you go, have your 2 white chips.
I'm really funking for Deban now. He got slow rolled when he had aces. He then got the aces again when he had 1 big blind. He's now up to 5 bigs, so it was quite a good multiplier. Little Yankee.
yellow sign. Okay, thank you very much. And you're gonna see your name.
Christian in the background getting things underway in the high roller. Of course, we're on a 30-minute delay. That one started at 8. It's now 8:30 here.
Of course.
Speaking of World Series success, Dean Hutchinson, fresh off his final table this year's World Series, is jumping in that one.
Is he here?
He is
oh,
here.
Excellent stuff. Big fan of Dean's. A real get it quietly sort of guy.
Yeah, as much as you can be when you made the final table in the main event. It kind of
well,
opens you up to newer audiences. But
well, in fairness, he was quite quiet on that final table as well. I think he V-pipped 3%.
I think I might do the same on the main event final table. Each ladder's a house.
Joking aside, he really was left card dead with no choices on that final table. What a player, though. Played so well through the tournament.
What a horrible time for that to happen.
Oh.
Main event final table, you just pick up dust.
And he's an active guy. Like, he would V-pip more than the average player. And, yeah, you're just sort of frozen out of it.
Look at this. Deban gets 2 4s.
Come on, Deban.
Decides the 3.
Oh, no!
We was going to get way in bad shape with the 2 3s, but...
I still believe that these 4s can do something here. They've got live suits.
There'd have been some justice if the 4s be Ways 3s after the how much comment.
There sure would.
But instead, Aroglu's going to ruin the fun. Waking up with 2 queens off. He's 17 blinds himself. And assumes at this point, and the secret's out, you can't really do much but jam.
Yeah, he's got to reopen the action, and there's only one sizing when you do that. Although it looks like he's finding another sizing.
You're right.
So he's going to go 320.
All in.
Whoa.
What's behind? What's lurking behind? Or had he already folded and it's a joke?
Oh, he just called the 200.
Oh, no, he does have the kings.
Albacare.
What?
Aroglu's trying to look weak, which is very hard to do with, obviously, that 200k. And now he's just petrified by the speed of that jam, but hey, he's got 2 queens.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Aroglu and Deban at risk here.
Now, of course, it is a 3-way all-in. If the kings hold, then Deban would finish in 25th, get that 5.8, and Aroglu would get the pay jump up to 6.6. But of course, a lot can happen between now and then.
I'm funking for a 4.
Okay. Good hand.
760k, Deban right back in it.
Ten, 5. Much like the last showdown, nothing but the natural outs available.
Diamond is okay.
Now not even a queen of diamonds will do it for Aroglu.
No, queen of diamonds gets in the pole.
Oh, sorry, queen of diamonds.
Come on, David, pay attention.
Sorry.
Ooh, little jack. This will paint.
All right, guys.
Well, efficient Albacare sends 2 players to the rail there. As you said there, James, there will be a moment where they figure out who gets the ladder, and that will be necessary. Aroglu.
Pocket kings, how I can play? To see the ace? No. Thank you so much.
Sit open.
Who sit open? حبيبي سبع طالما فانت تمام.
The guy said, I can't believe he said that. Amazing. Yeah, we might take a moment here, guys, while they rebalance, I would say.
Right, of course. We've had, what, 3 bust outs on our table here.
Yeah, so we were all
We've
ready.
had the 27th, the 26th, and the 25th place finish. Oh, no, sorry. There's one other person now. So we're down to, that was 24th place finisher.
So they're going to have to bring at least one to this table.
على قمار الحمد لله. الحمد لله كل شيء عندي.
Everyone's happy with that. As I say, we're now into the 6.6k.
So, in my frame with Andrew Headley, we were concerned about these birds and going towards. Ooh, sorry, I just get very excited when I see that particular bird head
Into
for
the windmill.
You know, it upsets Donald Trump when the birds hit the windmills.
It really does. Who knew he was so caring? Drill, baby, drill.
Al-Bakir once again with a dominating holding against the cut-off open from Andrian, our chip leader. Feels like a flattable one.
Yeah, certainly. I'd like to see him flat this. I mean, I actually don't mind the fold purely for the reason that he's got to stack his chips. I mean, this is an abomination what's set up there. So once he gets past that, perhaps go back to playing.
Is it just all dirty stacks?
I mean, it's just...
It's a mess.
It's a mess.
Well,
But Dad, going for the hopeful peel from the small blind, and Gu now with the option to close the action with a very nice looking Queen Jack suited. Or is he thinking of going bigger? He does. Just recognizing that Andrian's going to be opening pretty wide and also can make a lot of those dominating hands fold, the sort of King Jack, King Queens, and Haddad peeling too light from the small is his read, so he decides to pick up the 7 big blinds in the pot.
King Jack.
Yeah, and if we don't see Haddad's loose flat there, we almost certainly go to a flop.
Right.
But it did just seem like dead money, didn't it? It's like anything he'd be happy with off that stack you'd go with. He might have 1 or 2 traps, maybe he has an aces and kings in there, but it did seem optimistic.
This is the gambling.
And a healthy pickup there for Gu without showdown. Always nice. He's willing to play some big ball poker.
All right, we are ready to start the order. Can we do the afternoon table fold?
How do we feel about the is it a tracksuit top maybe draped over the shoulders with a little knot at the front? What do we think?
It's something we
It's
see
like
more often.
Tennis or badminton.
Well, as I said, we see it more often as like perhaps in fancier attire and being kind of a boat crowd move.
Oh, maybe a boat crowd, yeah. And then we have Andrian with the, is it an elaborate scarf?
Something going on, scarfy looking. Looks like we had Gangel take up one of those empty seats, folding his first hand at the table, seeing the chip leader open once again.
Akimov earlier also going for the tracksuit top or whatever it was draped over the shoulders, but not knotted.
Okay.
So less nautical, more preppy, more fraternity.
Wozniak finding the best of it on the Ace-Jack-9 board, having peeled from the big blind, and Andrian with, I guess, kind of one of those hands that in a vacuum he'd like to check back, but as the opener and the big chip leader, you kind of just always want to be betting. So he's gone small.
Yeah, Wozniak obviously not going anywhere at this point in time, but concerned about that ace. Improves to a gooder to go along with his pair, but now his pair is third pair. Andrian now, good shot of his own. Probably recognises that his hand is not good too often. Very rare that he'd be up against 9x compared to Jack X, although there will be some 9x. Maybe a quarter to a third of the time his hand is good now. Looks like he is going to marshal some chips here. Going on the big size here, pot size bet. Obviously has the King 10 blocked nicely. And wow, bit of power poker then from Andrian, recognising that a Jack couldn't even take the heat for that size.
Right, and maybe even it's unlikely because he holds 2 10s, but maybe a hand like Queen 10 as well. I find it very hard to try. Even the weakest ace-X.
Yeah, you're not going to love life. So getting a little glimpse into how and why Andrian has all those chips. He has built himself a rather monstrous stack here at this stage in the tournament. Average stack when there are about 7 players remaining is what he's got right now.
Crazy.
Looking very much like a top 5 finish from here. But what can happen in a day of poker? And it will be a full day before we are down to the nitty-gritty here. Al-Bakir pretty much the worst ace you can look at. The ace-6 off. Fighting for that honor, though, is the ace-2 off from Haddad, also in the muck. And another battle of the blinds now, this time between Wozniak. And his 10-8. And Wei with his 8-5. Okay, so 8-5, and the ability to apply pressure here, is it nice enough to just take a flop, or would maybe you use that one as a raise as well?
Looks like he's deciding that, yeah, the kind of connectivity gives it enough playability. Be an 8-3 would be one that he'd look to raise. 8-4, cuspy.
Well, 7 for Carnage here as they both flop gutters.
Well, Wozniak with a double gut shot, right? Jack or 7 would do the business, but you're right, the 7 is the one he most wants to see. Interesting. Looks like he's going to stab here. But it's almost like the 10 high is kind of probably best. You're not really going to get... You won't get ace high folding. Probably won't get a king high folding. Maybe looking at getting like Jack 7, Jack 8 to fold here, but that's pretty narrow range as it happens. But then again, you can't really check call with 10 high, can you?
So you kind of want to be the first to take that stab.
Yeah, you're kind of bluffing with the best hand a lot.
Yeah.
Is the perception.
Yeah, you could make a full argument there that you're also just denying equity to the 2 undercards that could pair a lot of the time, and you're actually doing it for equity denial purposes. Is a sort of multifunctional bet, because if you get called, which means you're behind, you can always get there as well.
Zhao. His first V-pip. Looks like he's going for the 2.5x into the chip leader's big blind. Wonder if that's his standard size or whether he's adjusting for that under the gun position against the big stack.
Al-Bakir really wears it on his sleeve here. Agonizing over the Queen Jack suited fold. Goo. Very playable pocket 7s here. Even to the 2.5x, might consider it. We've seen him go with these big shoves as well. I don't think we're going to see it in this instance. Zhao's open here to 2.5x under the gun. Just it would be a little dangerous.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a call. That's what we do see. Opens the door a little bit for the squeezers behind, perhaps.
Well, here's one of them potentially. Wozniak with 35 blinds against that slightly larger sizing. Elects just to flat himself.
That's a more interesting candidate to just go all in.
Right.
Ace queen there. I've seen sims where almost up to 40 big blinds you're allowed lamp that hand as a squeeze.
Man, what does Wei do? Obviously a hand that plays quite nicely.
I think they'll all be still quite wary of Zhao's 6's 2.5x under the gun range, and maybe won't pounce upon it and maybe feel protected by it, that no one else squeezes behind. Ace 10 suited, quite a nice hand actually to take a flop, even multi-way. And that will bring in Antrian, of course, because, well, you don't need much at this point.
Oh, he's 7-handed and 5 of them are taking this flop.
Yeah, Zhao just thinking, all right, guys, thanks a lot.
That's all right, he just hit a 6. That was going to be so perfect if I said that, and he did. Oh, well.
Well, nobody's flopped anything right now. The 7's still good. Jack 9's got some backdoors. Got really a slim pickings out here. I'd be very surprised if anyone took a stab, given that we're 5-handed. So we're...
Is this the hand that's most likely to take a stab, you think, on the button? And
I guess you could fire out an incredibly small bet and just hope that everybody folds. Looks like that's what's going to happen. A little.
I kind of like this in that surely Zhao's betting a king. I thought Goo probably does, and most worried about the small blind, I guess.
It's a cheap stab with...
And you know, he's got decent equity against the hand he's up against.
Yeah,
Oh,
no, he
look at
does.
this.
Oh, hello.
Zhao getting capey.
Is this a min click?
Whoa. This is gangster stuff.
This is like, I get to have ace king, you don't. Have some of that.
Welcome to the table, sir.
What an amazingly cheap steal as well. Able to go so small, clicking the 20% bet. Huge pickup.
Gang Zhao. Just giving that one up, but no. Finds another way. Man who, like you, cashed the main event at the World Series of Poker last year. Doesn't have a cash here at Merit.
I feel really bad because you were very close to the money in the main event, and Andrew Headley was very close to the money in the World Poker Championship in December, but neither got there.
What you're saying is we choked and you brought it home to...
I just thought with all the bubble coverage that we do here,
yeah,
on the
that maybe
stream,
we'd learn how to get into the money. Yeah, okay, I see you there.
Away with the ace-10 of diamonds again, 2 hands in a row. Gets to open them up on the button now, much more promising prospect. Yeah, and it is kind of, it's nautical, but it's also kind of tennis chic.
I mean, we're on an island. I'm sticking with nautical.
He just doesn't have the hands of a nautical man. I feel like he's...
I'm not saying he's nautical man, it's the look. But I agree, he's not looking particularly...
No. Our human jukebox is back. So a bit of Shakira, maybe? These hips don't lie. Haddad under the gun here. Tempter, you can open this one. It is allowed. I've done my research on that spot exactly. Actually, exactly I've done my research on 13 bigs, but 14 bigs I imagine it's also just about borderline okay as an open. Pretty reasonable to let go though. Andrian with the Doyle Brunson here, not going to get involved, leaving a battle of the blinds to ensue between Zhao and his 10-8 of clubs here, probably looking to limp in. Not sure what the stack behind is, possibly it's a shove if it's a shorty behind, I forget. Find out any moment now. No, deep enough stacks of Albakir here. Who's happy to release. Interesting that he chose to open the 10-8 suited, more sort of merged range there, more kind of very playable hands.
Yeah.
Happy to kind of limp and then call a raise, but not really happy to raise and face a re-raise.
I don't know whether was perhaps watching the stream on the other table, kind of see the man he's up against here, or just his demeanour at the table thus far leads him to believe this is a player that's going to play pretty honest against him and maybe he can exploit.
I think that's a good read. I'm not saying that Albakir doesn't have some deception in his arsenal, but he does seem to be playing quite honestly and almost wants the table to believe that he is that kind of straightforward player.
Yeah. But just his demeanour at the table screams to me, you know, he comes across as the least experienced, the most animated, which isn't always the way, because some people are just like that, but in poker, you kind of go with your reads at the table, and that's the read I would bring in, I think. I mean, there are some famous, obviously, contrary players in that respect. We see a very animated, but also highly in tune.
Well, no, he's still someone for whom playing poker on a feature table is bringing him joy. He's not a hardened, grizzled veteran who's unhappy to be there. nice to see. Players bring that bit of, don't want to say naivete, but you know, innocence or just genuine enjoyment. Zhao definitely doesn't strike one as a man who just, you know, check raised into 4 other players with the pocket sixes and the king 8-8. He's got the look of a man who's kind of honest as well. Looks can be deceiving at the poker table. Napkins here, all the way around to the battle of the blinds again. Card distribution unkind to pretty much everybody here at the moment, having a bit of a lull. Will it be the calm before the storm here? Haddad, 11 bigs, 9-7 off. Suited 9-7, I think he's going to go with it. 9-7 off. Can't really do his little min-raise trick anymore. I feel like it's going to be a limp. Maybe he is considering shoving. Fold. Oh wow.
Okay.
Did not expect the fold.
Just taking some time. 23 left. Next increase, of course, coming at 21.
So to anyone tuning in late here, decision has been made to cut this day a little shorter than previously anticipated. We were going to play 10 levels. Decision has been made to play 8 levels now, which means a longer day tomorrow. We will be starting our final day at midday local time, which means 1 p.m. local time for the stream. That's an hour earlier than we sometimes do, so I guess we're making back the time that way.
Yeah, like you said, obviously there's not as much need in the winter series here to flog them. We can finish this one tomorrow quite easily if we do stop 2 hours shorter than we usually would.
Zhao maybe contemplating a light 3-bet here with the 4-5 of hearts. No, that's a go. Al-Bakir again has given us a facial expression of a man who has some Broadway cards that he's going to pitch. More rags for Haddad. Just pleading with the dealer now for something better next time round. Rags again for Gu. My goodness, these really have been pretty poor holdings for a few hands in a row now. Wozniak can probably defend this one, 7-6. Bit of connectivity. He's playing 27 deep roughly.
And a little connectivity with the flop.
Yeah, middle pin here, backdoor flush draw to that 7 of clubs. Nothing to write home about as of yet, but also no reason to get out of dodge here, facing 1 bet. Wei may choose to apply some pressure here on turns. That would be interesting to see here, but for the moment, Wozniak sticking around.
Certainly potential if it were to come a 9 or a 7 that he might look to fire again, but for the most part.
Might just go for a no equity one here anyway. Can really put Wozniak in a tough spot here with a sort of a 300 to 320 kind of bet.
Right.
You basically get rid of all the 6s and the 2s. Flushes don't even love life. And you basically clear it out to just being ace-x.
I suppose it does allow you to have some third street opportunities as well, because there are plenty of draws here that would fire again. And there we go. You called it. Goes full pot. Wow. Have that. Wait. Running them over.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's a sort of a range advantage situation that you have. Your opponent somewhat capped. Yes, of course, there might be a couple of 2-pair combos in there, I will admit. Flush draw and pair combo would have to stick around as well, but actually the vast majority of hands can be put in the blender there to a big bet, and he recognized that it was a big bet that was necessary. I like that. So we have a look at that wide shot again, and the bird again getting close to the win. It's okay, it came through. There's a depth perception
Now
issue.
I know how you felt when I came up with color theory.
I feel like it's, you know, when there's that graphic on a TV screen where the thing bumps around, and then when it hits the exact corner, everyone gets excited. And
The
that's
old
a great
DVD
moment.
sign.
I feel like our crew have built this backdrop with the birds moving and whatnot, but eventually one of them will get hit by the windmill, and it'll be like a spray of feathers. But you have to be watching it at all times to see that moment when that one happens. Just a theory, or something to work on overnight from our Sherhan team.
Goo's going to raise the button. King 9 offsuit, making it 2 blinds to go into ways big.
Okay.
He always drags me back to the poker.
Not always. Just like I say, I apologize for color theory in hindsight.
Open ender here for Way. Checks it over to Goo, who's got a gooder. We see here that the queen would be the disaster card.
Goo almost with so much this, isn't he? He doesn't necessarily want to... Like, betting here and getting raised would, of course, be also very rare it's going to happen. Okay, he's going for a much bigger sizing, which I guess does dissuade the check raises, right? Most hands that are strong here were going to continue as a call.
Yeah, we've seen Way drop the hammer before. This is an interesting one. Obviously, it's late position stuff as well. It's button, big blind. Oh, very surprised to see a fold.
I think just maybe a facet of the sizing.
Still a little bit surprised.
Strikes me that they know each other. They were talking a lot before that hand as well. Maybe there's some understanding between the two of them.
There's a bit of, remember the last time you messed with me?
Yeah, a little bit
on the Jack 10 board.
It's actually the first time I think I can remember us having 3 Chinese players on the same table at Merit. So obviously a market that perhaps is becoming aware of Merit.
Yeah, it would make sense, I suppose, when you consider the time zone for Asia and watching these streams, which often start in the afternoon, would be late afternoon, evening in Asia. More likely to be the kind of streams that would catch the attention of the Chinese or other Asian players.
Yeah, and just, you know, but Zhao and Wei, of course, we've seen here before, but it is Goose. Well, he has no cashers here, so one assumes it's his first time here, but maybe the words have come around. Maybe Wei's gone, hey, you've got to come and play these events in Merit. They're good. Come check it out. And obviously the Asian market is a monstrous one. If the word got out there, then these fields could explode.
Yeah, regulation is really complicated all across Asia. Some countries poker is banned, some it's lightly regulated, some it's heavily regulated, some you can play online but not live, some you can play live but not online. It's actually a real hodgepodge, almost as bad as Europe on that front, which is also a minefield for the marketeers of this game, having to adhere to all the different regulations.
I know, yeah, obviously you being involved somewhat in Unibet stuff, I know you've told me before, but it's like crazy. Right, running promotions and stuff for different countries and all that goes into it.
Yeah, I suppose what I love about poker is that if you can find ways to, whether it's get liquidity from online or encourage people to watch streams and be advertised, live is a real leveler. You can get people to the venue, then everyone can play.
Yeah,
so that's, you know, wherever they've qualified, whatever's happened.
Yeah, a big benefit here, of course, in Northern Cyprus is that there are fewer restrictions on a whole host of countries than there are in some other places. Getting here is easy.
Oh, absolutely. Like that on that side of things, this place is the nuts. It's a bit more like, you know, the poker world used to be years ago before all of these overbearing regulations kicked in. So we zoom out here to take a quick gander at Simone Andrean's 101 big blind stack now, even though we've moved to the big blind 50k. Yang Wei, 3.2 million, obviously got lucky there with the jacks against aces to have a monster stack now. Albakir, 2 million, 40 bigs. Zhao, 40 bigs as well. Down at the bottom of the pack, we have Wozniak and Haddad. Haddad is looking for a spot right now. You can see he's getting a little frustrated. He's
just got that jam through with his 11 blinds and now has 11 blinds. They go up, that's how it works.
Yeah, that's how it works. And but in fairness, he's been moaning it in. I think he's been talking to the dealer, complaining about his holdings recently. So maybe, just maybe, that's helping a little.
However he wishes.
You got to do some negotiating with the dealers. Go like, that wasn't a great orbit from you. Can I just have a little something?
You can do better.
I'm not saying I need a good enough hand to shove. I just need something. Haddad under the gun here. Blind's about to gobble him up. I think we got a flash there. Goo being honest there, saying he might have saw a 7 or something along those lines. They're basically saying, well, if you didn't see it, nobody saw it. And if you muck, let's not even talk about it anymore. Yeah. I think that's quite a sensible way to approach things there, that if he was to play the hand and he did see a card, he should then tell the table, look, I saw a card. If he's not going to open himself, he can just keep his mouth shut.
Well, I think they did discuss it there, that he'd seen or someone had seen the 7 of clubs, but I thought it was the 8 of spades at flash, but, you know.
They both kind of flashed, to be honest. Action around to Andrea, and he's going to try and lean in with this chip lead now to the fairly honest Albakir, big blind, who's happy to pitch it. And quickly to Andrian. Does look like a cool operator, gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, the scarf has now developed into what looks like a slightly misfitting waistcoat.
Yes, which means I think it's the arms of a jacket, which seems to be very in vogue. This is the third person with the draped over the shoulders.
Ways abandoned the pose.
I'm wondering.
No, I think it is. I think it is. Oh, it is arms. You're right. It's the sleeves of a. It's all very confusing.
Fashion week here in Corinne.
To be fair, it's quite often a passionate place.
I gotta say, I'm that really, really big fan of your shirt, James. Really like it. I know we'll be tossing back to the studio before the end of the day, and
so anyone watching it has to wait an hour to see the beautiful piece you're talking of.
Or they can, if they're watching on YouTube, they can go back.
Or they can stay with us for a full hour.
No, but they're still giving us the click if they go back and then come forward again.
I want the enjoyment. You'll stay with us for the last hour of the shows. David goes on about birds hitting windmills. Oh no, it survived.
Zhao. Cheeky little king-queen here on the button. Definitely can go both ways. It's one that will mix.
Albakir. Also with the casual flick.
And that could bring in Haddad here with a suited jack.
Oh,
He
yeah.
won't be loving life right now, but
We've seen him peel weak up in
feels
similar
compelled.
spots.
Yeah. Looking for a couple of hearts maybe to go with this one.
Or a couple of fours. Not greedy.
I would also do. Oh, how about
The
3 hearts?
There we go.
How about 3 hearts?
Flop the joint. Zhao with top pair as well. And Albacare, the one displaying some motions.
So much of it now, Haddad. Really, just like even if
He's just having a little look back. Have I flipped a flush? Oh, I flipped a flush. Okay.
Yeah. Like there's only 2 cards, Ace of Queen.
Whoa.
Of hearts. That
He's
even have
jammed
outs.
for pot. And I mean,
well, Zhao probably has to call here because it
Right.
looks more like a draw.
It does.
Or a weaker king with the
weaker
heart.
king, or yeah, an 8 with a heart. It could be a number of things here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'd rather a check, but
yeah,
it's not as big a misstep as it may appear. And Zhao's going to be pretty upset to see that he's
got
just
3%.
老爷这么紧，我操你，那怎么办？这盘付给他。
老爷推出来，我觉得你可以付。
Well, Haddad on the brink of a 1.3 million stack. This is why we defend those suited cards in the big blind. These are the dream situations that can manifest.
你这是。You're welcome.
And Haddad.
You say thank you in
How'd you say
Chinese.
thank
Jack ace club. And he open.
I kind of like move from Zhao as well, just kind of seeing the hand and like throwing his hand in face down, knowing full well it's an all-in situation. He does have a tiny bit of equity and the dealer has to turn up because it's all-in. I'm going to use that. But, I don't know. I trust the dealer not to make a mistake and just muck my cards. I hear they won't make a mistake, but I play most of my tournaments at the World Series where dealers have perhaps got a little less experience.
Oh, I thought you were teeing me up for a story. I did this once. I'll tell you,
Oh, I think you did it as a slow roll.
As a slow roll. It ties two threads of our frame here together.
Yeah, we're talking about how bad slow rolling is, and you've got a story of doing it because that's the kind of guy you are.
I think I may have only done it once ever, but it was an epic one, and it was a vengeful one. I was slow rolling someone who'd slow rolled me an hour previously.
Oh. So quick justice. Wozniak. Ace Queen. Raise things up. Zhao wanting to get in the mix again. This is a little frisky. Against under the gun, opening off 25 blinds.
Sure it is.
27 blinds, I suppose. Pardon me. 22 blinds. Blinds are up. I'll get there eventually. Although if you are going to peel with 10-8, find a 10 high flop.
Yeah, tough one here for Wozniak to even fire a C-bet. I think we'll probably go check bet fold. Zhao, lovely spot for him. Speculative pre-flop, as James mentioned there, but has pretty much smashed this one. And you just can't really even call the 80k, I don't feel. No, quick fold. Well played from Wozniak, not being tempted there.
Oh, comes the bird.
Oh.
What's worrying is the bird looks like it's quite near us and then it disappears behind the mountains in the distance. Watch this, it goes behind and then, oh, cut away at just the wrong time.
For a man who really hated that observation. In fact, suggested that it was as bad as colour theory, which we all know is the worst.
I said colour theory is a thing though. The bird's not real, Wimbled's not real. It's not going to burst into feathers.
Well, we'll see.
Colour theory is a thing. Haddad.
Looking for those red chips to come to him and some white chips. Perhaps he's
يقول عنه بالبلد الطال صح؟ يقولون عنه بالبلد الطال.
blue underwear.
بغني قاعد. لا قال 1.8
Going mad.
اشتريت 100 ولد قصه انك تسوي.
There are occasions where I sit in the box and my co-commentator becomes like a crime scene investigator. He rushes back to...
I'm starting to look at her dad's stack, and obviously I was like, how's he doubled up? And of course he just swapped a flush a moment ago, but it completely escaped my memory.
He almost tripled up.
I have recently been the victim of a head injury, concussion. I have noticed I'm forgetting stuff a little bit more easily.
Oh,
Hopefully that clears in a couple more days. But
you had a terrible accident, James. You're playing it down, if anything. Little ski trip. And was it second last day?
Sent it a little hard.
You don't even remember what happened, which is
I don't remember
concerning.
what happened, no. But yeah, it's funny. You kind of hear like these things, but my mind is definitely not quite linking all memories together just yet. Like little things like that, like I just forgot that hand completely. Kind of crazy.
We're going to keep an eye on James here in the booth.
I still remember color theory, which is the main thing.
Andrian may pursue some thin value. He may well get it as well against the pocket 10 specifically. Something in the region of a quarter to a third pot would make life pretty difficult for Haddad here.
In for the big bet.
Oh, you're right. Greedy. All of it. Still a tough spot.
Very tough spot for her dad.
Oh,
gets his man.
That is GG to Haddad. He bids farewell in 23rd place. Andrian, what a monster chip lead now, 6.7 million. Ay, ay, ay.
You can kind of be on board with it. It was a tough spot, of course, Andrian opening up and then check calling the jack high board. Haddad perhaps feeling, hey, look, I don't think he's going to take that line with the jack. I think he's just going to try and get me. Obviously, players these days are so good at finding these balanced lines. The rich get richer.
Yeah, nothing flashy from Andrian. It's all very businesslike. Accumulated. What is now? Wow. 17% of the chips in play.
Wow.
Albakir open to 3x here from the cutoff. Again, talked about him being a little more honest, a little more straightforward, and obviously valuing getting a raise through and not having to face later decisions. Maybe.
Risk averse is kind of his thing. I think we saw him just snap jam before with the kings over the top. We saw him snap jam in an earlier frame. I don't think you were on break with kind of ace king in a similar spot. Just wants to just get to the final table, it feels like. And wants to just get as far as possible without having to anything bad happening to him, if that makes sense. It's kind of an old school philosophy.
Way takes a moment over the 10-8 there.
Akbar making out he didn't get any action for his queens or something.
Yeah, right.
Look, bird through the windmill and then behind the mountain. How big is that bird?
Big.
How big is that windmill?
How small is the mountain?
Here he comes again.
He looks. I mean, it's going to be the biggest slash bird slash smallest mountain slash big windmill.
Shinongu here. I'm not quite sure what he's considering. Maybe just taking some time off the clock here.
He was talking to you about something. Not quite hear what he was up to, but there are 22 left. We are on a pay jump.
Oh, careful, eh?
中国人大学会故意的吧？我操！
Very defendable. King 10 for the big stack here. Andrian able to leverage ICM pressure over everybody else. It's a beautiful situation. Post flop ICM. Very much a thing. Probably not the situation where he can apply any real pressure. Zhao, 2 options here. Check it back, be a little deceptive, or fire out a small bet. Goes for the latter and makes for a very simple hand.
You know it. I said it. It's the first time I've seen 3 players from China at the same table hit merit. We now have a 4th in the form of Zhang Lian joining our feature.
Fantastic stuff.
Then I'm sure they will talk English.
7-handed, I believe, on the table.
Aces, please.
Get a player who has had a couple of cashes here in the past. 2 during the Gangster series, albeit in the non-streamed events. A sign, perhaps, of the changes. Obviously, for the longest time since COVID, China was very much locked down. Players couldn't get out. I remember we were working the Triton event in Vietnam last March, which is when, you know, we'd set up this event, expected certain numbers, and then it was like 2 weeks before China suddenly opened up and people were allowed to leave and come back again. And suddenly the fields blew up, and I think we're seeing that kind of filtering through the poker world now, nearly a year on from that. These players, who a lot of them have played or learned poker during COVID times in China, are now venturing out into the big stages around the world. So I think we may see a lot more of this as the next couple of years go on.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge in China now. The game has grown tremendously, and exactly the dynamic you've described there, where so many people who were poker players couldn't get out to play, but so many new players were born through that pandemic period where online poker was one of the few things you could do for fun. Actually managed to have an interview on the chip race not too long ago with the WSOP commentator who does a Chinese language stream, a Mandarin stream, alongside the regular stream. There was Norman and Lon, and I think this year was Maria, and they were getting bigger numbers because it's a huge market.
Right.
Darrow Carney talks about how, and a source of great pride as well, his book has been translated, a couple of his books have been translated into Japanese, which just goes to show again the appetite in another Asian country for poker these days.
I know, having spoken to Steve O'Dwyer, who spends quite a lot of time in Japan, tells me about how, you know, in Japan they don't play for any money because they're not allowed to, but he goes, there are these poker clubs and it's taken so seriously, and the passion, and he's played in a few of these games and he's like, it's almost like the same, because all that matters is that everyone's trying their best.
Yeah.
And Steve O'Dwyer is another one of those people, he loves the game, and so he can do that. He goes in these clubs and he says it's amazing, but that's a place that is just bursting, ready to come to life.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it's like, yeah, Steve, what have you done since the last stop? Well, I went to Japan and played some play money. Okay.
Oh, it is a wonderful game we all play, and it is a shame in a sense that it's been curtailed by nanny statism in certain parts of the world, and you know, not to say that we don't all want people to gamble responsibly, and
I'd
that
say
stuff
it's-
is not important, but it can be taken too far as well.
I'd say it's the victim of some well-intentioned
Yes.
moves, both on the money laundering front and the problem gaming front. Right? It's certainly not the target of the legislations that have caused issues, but
I don't know where it ranks among biggest games in the world, but one feels like it could be the biggest in the right conditions. I assume chess is still bigger, and maybe a few others.
Right.
Monopoly.
We'll go with chess to start with. I mean, assuming we're not counting the likes of Fortnite or...
Yeah, well, yes, indeed.
Not that I've played Fortnite for a single second. I don't need to get beaten up by 7-year-olds.
Sudoku's pretty big.
Is that not a solitary endeavour, or do you have competitive Sudoku? I guess you can.
One more. Yeah.
Of course, I saw recently the first spreadsheet World Championship going off. People are excelling themselves to excelling.
Nice.
That was a converted pun halfway through, realising I'd made an accidental one. But
Seamless.
yeah. But yeah, there's like an Excel World Championships.
Goo gonna take a stab here with the gooder.
Yeah, raising it up. Taking on Leanne's bottom top pair, if you will.
And tricky now for Leanne with obviously a very, very bad queen. All of them.
Give me time. Yes, it's just grim, isn't it? I mean,
super awkward.
A dry-ish board in the form of no flush draw.
It's super awkward.
It's like there's an open ender in the form of Jack 10, and there's a myriad of gut shots, but ultimately this kind of just looks like it might be a 2-pair.
Yeah, or just a better queen that's decided it can't fold anyway down the streets with these stack to pot ratio, so may as well just raise it up.
It's funny, you see people throwing all the time banks, and that's usually to a hand-ending action. It's weird to throw in all your time banks, use up one of them, cool, see a turn card and get your time banks back.
And I wonder will Goo pick up on that? Because 750 in the middle, 750 behind.
Kind of a grim card. I mean, normally you'd expect one of the hands, the type of hands to continue would be King Jack, King 10, and Jack 10, right? But I don't think people throw in all their time banks if they got that hand. They're just going to not think to do that because they know they're always calling, right? It feels... You know, I am sometimes guilty of overreading kind of live things, but I don't think I'm up against those hands. So he may be more inclined to bluff here than usual. Or I should say, I would be more inclined to continue the bluff here than usual, having seen that action. I'm easily tricked. Sort of
do you go
live
like,
techers?
Do you go like 300?
Right, I was thinking, go kind of.
Okay, he has sort of waved the white flag here. Obviously, Leanne.
Of course, you know, Leanne can still be concerned he's up against a better queen here, right? Queen's going to be concerned with those hands, the King Jack, King 10, Jack 10.
Yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about the possibility of just going for an ultra small defensive bet, so he doesn't face a big bet on the river. Whereas if he fires out like a 120 or a 130k bet here, it could be exactly, you know, it might look like that was well, I've got a nuttish kind of hand on the flop, and I threw all the time banks in to go, what do I do now? How do I proceed to get it all?
An acting maneuver.
He has checked, so given the run out, 9-5 got counterfeited. Oh, he's going for a coup.
Incredible. The delayed. The check raise, check, jam line. This guy's got some moves.
Like queen 9 and queen 5 you're now chopping with.
Right, and would they jam? I mean...
So they're the natural two-pair possibilities. 9-5's been counterfeited.
Can Gu have... He can still have Jack 10 as played, right? He could potentially have check raised the flop with the open ender. Can he have King Jack, King 10? Would they sometimes check raise the flop?
And will they ever not just bet turn?
Maybe they don't though. Maybe he decides to think, hey, I've probably got the best of this now. I want to slow it down a bit.
So it's more like the 10 Jack that he's decided I can get in on river anyway.
But what are the bluffs at this point?
It's a funky line.
Like 10-8, 7-8, 6-7, 6-8 that decide to check raise, and you probably have to lean more towards just this kind of hand, the 10-8, the higher ones.
Yeah, the 7-8 maybe.
Yeah, this
is
a tough task for Leanne.
It's a tough one, but then I also feel like maybe I can find the call here. It's super funky.
Right, not a lot makes sense.
No.
In those situations, you do tend to lean towards the call. But against good players, they know it doesn't really make much sense. You have to put them on one of these gut shots that check raise and then decide to still fire river. A lot of them do just give up. Wow, gets the fold.
Sick one.
Good with the move.
Sick one. Absolutely sick one. Stick that in the notebook.
Love it. Love to see it. Yeah, I'm liking this new breed of player we have. So often at Merit, we see the same faces, but no. This contingent from China making waves. Well. Late into day 3. Setting up this tournament nicely for a final day. And Gu staking a claim. Bossing around. Showing his compatriots how it's done. Wei, the most familiar of the 4. We've seen it Merit before. Just letting go of those 2 3s under the gun. Not much upside. Leanne now just 15 blinds left. Really wondering, why did I open with Queen Deuce? Now he does just move in the rest with those 2 5s. Says outplay this.
It must be said, it's been relatively slow from an attrition point of view from 26 at the top of this frame to just 22 now. 4 bust outs. You would have expected maybe slightly more than that. One wonders if we're going to see a flurry in the near future as
seem likely, wouldn't it?
Average stack size creeps down. There are some short stacks around. Looks less likely that we'll make it to the table draw at 18 today, but you never know. That flurry of activity could be around the corner.
Albuquerque held. I'm so card dead. This is ridiculous. It feels like he just wants to. He's just enjoying every moment of it.
Yeah. Zhao now with the ladies in early position. His standard open has been this 2.2x. He's going to go with that. Obviously looking for action now. Around to the blinds way. Unlikely to get involved with the Jack 4 of clubs. Will Andrian wake up with the hand? My goodness me.
Wow.
This could be a monster. Zhao.
Yeah, Zhao was just, I mean, say just, but you know, we're below 40 blinds, only just, but.
Oh my goodness me. Is Andrian about to have 8.5 million chips in this tournament? What a spot.
Comes the 3-bet, and I wonder, does Zhao have almost so much hand, but also so little hand to be 4-betting with from under the gun? Does the 4-bet from under the gun kind of make a lot of hands fold? Is he best served with just calling here with the 2 queens?
Oh, I don't know. It's a very, very tough situation now. Remember, 580 in the middle here, only 1.8 behind. That's a big pickup if your opponent is doing this with a raggy ace. But I know what you mean, like, are 10s and jacks going to actually call it off? Probably not.
Ace queen would fold. It's
ace king is going to flip with you anyway. You could maybe navigate and deprive them of seeing 5, taking a different line.
I know normally we don't want to trap the queens. We always think like it's kings and aces are the trap hands, but this just feels. Obviously, if we were in the hijack or cutoff, it would be well, he's just gone for the simple way.
Oh,
no one can fall in for that. Rips it in, gets snapped. Knows that's not good news. Wow, a 4 million chip pot. Early in the day, Andrian got aces v kings. Now finds aces v queens.
What a monstrous situation. Andrian could be looking at 8 point.
Like 20% of the chips in play.
My
if he holds. Check 8-8. Now Zhao going for the early stand-up.
He needs to. Ladies and gents, there is a new sheriff in town. He's also the old sheriff.
I had ace 9.
Andrian.
Ace 9.
With a stranglehold on this tournament.
Crazy. GG Zhao.
I can do it. No worry, no worry.
But we can't play this. In this hand.
Well, you said the rich get richer there, James, earlier on.
On
the outer tables.
He has a nut.
Rich are getting richer as well. Hardin Mustafov up to 2.1 million now. Adrian State, 2.9 million.
Fadi's in the mix still, huh?
These are the big stacks that we've been talking about for most of the day. Well, there's no slowing them down. In fact, Abdullah Alajmi, the overnight chip leader, who fell back in the chip counts ever so slightly, now up to 6.2 million. He's a monstrous stack as well.
King Dark. Got it all, huh?
Is King Dark in there?
That's King Dark. Goes
Oh,
by
that
a
is
different
King Dark.
alias, so you've just outed him. We'll let you off.
Well,
Poker News are doing the most of the outing, I'll grant you. Andrew with 8.5 million chips. Just under 20% of the chips in play with 20 left. 4x average.
D-Chef still hanging in there for any D-Chef fans. We're fans in this booth of the Bulgarian. I see John Basta still in the field. We enjoyed him on the stream earlier. Daniliuk, Andrei Daniliuk, 1.3 million. He's still out there. Wow. Andrian with ace king as if he needed it. Gonna target way with an almost identical 3-bet, one fields, another 400k.
Yeah. Bigger in fact. Whoa, Lian. Well, if you look at this, Nazi has no follow critique. We're more than happy to get this in against the 3-bet range. Obviously not posturing to create any more action with Andrian, but does have Way, the opener, to act, so wants to perhaps make it look like he might be a little weaker than this.
KK
，AK
AK， 我操，我最好，我勾 K 黑桃，哦勾圈黑桃
AK
勾圈黑桃，我操。
2 live suits for Andrian here.
Don't say that. Don't say that, David.
2%.
Don't say that.
2%. 5%. Leanne wishing for
Don't
less.
say that. He doesn't need the sweat. He's got 7.7 million chips. He's got 8.8 million chips. Doesn't need the sweat of winning more.
Oh, squeaky bum time. Oh no! I didn't know it was coming. I swear. I swear I did not know it was coming. Oh my goodness me.
That is vile.
Oh dear me.
The 2 live flush draws were called. 2 diamonds on the flop, 1 on the turn. Andrian wanted just the 1 on the turn, just for the sweat. He's just won aces v queens. Now he wins ace king v ace king.
Oh my gosh.
He already had a stranglehold. The grips got even tighter. 9.5 million in chips.
I feel partially responsible for that one, James.
Well, I should hope so. I hold you largely responsible.
It looks like we are down to 18 players. I did also say a moment ago that the attrition needed some speeding up. Well, we got it, my goodness me. Would you believe it?
We certainly did, and as we are about to remix things, yeah, exactly that. You mentioned it was going slowly. Bang, suddenly we are down to just 18. We are going to get this 2-table redraw done very, very quickly. I'm understanding it only takes a few minutes. So, with that in mind, myself and David will step aside for a handful of minutes, and when we come back, we will see what exciting draw we had ahead of us. Where are the big stacks going to be sat? Please don't go too far.
To play poker.
Money.
To ride a horse.
Opportunity.
For playing poker.
For fun, to get money and to enjoy and experience.
I think is making experiences.
To get some wild.
Tilt? Oh, too many. Way too many.
Yeah, many. A lot of bad beats yesterday.
Once. For sure, once.
The whole time, always on tilt. It's just my nature now.
Tilt is not about me.
I never experienced this feeling because I expect to win as I expect to lose.
Tilt, I think 37 times.
So many times, cannot count.
It's my first merit. I was only at the EPT before, so I guess this one.
Yeah, they're all fun. They're all nice.
Retro series.
I guess each one is better than the last. Each one gets a little better every time. I think the outfits are great.
Actually, yes, Wild West.
Merit is excellent in all concepts.
I think I love all of them. I don't have a certain favorite.
Gangsta.
Usually music, but sometimes I just scroll through my phone or watch some TV series. Right?
Concentrating on the players and, you know, what's up and a few other things on the phone.
I watch players.
I watch the other players.
I'm watching cocktail something.
I just try to not forward as much as I can, and then I'm good.
Good question. How do I keep myself busy? I either try to observe players or watch on my phones. One of two.
I guess Chief Nut, since it's my name.
Laughing arrow.
White sparrow.
Chief drowning fish.
Yusuf spinning flaming glass.
Luna, the moon.
The curious Torsten.
Dimitri smoking fire. Ace on the river.
Reading a bluff.
How to stay alive.
When you can't call and you can't fold, raise.
Welcome to my salon.
Be patient.
Never put the chips in your pocket.
Mastery. Clint Eastwood for sure.
Alive or dead, it's your choice.
John Wayne.
No, you got me scared.
Martin McFly.
Marty McFly.
John Wayne.
Clint Eastwood.
John Wayne.
John Wayne.
And welcome back for the final time this evening to the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel Casino here in northern Cyprus. We are just finalising that final two-table redraw. It has been a frantic drop from the 22 players, David, down to just 18. And we were just discussing off air how this could be such a consequential part of the tournament, right? With there's just so much hidden luck in the redraw.
Yeah, and it's not like they can escape. Whatever they get today is what they'll have tomorrow morning. We've decided upon a redraw 27 and 18 rather than an end of day redraw, which I like because it just sort of simplifies things. So yeah, there's nowhere to hide and there's no reason to do anything different than you would otherwise with 18 left now. Some people will get pretty nasty draws. Who wants to be on the same table as Simone Andrean at the moment? My God, this man is a wrecking ball. Bit of bad news for the GChef fans out there. He was the bust out on the outer table, so he is no longer with us either. We obviously watched him in an earlier frame today play superbly well, really navigated his shorter stack into the mid pack, but unfortunately he has fallen now with 18 remaining. He ain't one of them.
Yeah, and of course those final 18 just inching up the pay ladder. 8,450 is the payout for 18th, 17th, 16th. The next jump coming at 15 is a smidge under the 5-figure mark. But of course, eyes are certainly turning to the first prize. At least for Simone, the 165k. He's basically there. I mean, he's got just under 10 million chips of the 44 in play.
It's a ridiculous spot, and you know, on the outer table, King Dark Abdullah has been accumulating a huge stack of his own. We did the frame earlier in the day and I pointed out that in the last half hour it seemed like he was starting to get picked on. His limping style was starting to get picked off by his table mates. Well, something obviously didn't go well for them because he continued to accumulate.
We saw in the third frame of the day, he got a little fortuitous where he's calling off ace queen against queens and spiking an ace on the river. Otherwise he would be basically out. But it'd be interesting to see if those two get on the same table.
That would be amazing.
It's all these weird things can happen. Obviously, both of them will be wishing to be on opposite ends, getting to run their own show. But so often we see you can just have like maybe the 3 big stacks all on one table, maybe all the short stacks go to the other side. We are just about 30 seconds away from getting back underway and finding out what's happened, because myself and David are as much in the dark as you have. What we got coming up?
Yeah. Guiliang Wei and Adrian State are doing tremendously well. Haddad still in the mix, we saw him as well. They've all got very healthy stacks, but I can't really emphasize enough how far ahead Andrian and King Dark are. Andrian has like nigh on 10 million now. I think King Dark might have 7 million, and like third has got 3 million.
Right, yeah, they're just shallowing out the median stack, if you will, by virtue of having so much in them. And of course, some of the players we're looking at there, the likes of Faraday Mustafov, who's still in the mix. And here we go.
They have put them together.
All 3 of those players together. Of course, we were mentioning Wei, maybe third in chips with 3 million. We're not sure. But look at that. King Dark, Simone, Andrian on this table together, both over 100 blinds. Albuquerque, he won't leave us. He's here constantly.
65% of the chips in play on this table. Keep an eye on that.
Is that what it is? Is that how quickly you've worked that out? I'm impressed.
Probably 63, but I was rounding up.
All right, I'll make you alive for 2%. Wozniak, he's still here. Basta as well, a player that was impressing me earlier. I was very surprised when looking through his hand mob to see that all bar 3 of his caches have come in events under 1k buy-ins because he had such demeanor at the table and such a strong understanding of the game. So one to keep an eye on for sure. And I guess we have, David, I think around about 30 minutes left of the day, so a little warming up of this table leading into tomorrow.
Yeah, and I hope we stick with these guys tomorrow. This is obviously going to be the action table here. I don't know what we can expect from King Dark. We saw those limps and those limp calls and some bluffs and some audacious bluff attempts that went wrong, and we saw a couple of hero calls. So he really does sort of change a dynamic. You know, we're going to maybe move away from the standard open 3-bet world to maybe some interesting limp isolation, you know, attacking the isolator kind of dynamics.
He played a very passive style pre-flop, but he wasn't afraid to probe and stab in a lot of post-flop situations.
We see Chiliperganov release here under the gun. Albakir.
Albakir hasn't even moved seat, let alone table.
Yes, you're right.
Imagine that. Yeah, everyone's going to rack up their chips. We're going to do a complete redraw. Okay, rack them up. Oh, unrack them. But it's fair, they weren't racked to start with. They were a complete mess, so at least there's some... And look at this.
And Wei in the same seat too?
Wozniak and Wei in the same... In fact, we haven't done a redraw.
Have we not?
We've just filled in empty seats. There we go, because look at this. These 3 are all in the same seat.
Have we been spreading disinformation?
So it is a balancing effort, not a redraw. Okay.
So maybe there will be a day 2 redraw?
Maybe there will be.
Oh,
day 4 redraw.
Well, throw our analysis out the window here. It could be a very interesting spot if that is the case for players to lock up a little bit and maybe hope to get off this table of death.
Yeah, so it was a table balance, not a table redraw. Okay.
Basta on the short stack now.
Yeah, loving this scenario, isn't he? Chip leader opening the button, and you look down at what is a premium in this spot.
Yeah, and you're going to get called a lot as well. No? Quick fold? Okay. I thought maybe that was like borderline, to be honest.
I think he's certainly going to play a somewhat chip preservation style, right? Doesn't really need to be...
You just smashed every flop for the last
Well, that does true.
25 minutes.
And if you've got
What's he
ace
thinking?
king, you just take people out anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, perhaps a cagey passage of play, as these guys might be told there will be a redraw tomorrow rather than tonight. I apologise that we don't have the exact information on that one, but it should influence strategy a little bit.
Yeah, peculiar there's a redraw at 27 but not 18. That is... I mean, maybe that's something we've done here before actually in the past. Thinking about it. Especially I guess as they're factoring that there'll be a... They just have the redraw overnight instead. It does kind of maybe make sense.
That might be what's been decided upon. There is often a deference to the pragmatic thing here, which I like. We're not always letter of the law. There's a sort of an instinct with the TDs and with the staff to just go, what makes no sense here? Yeah.
And I'm actually quite happy that a lot of poker rooms or poker venues or poker tools around the world have sort of swung back that way, because it used to be the case way back when I was a boy, we trusted tournament directors to come to the right decision. And then it was like, there was a period of a good 10, 15 years where it was like, this is the rule, this is what we're doing. And now it is swinging back to, let's just let these very experienced professionals make sound judgment calls that do make more sense.
Well, Wozniak has gone with the ace-jack here and perhaps about to make another sound judgment call. Andrian going to overcall here. That clears out the pocket pair, most likely, which is exactly what you would want in this spot if you're Andrian.
How much do you think Wozniak's hating life right now? He's up against the man who's just found ace. He's just run ace-king, the ace-king.
We saw 1-5 folded. I'm not sure it's going to be relevant anyway. I think Panaguide's got to ditch these fives. Andrian will be balanced here. He'll have some big aces, but he'll also have some pocket pairs that completely crush the fives. Wozniak at risk against a man who has not been sending pots.
Yeah, it says 71-24. This is more like 98-1 on current form.
Every time on the right side. Go side all every time.
3-4. The heart even working to potentially reduce the outs. Well,
some chop possibilities. An escape hatch has been found, perhaps, by Wozniak here.
Oh, the original spikes the jack on the river.
How bad does Adrian run?
Andrew, it's like, I'm fine, I'm okay. Don't rap me, guys.
That's a great attitude to have, actually, in that spot. Obviously, there's some humour as well, but if you're genuinely, you know, unperturbed, it's a very good place to be. Taking the rough with the smooth.
Wait from +3 with the 2 covering stacks in the 2 seats behind him.
Yeah, death row.
He's probably the one that, if we're right and there is a redraw overnight, he's the one sort of most to gain from that, right? Because he has the worst seat in the house at the moment.
For sure.
Albeit all the players with fewer chips than him would quite happily swap with him. With that stack, it's still a bum seat.
Well, King Dark in there from the cutoff with Jack 2 of diamonds.
Here we go.
You are not seeing things, ladies and gents at home. That is the Jack 2 of diamonds. And that is the way King Dark has been accumulating chips. These sort of limps, these positional flats. It's
Philip Berganoff. Well, action's on him, but we have a fold-out turn.
I think
It means he's obviously more inclined to call, obviously effectively closing. I think he was reaching a call anyway.
See some diamonds here. King Dark has those smothered way. Looking good here with 46%. Well, no longer. Worst hand jumps into the lead.
Yeah. Philip Berganoff finding a piece.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Way fire a very small c-bet here. He does have backdoor hearts. Does have more of the big King X.
I think he has actually checked. I saw him sort of tap his fingers.
Well,
I don't think anyone else picked up on that.
This would be adventurous from King Dark now with the Jack 2, no equity.
No, I checked.
Yeah, he had checked.
I was confused.
He's going to take a stab.
Of course he is.
175.
So this just seems to be his modus here. Call in position, try and use position as power.
Very passive pre, but overly aggressive post perhaps in all the spots.
Shoot Berganoff in a pretty nasty situation here, way behind. In the lead, but way behind.
You know what's the blinds tomorrow?
There we go.
Okay.
King Dark just playing bully boy poker.
Yeah.
Had virtually none of that.
Right. Was in 3rd place. Picks up the pot. Late stages of day 3. This, the opening event. Here at the opening event of the year.
Indeed.
Western Series. Kicking off what is sure to be a bumper year. Again, every year being bigger than the previous at Merit. Wouldn't bet against it being the case again. Just merit in general, constantly growing. I was in a conversation yesterday with some of the powers that be here, and gather there's just another property in planning.
Yeah,
to be built soon.
I spoke to Ashkan after the last series here, which was in late November, early December, and he said that they're planning a hotel that's maybe 2 or 3 times the size of any of the other ones. It's going to take a few years to build, but my gosh.
I heard there's a water park involved as well. So
actually,
that'd be a good one for the kids
and
for the big kids.
Goodness, that would be amazing. Yeah. Oh, I'd love to say that.
Yeah, just further down from the premium on the front there.
Well, speaking of premium, would you like pocket kings here against pocket jacks?
Yeah, I quite like that situation. This is a cold one. Anything perhaps going in Wozniak's favour is the fact he has open +1.
Very hard to get away here with the jacks.
Well, there we go. Confirmation here in the background. There's 5 more hands of play for today in this event, so there is certainly a redraw overnight, as we had obviously figured out when it wasn't a redraw at 18. Yeah, a tough spot here for Wozniak. Again, kind of like we saw before with Queens. I mean, Jack's even weaker. Can't really be keen to jam this in. Don't really want to play it, but certainly can't fold it. It's the sort of... Calling seems to be the best of 3 bad situations. Call and look for some low flops. Also what Wade did earlier. Call and just flop a jack. Running a lot of time.
Not sure.
He does decide just to 4-bet rip it in. I can't say I'm in love with that move, but at the end of the day, it's Jack's playing 28 blinds. It certainly can't be bad.
Looking for the Jack of Hearts again.
Yeah. We'll take a return of the Jack of Hearts.
Huge moment here for both players. Virtually the same stacks.
One to come. Can he find the Jack of Hearts again? He did it before. But doesn't do it this time. Panagaitis with the full double up. Wozniak is going to be left with 4 blinds.
Yeah, tough spot now for Wozniak. Nothing he could really have done. I do agree with you, possibly flatting there. Maybe he doesn't get all in by river, but it's a pretty cold situation. And maybe, just maybe, against that particular villain,
yeah,
shoving is the right thing to do. I don't know. I think it becomes a bit player dependent as well.
Yeah, it very much is. That is very much player dependent. If he's the kind of player that you've seen make some light 3-bets from the big blind, then of course the jamming suddenly makes a lot more sense. You want to deny equity. You're happy to just pick up pots with 18 left. This is the kind of player that you haven't seen do that. You kind of people just the average poker population just don't find enough 3-bet bluffs from the big blind in these spots because every hand's so attractive to call with, right?
For sure.
I want to see someone prove it to me that they have it in them before I kind of give them the full stack in that spot. But yeah, the last 5 hands for the warm-up players tonight. Again, just 8 levels of play, relatively short day. We're just dragging this one out. Everyone's chilling. Got stuff to do. Do you think any of these players will bag and go jump into the high roller right now and then win this tournament tomorrow and then play the high roller day 2 tomorrow evening? Or do you think they'll just wait to register on day 2?
It could be a little risky.
We're gambling.
I think what's really nice for all of the players who make it through and find a bag is getting to be well rested for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not having to play till 1 a.m. and
Yeah.
having that thing where you have to sort of decompress, so you probably don't get out to bed till 2 a.m. and then you're up again at like 10 or 11 or whatever it happens to be. It's nice to be able to just ease into this evening now.
It's a nice move by the powers that be here at Merit. They've gone, you know what? Don't have to push them too hard today. We can easily finish it tomorrow at a reasonable time, so we will bring back more. And like you say, everyone's just that little bit better rested. And they can go off this evening now and have some dinner.
Yeah.
Obviously, we didn't need a dinner break because we were only playing 8 levels as well, so it kind of condenses the day somewhat. You went to dinner twice, I know. It was the same dinner twice.
There's no need to put it that way. I mean, I was at dinner, I left to come down and work, and then I heard I had 20 extra minutes, and I went, creme caramel. It's not like I had 2 dinners. It's creme caramel.
I said what I said.
A very small creme caramel as well.
So how many did you have? It was very small.
It was one. It was one creme caramel.
没打。
One in each sitting?
No, I had foregone dessert.
To rush down and work.
回去了。就打了一个热身赛就回去了。哦，打 WP 的。
In the tank here, looks like we might be on a money jump, but not exactly sure what he's considering. Maybe a flat here with the King 5 clubs.
We're not on a money jump, that's for sure, but Philip Berganoff.
Yeah.
Getting frisky here, 3xing that Jack Deuce suited. He doesn't know that it's the one that King Dark just won the pot with.
我下面做个他妈1000万，我动也动不了。
Something in the water, some telepathic signaling perhaps.
Wow, well, Gu knew.
Gu did know. Flops the joint, although very hard for him to receive any action here.
Very hard to be 100% 3-ways on the flop.
Yeah. You don't want to be 100%, if we're being
No.
honest. You want someone to have something.
Chula Berganoff may take a stab. Does not, but
May now.
would represent that ace. It will be very cute indeed if Gu has the presence of mind to check it on over one more time.
I think he will. And Panagitis is certainly someone who can have the ace as well. It's not out of the realms of possibility peeling from the small to that 3x.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful spot if Chula Berganoff represents that ace. Panagitis has that ace. He calls. Now there's a big pot in front of you. Oh, he's going to bet himself. Don't love it.
Maybe concerned that there's some other value that might check back. There's some pair plus club hands that might check back that he wants to get some value from. Targeting different parts of the ranges.
Sure. Disappointed face of Gu there. Obviously hoping to be dragging in a much bigger pot after flopping Jin. And interesting to see how he did pause to consider the difference between his calling ranges versus a 3x to a 2x. Clearly a slam dunk call there against the 2x, and really kind of working out whether it was a call against the 3x as well. It's pretty close. I think it is. Suitedness is massive in this situation.
Really is.
You're definitely folding more hands than you would normally, but I don't think King 5 escapes. Fortunately for him, it didn't. As we continue to play these last few hands, nice and quickly. Chula Berganoff, hoping the Jack 2 suited, remember last hand. So ace-ace, pretty cuspy here in the hijack, but you would think must surely be coming in.
Min this time though, changing the sizing.
Okay.
Make of that what you will. If I'm there, I'm going, well, you probably didn't have much the last hand because you had no interest in an ace-high board.
Probably just gets it through here. I don't think Wozniak can defend the Jack 3-0.
Right.
Oh, sorry, he's
got the 100k,
sorry, yeah. Sorry, he's only got
he is going to defend it because...
Yeah, he gets
only
to
has
realise
2 blinds
basically all of it. Yeah, sorry. Apologies,
we're going for the old school stop and go here, perhaps?
Yeah, if he can catch any piece whatsoever, he really has to completely whiff to not go with. That's it's pretty whiffy.
It is.
But you only need 12%, 13%, something of that nature. Obviously, no fold equity here. Should have Berganoff. Can expect to have the best hand more often than not. Does in this instance. Will have to fade some outs and some runners.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that he could have knocked out some of those nonsense hands. We just saw the man open Jack Deuce. It's reasonable that maybe he's got like a 10-7 that can't call.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, queen or a 9 makes a boat.
Chop possibility.
GG's to Wozniak. Obviously very fortuitous to find that jack in the middle, but then ran jacks into kings. Couldn't get a spin up with the dust, and he's the first to depart the final 2 tables.
How many hands now? Maybe 2 more.
2 more, yeah. 2 more hands, yeah.
3, huh?
3 more hands, yeah.
So that was my cameras out.
2.
3.
3.
Okay. Yeah, this, yeah.
It's not a negotiation, guys. There is an actual answer.
I think that was confusing as they obviously, in their minds, they were counting the hand that was going on when they were told last 5. Quite often happens. Usually the players that know are the ones that are about to post the blinds.
Oh, they do. I can be sure.
And you're there, you're like, Wozniak busted, but he busted from the big blinds. So it didn't move the big blind round for the final. And that's always the one that gets me. People like, oh yes, I get under the gun as the last hand, and then someone busts. And it's like, well, you don't need more, pal.
Yeah.
In you go.
It's one of the worst bad beats you can take, I feel.
I'm sure you just spill a coffee in a situation which
it's one of the most
confuse everyone.
upsetting.
Al-Bakir, well, he's lent towards just jamming in these kind of spots, but just going to flat the open.
Wow, there's a man who really wants to progress through this tournament.
Yeah.
In a way, though, by like shoving or 3-betting, you're keeping the variance lower.
Certainly by shoving, yeah, you just...
So... Andrian will be wary. Al-Bakir, not a man to get involved lightly.
Right.
Probably won't be putting him on anything as strong as ace-king, but will be considering his range to be pretty strong.
Is he thinking he's like, it's the kind of range that hands like 8s and 7s and 6s, the kind of hand that he knows he's going to play, but...
Well, it has been Andrian's world. The rest of these players living in it. We're about to find out once again as Al-Bakir gets pretty much as good a board.
No, he does this time do that. I thought he might.
Wow, he just drops the hammer.
Yeah,
Oh.
I thought he was going to do it pre-flop, but now he's found his favourable flop.
Andrian.
He just wants to shut it down.
Like, it's...
An entrance 6. Like,
Can't-
how am I not getting to see the turn card here with my flop flush draw? He's thinking, I think, here, just thinking, how likely is it my opponent's got a weaker flush draw, which is very unlikely. They can have a king X flush draw. This player can have the ace X flush draw even.
Yeah, it's basically you're hoping he's the Jack 10 flush draw because that might be the only flat.
Come with me, please.
If I call, I don't think you're happy.
I don't think you're happy if I call. I think you're right. Al-Bakir would have been sweating that one pretty hard.
Why you didn't call?
Was a strange way to play the hand, though, I must say.
2, 3.
MPO.
MPO. Andrian.
Man.
A little disappointed by that outcome given the flop he saw.
Haram.
Oh.
Information for all the players that finish the warm-up. Kindly ask to have capital letters, name, last name, chip down. Don't forget
Best up,
to put
ripping
5
13 from +1.
inside your bag and they
It's
will
like
allow
kind of on the looser side, but it's maybe a kind of end of the day thing as well. Like, rather get it going now. Certainly for chips, it's a fine jam.
Yeah, it does seem cuspy again. Way, oh, not a call here. I don't think it's even a call for 10 bigs.
No, certainly not. And especially when you've still got a player to add behind you. I'm sure everything I've seen from him is very good. I think even if it takes a bit of time, he will come to that right decision.
Yeah. Nice pick up for Basta here as we approach the end of the night.
One more.
Go, final hand. Basta the one with the good seat in that sense. In that he's got the jam for it +1. He plays the final hand on the gun. And get a redraw before playing the blinds.
5,000.
Yeah. Last.
Yeah. Two big stacks now in the blinds for the final hand of the evening. Simone Andrian, King Dark.
Last.
Is there a twist in the tail, or have these guys psychologically bagged up already? And are we going to keep things tidy and polite?
Blind.
This last.
Tulip Bergenhoff. Certainly a hand worth playing.
Question is it in the 2x or the 3x range?
2.5x.
One more.
That would look so good if we had done it.
Tulip Bergenhoff, Kunjak suited here. Al-Bakir gonna.
Look at him, he's happy, he's through to the final day.
So pleased. I like this guy. I like the fact that he wears it on his sleeve,
Yeah.
that he enjoys his poker. It's great to see here.
It is good to see. It's refreshing.
Yeah.
Good. Going after it. Thinking, Tulip Bergenhoff, do you win or bust the last hand of the night? Maybe put you to it.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to flop here. It's a pretty pure hand to take a flop. But yeah, that will be the question. Can you just find a little extra fold equity on the last hand of the night?
I think you can, but I think with you, the Queen Jack suit is just too much hand.
It's so nice. It's so nice. Considering
It's got the body language of a man who's about to fold.
Yeah, it's a begrudging fold, I feel. There we go. Goo. Nice pickup, nice awareness.
Yeah, very good awareness from a man who's been very impressive.
And that is it. The bags have arrived. 17 left, maybe 16 if we had some madness on the outer table during that last
Andrew stack.
couple of hands.
140 blinds at the start of play on the 4th day of a tournament. Lunacy. King Dark also at the 100 big blind mark. Lay Panagaitis leaving with about the same stack, and of course Basta the one at this table with the work to do coming into the final day, which of course is gonna be tomorrow.
Yeah, James, it might have been a short day, but what a day of action we just witnessed. It was the Andrian show, certainly. It was the King Dark show, certainly.
Yeah, they shared the billing.
They shared the billing. For a brief time, it was the Mustafa show, and I actually feel as though he's the one to watch tomorrow. These big stacks, they're going to be in the mix. They're going to make it to the final table. You can almost, count on that from here.
He's done it again, hasn't he? It's just like you can...
No, you can almost count on that from here. Those stacks are so huge, it's going to be very hard for them to find a route to not make the final table. But Mustafa, he for me is the best player left in the tournament. Now, he might only have an average stack, but I feel like he's going to make some serious progress through that sort of really cagey, really ICM, tight pants situation that the guys are going to feel. We see players at this table, for example, making those tighter folds now that we've reached the end game, valuing the pay jumps perhaps as well. We know Mustafa will not care about the pay jumps. He's going to go for this. So I think there's some interesting dynamics afoot, and I'm very much looking forward to watching it all play out tomorrow.
Well, there we go. The players resume play, I believe, at midday tomorrow, and we're going to be on a 1-hour delay, given it's the final day. We just kind of stretched that delay a little bit. It will be your good self and Andrew picking up the coverage tomorrow. So if you do want to see how this one plays out, please do join us tomorrow. But until then, good night.